And when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, "Come and see." And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. Book of Revelation. Chapter 1. Long-haired, olive-skinned, and with a scraggly beard, Mustafa stood out from the other paragliders laying out their kit for the first flight of the morning. He was most definitely not of the Nordic stock who usually took tourists over the landscape of Interlaken, Switzerland. The men around him glanced curiously, but didn't broach any questions, because Interlaken itself had become a hub of tourism for rich Arabs around the world. He was just a sign of the times as far as they were concerned, like the halal menus and prayer mats offered at the hotels. The other pilots belonged to individual tour companies, and as such knew each other well. Mustafa belonged to no company, but he'd taken the place of an individual operator who did. High on a hill in Beatenberg, about 20 minutes from the town of Interlaken, it was one of the most popular places from which to launch. Overlooking the twin lakes of Thun and Brienz, plenty of tour groups used it, with the excited patrons driven by bus from the town. Mustafa knew his customer wasn't coming on a bus. His fare was special, with unique requirements. Content with the layout of his equipment, he took a sign not unlike a realtor's, with the name of the company for which he'd supposedly worked, and jammed it in the ground uphill of the canopy, where it could be seen from the road. He turned to go back to the harness when he noticed a splotch of red on the corner, like someone had flung a strip of paint on it. He glanced around to see if anyone else had noticed, but the other operators were too busy with their own rigs. He hurriedly wiped it off with his glove, finding it had congealed enough for him to have to use force. For the life of him, Mustafa couldn't fathom how a splotch of blood had ended up on the sign. When he'd shot the man who owned this canopy, he was across the room from where it had been leaning against a wall. It was a headshot and messy, but how could the blood have splattered that far? The mess he'd left behind was of no consequence now. No matter what they found of his passing, DNA, footprints, fingerprints, whatever, it didn't matter, as he wouldn't be alive to be caught. He was going to die in the next hour, along with the man strapped to him. An expat from Iraq, Mustafa was ostensibly in Switzerland as a political refugee, but in reality, he had another agenda. He was a sleeper, sent out into the world to wait until activated for a strategic attack. He lived in Switzerland for 6 years without a whisper from his higher command, until 3 months ago, with a plan that was so audacious it gave him chills. Unknown by the intelligence infrastructure in Switzerland that had granted him asylum, he was a member of Kataib Hezbollah, a Shia militia in Iraq. Funded by Iran, they'd fought the United States early on in the Iraq War, killing soldiers with explosively formed penetrators provided by that theocratic state. Later, ISIS began to rampage throughout the country, and the militia had been given sanction by the Iraqi government as a popular mobilization unit, as anyone who could fight was needed to stop the slaughter. They'd actually fought remarkably well against ISIS, even after the United States returned. While ISIS had given both a common foe, the militia had never forgotten the real enemy. Once ISIS was driven back underground, they'd returned to attacking the Great Satan, rocketing bases with impunity and killing with roadside bombs. They'd felt they were invincible, and had been told so by the very commander of the Iranian Quds Force, General Soleimani, who provided them with training, equipment, and expertise. They were the vanguard of a new Iraq, driving out the infidels of the Great Satan, the goal being a Shia-dominated country under the watchful eye of Iran. And then, the Great Satan had slaughtered the leader of Kataib Hezbollah with an airstrike inside Iraq. Even worse, along with him, they'd blown apart the Quds Force commander, General Soleimani. The strike came out of nowhere, the Americans killing with impunity. The spasm of rage had been intense, but the revenge had been slow in coming. Iran had sworn vengeance, but other than a pathetic show of force involving rockets against Al-Assad Air Base, where the Americans were stationed, nothing else had been done. Until now. Mustafa saw a minibus approach the turnaround point at the top of the hill, then disgorge 8 people, 4 passengers and 4 pilots. Even though it was early June, all were dressed for the weather, as it was crisp at 8 in the morning, and would be even colder on the flight. They spread out on the hill, giving each other room to take off. Within minutes, the passengers were in the harnesses, and the first pilot was screaming, "Run, run, run!" Down the hill they went, the canopy lifting gracefully behind them. It caught the wind, and their feet left the ground, the paraglider soaring out over the valley below, the passengers shrieking with delight. As soon as the first one went airborne, the next was running down the slope, then the third, and finally the fourth. Mustafa watched intently, ensuring he could get airborne. Like the pilots on 9/11 who'd learned to fly, but not take off or land, he'd had some instruction on paragliding. But he was by no means an expert, and the worst thing that could happen was face-planting his target on the slope without getting airborne. Another bus pulled in, and this time it was only passengers. They went out to meet their designated pilots already positioned on the hill, and within a few ticks of the clock, he was alone again. He waited another 7 minutes, then saw a 2-car caravan headed toward his location. The cars stopped, and a swarm of men exited, taking positions of security. An older man, looking to be about 80, exited the car and stood, waiting. The target, one Gideon Cohen, a former head of the Mossad, otherwise known as the Ramsad. He was the man who had killed many of Mustafa's clan, from patriots in the Gaza Strip to nuclear scientists in Iran. He had nothing to do with the killing of Soleimani, but he was a symbol, a powerful one. It had been known that he summered in Switzerland, and apparently a plan had been developed the year before to assassinate him, but then COVID had struck and made any such attack impossible. There was no way to conduct surveillance for an operation or develop any type of infrastructure necessary because of the shutdown. A year later, COVID was still rampaging about, but the vaccine was available, and various parts of the world were slowly coming back to life. The biggest obstacle to targeting Gideon had been his security detail. They were very thorough and very skilled. The only way to kill him was to separate him from them without a fight, and that had proven impossible, right up until they'd learned that Gideon had taken an affinity to paragliding. Once every 2 weeks, he used the same company to take flight, a pastime he enjoyed, but also something that gave the security detail fits, and perhaps that was part of the enjoyment, being free from the chains of his past. But those chains would follow him into the air on this day. Chapter 2. After Mustafa had been activated, he'd spent 3 months learning the skills required to paraglide. He had no idea where the funding had come from to take the courses, believing it was from his masters in Iran. He was wrong on that point, but the death would come all the same. The security man who'd talked to Gideon marched down the hill to him, his tie flapping over his shoulder in the breeze, a distinct bulge on his hip. A large man wearing sunglasses and a black mask, he had no humor in him whatsoever. The man reached him and said, "Where's Ulrich?" Mustafa pulled his own mask up and said, "He might have COVID. He's not sure. He came into contact with someone who's come up hot and asked me to take this trip, to protect the client. We don't fly without Ulrich." Mustafa knew they'd conducted a background check on the man he'd killed, and understood this was the endgame, because he had no such check. He said, "Okay by me, but you still have to pay. Whether I fly or not, I'm getting my charter for this trip." The man fiddled with his mask for a moment, muttered, then went back up the hill. Mustafa held his breath. And he saw Gideon shaking his head, wagging a finger, and then coming down the hill, the security man following. Mustafa exhaled, now feeling the adrenaline of what he was about to do. They both marched up to him, and Gideon said, "Are you competent?" Yes, I've done this as much as Ulrich. He's my friend. We both work for the same company." The security man said, "Do you have the same safety equipment? Reserve parachute?" Mustafa pointed at a bag on the ground and said, "Of course. I would never leave Earth without it." What he didn't say was the reserve bag had nothing but cloth in it, and a note. The security man grunted and Gideon started putting on the harness. Mustafa jumped forward, saying, "Let me help you." Gideon waved him off with a laugh, saying, "I think I know how to do this now." Mustafa put on his own harness, then waited under the watchful eye of the security man. Gideon turned around to him and held his arms out. Mustafa pretended to check the harness, but honestly didn't know what anomalies or mistakes he was supposed to find. His limit of experience was flying solo, and he was beginning to panic about flying someone else. The security man looked at him with some bit of concern, and Mustafa put his sunglasses over his eyes, shielding them. With the mask in place, he was now unreadable. He stood up and said, "Looks good. You ready to go for a ride?" Gideon said, "Yes, yes. Are we landing in the same place? In the field in the center of town?" Mustafa really wanted to say, "Yes, but a lot harder than you used to," but did not. He said, "Yes, same place as all the others." He snapped the carabiners designed to hold Gideon to himself, tugged on them once to make sure they were secure, and glanced at the security man, seeing him staring at him like he wanted to use a knife. He turned forward and said, "Run, run, run!" The old man started trotting down the hill, and Mustafa overtook him, almost falling on top of him. He staggered forward, the old man now dragging his legs on the ground, held up by the harness attached to Mustafa. In a panic, Mustafa leaned back, getting the man's legs back underneath him, and then he began to fall forward, his worst fears realized. He pumped his legs as hard as he could, dragging Gideon along, and then the canopy caught the air, lifting them off the ground. For a split second, Mustafa couldn't believe it, dangling in the harness like a child in a bouncy chair. As the land fell farther away, he realized they were flying, and reached up for the toggles to gain control. He swerved out over the valley, and his target said, "This is so beautiful! I never get tired of looking at it!" Completely embroiled in controlling the canopy, Mustafa said nothing. Eventually, he calmed down, realizing that flying with a passenger wasn't that different than flying alone. It just took a little longer for the controls to react. He began soaring over the valley, looking for his landing spot. High over Lake Thun, he could see Interlaken to his left, but found the winds more than he expected. Try as he might, he couldn't get back over the town. He realized that he should have started turning as soon as he was off the mountain, but didn't have the experience to know better. He completed a circle in the air, finding a thermal, and went higher. The target thought it was for his benefit, saying, "Yes, yes, Ulrich never does this." Consumed with his task and fearing failure, Mustafa thought about bringing out the hook knife right then, but that wouldn't accomplish what his masters wanted. For one, they might actually remain alive after hitting the water. With the canopy still above them after the riser was cut, they would fall rapidly, but it would still slow the descent. For another, the letter in his reserve parachute pouch would be destroyed. The entire point of the mission gone. He began to panic. And then the wind died, falling away as if it had grown tired of the fight, allowing him to drive the canopy forward over Interlaken itself. He saw the field smack in the center of town where he'd landed on his many individual training flights and steered toward it. Gideon said, "So soon, so soon! I'd like to stay up here forever!" Mustafa didn't even hear him, entering another plane of existence. Knowing what was coming, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself, turning on the final leg of what would be the last controlled flight pattern he would ever do. His eyes closed. He withdrew a hooked knife from his vest, similar to ones first responders used to cut seatbelts. He opened his eyes and said, "Allahu Akbar!" Gideon whipped his head around at the words, saw the knife, and began to rotate in his harness, trying to fight. Mustafa knocked his hands away, reached up, and sliced the nylon strap running from his harness to the carabiner of the left riser. Gideon screamed, and they slipped to the left, the right riser still having some lift, the fall much slower than Mustafa expected. It wasn't like jumping off a roof. The canopy lost air in slow motion, but eventually they picked up speed, reaching terminal velocity at 500 feet, both barreling straight to Earth with a disabled sheet of nylon fluttering over them like a macabre flag celebrating the fall. Mustafa screamed, "Allahu Akbar!" And they hit the ground right where they were supposed to, only a lot harder than Gideon was used to, both bodies splattering open like watermelons tossed off a building. Chapter 3. Aaron Bergman picked up the Guinness beers at the bar, paid the tab, and turned back to the table, ignoring the fact that the bartender recoiled at his mere presence. He'd seen that before. He did his best to hide it, but short of wearing a burqa, there was no way to camouflage what he was. People just instinctively recognized him as a threat, like a pit bull growling at a visitor. He saw his partner staring intently at the door, waiting on someone to enter. He unconsciously shook his head, hoping the man who came in didn't have a problem for them to solve. Anytime the Mossad asked for their help, it was because they didn't want to risk actual assets. It was painful to admit, but they were expendable. But that did give them options. If they weren't officially Mossad, they could solve the problem like they wanted, without the oversight. Small blessings. He went back to the table, set a beer in front of his partner, and said, "Irish bar, Irish beer." She scrunched up her nose and said, "Seriously? They don't have any rum?" He smiled at the inside joke. A good friend of theirs only drank rum and cokes, and she'd taken to the drink to prove she had something to hold on to as a human being, using his normalcy to prove she was normal, which she was decidedly not. "They have it, but the beer is the near side signal." She took the drink and said, "What's taking so long? The meat time has come and gone." Aaron took a sip and said, "Calm down, Dark Angel. He'll be here." They were in a place called the Temple Bar, an Irish watering hole that was one of several such franchises in Tel Aviv, Israel. This one was unique, in that it was within spitting distance of the headquarters of the Mossad. If one looked on Google Maps, one would see 100 different stores or restaurants surrounding a large field of grass with nothing. Roads going in and out, but nothing to say why. Go to satellite, and one would find a large building in that field, with once again no representation of why that building was there. Because that's the way the Mossad wanted it. His partner took a sip of the beer, winced, then said, "You think they have a mission for us? Is that why the call came in?" Aaron grinned at her eagerness and said, "If it is a mission, when it comes to us, it's guaranteed to be a shitstorm. I'll listen, but I'm not jumping in just because they want us to. We've both been here before." She said, "Yeah, but this is the Caesarea. They wouldn't have called unless it was urgent." Caesarea was the section in the Mossad that dealt with targeted killing, the sharp end of the spear. In a previous life, Aaron and his partner had belonged to the unit, eliminating terrorists all over the world. Now they were private contractors, sometimes working for the Mossad, sometimes for others. Aaron said, "We have the wedding. That's more important. We leave in 2 days." "Yeah, but that's just the rehearsal. We could probably do this mission and make it in time for the real thing." Aaron looked at her and said, "Seriously? After what they did to attend our wedding? You're really going there? This was our vacation. We haven't been anywhere for over a year because of the damn pandemic. And you love Charleston." Chastened, she said, "Nephilim would understand. If it's important. But you're right, some things are worth more than others. I won't miss the wedding, no matter what this guy says." She took another sip of the beer, winced again, and said, "Why on earth did you buy this mud?" "Because that's the near signal. If we had a rum and coke, he'd wave off the meeting." She muttered, "Well, that's one strike against this asshole." She turned to the door again, her urgency causing him to smile. He took her hand and said, "You look like a dog waiting on someone to throw a ball. Do you mean what you say? Because when he comes inside, he's going to ask us to commit." She turned from staring at the door to him, took his hand in both of hers, and said, "Yes, I will not let Nephilim down, or Jennifer, no matter what he says." Aaron nodded, and the door opened. The commander of Caesarea walking through it. He looked around the room casually, saw them, then the beers in front of them, and came over. The bartender watched the scene intently. He didn't have any ulterior motive, but he knew where his bar was located and was curious. He saw the man lean across the table and kiss the woman on the cheek. The visitor turned to the seated man, and the size difference was palpable. The new man looked like a bureaucrat. The one seated looked like a killer. He stood and was a head taller than the visitor, his frame overshadowing the other. The pairing with the woman was confusing to the bartender. She was lithe, like a teenage boy, without any womanly curves, but her face was like a porcelain doll, model pristine, but hiding something sinister. When she'd talked to him, it had been disconcerting. She did some kind of weird stare, reaching into his soul. It scared the hell out of him. Both of them were people he didn't want to meet ever again. He didn't even want to serve them again. If they left right now, he'd be happy. He knew something was happening in his small bar a stone's throw from one of the deadliest intelligence agencies on Earth, but he knew better than to pry. The men shook hands, then glanced his way. He ducked his head and moved to the back of the bar. They went deeper into the establishment, getting out of his earshot. The new man gestured to seats at a corner table, saying, "Shoshana, it's been a while. Still in the game, I see?" She gave him a stare that caused him to recoil, saying,
"Jeremy, I don't play games."
She took a seat, setting her beer on a windowsill to grow warm. He looked at Aaron, who smiled and said, "I don't either. Why the call?" They both sat down, and Jeremy said, "We have a delicate situation in Europe. We want you to investigate. We'll pay the way, of course." "But?" "No but. This time we aren't looking for a cutout for operational reasons. Well, we are, but not why you think. We believe we've been compromised over there, and we need someone completely clean. A team that hasn't been used in a while, with no contact to Mossad." "What happened?" "You know Gideon Cohen, correct?" At the name, Shoshana stiffened, a little of her dark angel leaking out. Aaron said, "Yes, of course. Way back when he was the man who placed Shoshana on my team." Shoshana said,
"He was the only one in the Mossad who believed in me."
Jeremy nodded and, without any preamble, said, "Well, he's been killed." Shoshana took the words like a physical slap, her eyes going wide. Aaron put his hand on her arm, then said, "What do you mean, killed?" "He's summers in Switzerland, and he'd taken to paragliding. The man who took him up into the air killed him." "How on earth did that happen? He's a former Ramsad, for God's sake." Jeremy raised his hands and said, I know, trust me. The security team is going through their own hell. The bottom line is that the man that usually takes him up, who had a background check, was found murdered. And the new man who took his place killed him." Shoshana hissed out, "Who did it?" "We don't know. That's why we want you. It's like 1972 all over again. If they're starting to target us, they certainly knew enough to penetrate. We can't trust our infrastructure there. In fact, we're spending all our time protecting others in the continent now. We need someone clean, which is where you come in. All we want you to do is find out the connections to the paraglider, track them down, and then give us the intel. No wet work. Just tell us who it is." Shoshana said,
"That's not going to happen. If I find them, I'm going to kill them."
Jeremy drew back and said, "No, you won't. You operate under our parameters. We don't want to start an international war here. That's the mission. Can you do that?" Shoshana started to spit something out, and Aaron touched her hand again, saying, "We can do that. What do you have?" Jeremy went from Shoshana to Aaron, then said, "The riser to the paraglider was cut intentionally. The rescue parachute on the pilot's back was nothing but dirty laundry. Inside of it was a note. It was intentional, no doubt, and the note says it's going to get worse." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single sheet of paper. On it was a facsimile of what had been found on the bodies. Aaron took it, seeing. You attack us with impunity in Syria and Iraq from the air, like cowards, and now we attack you man to man. Our reach is long, and our patience is infinite. This man is not the first to die, and it will not be the last, little Satan. Tell the great Satan they are next." Aaron looked up and said, "Who is it? The Iranians?" "We honestly don't know. The pilot is an Iraqi expat who earned refugee status in Switzerland. After digging into his past, we found some contacts with Kataib Hezbollah, but the money train isn't there. We have tracers on all of their accounts. Kataib Hezbollah paying for a man to learn to paraglide and then killing Aram Saad is something we would have found. At least we think we would have. Something else is going on here, and we want you to find out what that is, which is why there is no lethal authority." He turned to Shoshana and said, "You want to find the man who killed your mentor, and I get that, but he is dead. He blasted into the earth just like Gideon. We want to know what's happening. Some in the Knesset and the military are already demanding action against Iran, but we want to make sure it really is Iran before we end up in a war we didn't want. And we can't use anyone in Europe to do it because they penetrated us somehow. Whoever it is, sure as shit isn't a militia in Iraq. It's something else. That's what we want to know." Shoshana nodded, but he could see her mind spinning. He said, "Can you do that?" She said, "Yes, but we'll need some support." "Can't happen. You guys are on your own. We'll give you a complete data dump on what we have, front any costs, and you'll report back to us. But there will be no contact with any other Caesarea personnel. Sorry. We don't know where the leak happened or how they planned this attack. We're not sure who has been penetrated. If we use Caesarea personnel there now, it might automatically be a compromise, just because they've identified them as such." Shoshana smiled at that and said, "I'd expect nothing less. So we're on our own?" "Yes. Can we get our own support, or is that something that's too big of a shitstorm too?" "What do you mean? What support?" "Well, we have to go to America in 2 days for a wedding. Is that okay?" Jeremy looked at Aaron, then back at her, saying, "The wedding can wait. Your country is calling." Aaron knew where Shoshana was going. He said, "You've given us a mission with no support. We're going to the wedding." Perplexed, Jeremy said, "What's a damn wedding got to do with this?" Shoshana leaned into him, getting face to face. She tried to be calm, but the anger leaking out was a visceral thing. She said, "I'll find the killer of Gideon. Not for you or Israel, but for me. And the wedding is how I will do it. I need passports for 4 individuals." Chapter 4. I stared at Jennifer in her white dress, slowly walking up the path to my position next to the minister. She reached it, smiled at me, and then took my hand. The minister smiled as well, happy to be here on a warm June day for the wedding. I glanced at the gate to the Ashley Hall grounds and saw it shaking, like someone was trying to barge in. The gate broke, and 3 terrorists entered, screaming and firing weapons. Jennifer ripped off the lace of her dress, exposing 3 hand grenades held in place by their pins. Wait, what? Who would attach a grenade to themselves by the damn pin? She pulled 2, threw them at the gate, and then... A voice entered my head. "Pike!" I felt a slap to my belly, and was brought out of my Walter Mitty daydream. Jennifer glared at me and said, "What in the world are you doing?" Sheepishly, I said, "Nothing, sorry. Where were we?" She glared at me and said, "We're rehearsing our wedding." I saw Amina with the rings, going from foot to foot, embarrassed for me, and my best man Knuckles looking at me like I'd had a stroke. I said, "Uh-huh, got it. Let's keep going." Jennifer looked like she wanted to gut me, but turned with all sweetness and light to the minister. Amina snuck up behind me, pulled my pant leg, and said, "You're really terrible at this." I said, "You wouldn't be any better." She laughed and said, "Oh yeah, I would." Jennifer glared at her as well, and she scampered away, going back to her position for the rehearsal. 20 minutes later it was over, and I was in the alcove of the McBee house on the campus of Ashley Hall, getting an earful from Jennifer for not taking this seriously. She really wanted a legitimate wedding to match our Justice of the Peace certificate, and I suppose I wasn't helping, but it was getting a little ridiculous. I said, "Jen, come on. We're not even allowed to have a crowd here because of the damn pandemic. We've got like 10 people. How much rehearsal does this take? I've seen less rehearsals on an assault in the Al-Anbar province against a terrorist force hell-bent on killing me." Even with the vaccine rollout, things had been slow to return to normal. Now, with all the new exotic mutations running amok, the projection from the powers that be was next fall, which aggravated me to no end. She glared at me, made sure we were out of earshot, then said,
"I only asked for one thing, a wedding ceremony. You can at least do that."
"But we can't even have a real ceremony because of the damn pandemic. Why don't we wait 6 months? The vaccine is out, and this will all be a bad dream then."
"I don't want to wait. The only people I care about are here, except for Shoshana and Aaron."
She said that last part without any rancor, but while she didn't show it, I knew she was upset. Shoshana was her maid of honor, and had promised to be here for the rehearsal. She was also an Israeli assassin, who was about 2 beers shy of a six-pack, but for some reason she and Jennifer had bonded. I said, "They'll be here, they promised. They probably just had a plane delay or something." She looked a little wistful and said,
"I can't believe they didn't come, after what we did for their wedding."
I thought of my daydream and said, "Well, it might be for the best. If they'd shown up, you might have been throwing grenades attached to your skirt." She said,
"What?"
"Nothing. Here comes Wolf." George Wolf was the commander of our little extra-legal unit, and while he was officially my boss, he was also a friend. In official top-secret traffic, the command was called Project Prometheus, but since that was classified, we couldn't run around saying the code name like we were the 82nd Airborne, so we just called it the Task Force. He was invited to the wedding, but wasn't actually in it like my team, so he didn't really need to be at the rehearsal. But since things were quiet in D.C., he'd decided to come down for a little rest and relaxation. He kissed Jennifer on the cheek, saying, "You're going to wear a dress for the ceremony, right, Coco?" Jennifer was in jeans and a t-shirt for the rehearsal, her blonde hair askew, looking like a surfer ready to go to hit the breakers on Folly Beach. She grimaced at his use of her call sign. She hated the name, and he knew it, using it solely to poke her a little bit. She smiled and said,
"That depends. You going to show up dressed for a wedding instead of like some billboard for 511 commando clothes? And why is your call sign the Wolf? Why do I get to be a gorilla?"
He smiled back and said, "A mystery for another time. I'll never tell." He glanced around the setting, seeing majestic live oaks, a fountain, and an expanse of lawn surrounded by stately brick buildings. He said, "Pretty nice place for a wedding, though. How'd you get it?"
"It's the school Amina goes to now, the place that convinced the Oversight Council to let her stay. They're giving us a break on the rental cost because of COVID, but they're still enforcing the crowd mandate."
The Oversight Council was the board that controlled all task force activity, and I'd pushed the limits of their approval to the breaking point with Amina, our little Syrian refugee project. They'd wanted to ship her ass back to Syria when they'd found out I'd smuggled her into the country using task force assets, but it eventually agreed to let us sponsor her, provided we became a legitimate family. Jennifer and I had hastily married with the Justice of the Peace, then enrolled Amina into Ashley Hall as a boarding student, which brought us to the wedding ceremony being planned now. Jennifer couldn't stand the Justice of the Peace thing. She wanted a ceremony, and wasn't willing to wait for the pandemic to subside to get it. Wolf said, "Well, I'm glad I made the cut line for the trip. I feel honored. I was hoping to see that crazy Israeli, though. Where's she?" Aaron and Shoshana had conducted more than one operation in support of the task force, all off the books of even the task force, and Wolf respected her skill, even as he also knew she was a little off. Jennifer said,
"I don't know. She said she'd be here. I suppose I can switch out Amina for my maid of honor."
That was probably a good trade in my mind. Amina was only 14, but she had seen enough of the world to give her the maturity of someone twice her age, and she wasn't liable to strangle the preacher because she saw something. But I knew that wasn't what Jennifer wanted. I said, "The wedding isn't for a week. We can always talk her through it on our own. She'll be here." Jennifer was looking away from us, toward the back gate on Smith Street. 2 people were talking to the security guard trying to get in. She broke into a radiant smile and said, "Speak of the devil." Chapter 5. Garrett shook himself awake like a dog wringing water off its body, the blackouts becoming something he was getting more comfortable with. After the killing, after the trauma, his brain would literally shut down, and he would collapse catatonic. The first time it was scary. Now, with the 3rd death, it was becoming routine. He looked to his left and saw the dead prostitute. One more woman who didn't want to connect. But he'd learned from the first one, don't use a blade, too messy. It was just as easy to strangle the life out of them. The first killing had been a disaster. The woman running around the small room with her hand clamped to her neck, the blood flowing like a water balloon squeezed by a child. Make no mistake, it wasn't the death that shocked him. He'd killed people before in the heat of combat, but never with a knife. Most had been killed with a bullet at a distance of 80 or 100 meters. That killing had been another level of intensity entirely. He looked at her dead eyes and thought, "Why did you laugh? Why couldn't you just give me what I paid for?" Like the other 2 women, all he'd wanted was what she had offered, a chance to connect with her, someone who wouldn't care about his deficiencies. Everything had gone well, right up until she'd pulled his pants down. He couldn't get an erection. She'd worked furiously, and he'd encouraged her on. And then, she'd tried to cup his testicles, located his shame. "You got no balls? What is this?" she said. And then the rage had struck, a red level of violence he had lived with for 4 years, which cost the woman her life. He knelt down and recited the Lord's Prayer, then glanced at the body, a niggling bit of his subconscious realizing that he was growing used to the killing. Scarier still, he was growing to like it, wanting to inflict pain in an attempt to release his own. This time he was in a decrepit Airstream trailer on the outskirts of a green space in the center of the same neighborhood he'd killed the other 2, called Esposizione Universale Roma, or EUR. It was south of the city center of Rome, Italy. Built by Benito Mussolini in preparation for the World's Fair in 1942, it was designed as a new urban hub celebrating fascism and his rule. World War II put a stop to that fantasy, and now it had the ignominy of being known as the Red Light District of Rome. While the city looked away from the streetwalkers in the area, it still didn't allow actual brothels, which meant the men and women had to get creative to ply their trade. In this case, a trailer on the edge of a park. He rose from his knees and leaned over the soiled mattress where the woman lay. Ignoring her open eyes, he kissed her cheek, whispering, "I'm sorry." He glanced at his watch, seeing it was almost 7 a.m. He'd been unconscious for nearly 6 hours, making him late for the meeting with his men at the Priory. Even worse, making him late for the command of the next attack. He hurriedly searched the room for any traces he'd left, using his cell phone to call his men, not worried about anyone tracking him through the cell towers, because he was calling through the Wi-Fi in the woman's trailer. She'd paid for the service with a portable MiFi device to show porn videos to prospective clients. But it hadn't helped his mood. In fact, it did nothing but elevate the rage when he saw the virile men. Using an app called Zello, he connected and said, "Hey, I'm running a little late, but I'll be there soon. Are we good for today?" "Yes. He's headed south just like he's done every single weekend." "We can't make a mistake here. The PMU in Iraq needs to be blamed. Kataib Hezbollah." "There will be. We have the note ready to go." "What's the timeline?" "Probably an hour, maybe more." "And Paris? What's happening there?" "I'm waiting on the news now, nothing yet." He said, "Okay, I'm headed to the Priory. See you soon." He opened the trailer door, peering out the grimy window first to make sure he wasn't seen. then jogged to his vehicle. Driving north out of the neighborhood, he knew it would take him a good 30 minutes to get to the Priory in Rome's city center, and every second was precious. He traveled as fast as he dared without drawing attention, eventually circling around the Colosseum, the crowds much sparser than they would ordinarily be on a June morning before the pandemic, but coming back to life. Reaching Via Sistina, he miraculously found a parking spot adjacent to the top of the famed Spanish Steps, a luxury even considering the lack of traffic due to COVID. He leapt out of the car, not even bothering to lock it. He bounded down the wide steps like he was running from the police, ignoring the small smattering of tourists taking selfies on the ledges. Still wearing masks, they reminded him of sprouts of flowers after a horrendous winter. The first beginnings of new life in Rome. He hit the lower level, reaching the Piazza di Spagna and the fountain there, then raced to the narrow alley of Via dei Condotti. Full of expensive stores, it was the high-end shopping district of Rome. Most were closed still because of the pandemic, but a few were open, and the slowly recuperating tourist industry was helping that along, with more and more people coming to shop. He ignored them. While many were drawn here to buy the latest in fashion, he was going to a building that had been bequeathed to his organization almost 200 years before. He reached a stone archway leading to a courtyard, sandwiched between a store selling Hermès on the left and Jimmy Choo on the right. He went forward to a small security checkpoint and presented his credentials. A man checked his identification and let him through without issue. But he could tell the attendant wondered about the sweat cloaking his body from his jog in the cloying June heat. He speed-walked across the courtyard to the main door of the magisterial palace of the Knights of Malta, known formally as the Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of St. John of Jerusalem, of Rhodes, and of Malta. It was an organization that had been around since the First Crusade in the 11th century, and was one of the last papal sovereign orders of chivalry. Formed initially by a Benedictine monk to help the faithful on their path to the Promised Land, it had morphed much in its history. First, a hospital to help the pious on their quest to Jerusalem. Then, when the faithful were attacked, as an army to defend them. And, finally, when they were defeated in the defense of the Holy Land, they became a sea power protecting the Catholic Empire, first on the island of Rhodes, and finally Malta. As with most of the papal benedictions of the day, the order eventually lost favor as it grew in power, perceived as a threat to the Holy See. But the Knights of Malta were cunning. They'd learned early on who the true authority was. When the famed Knights Templar were burned at the stake as heretics, even as they did the bidding of the Holy Roman Empire, the Knights of Malta knew it was because they had become too powerful. The Grand Master of the Knights of Malta had learned a valuable lesson. It doesn't pay to be the king. Better to be the court jester. When the Templars were destroyed, the benefactor had been the Knights of Malta. They were bequeathed the lands and treasures of that order, having been kicked out of Jerusalem, then Rhodes, and finally Malta, from no less than Emperor Napoleon in the late 18th century, which was a legitimate black eye, as the Knights had literally saved the European continent from the Ottoman hordes in the 16th century. They had been given a plot of land in Rome. They had existed there ever since. Now returning back to its roots of charity, the Knights of Malta worked worldwide to help the downtrodden. They were a weird anachronism of history. They had their own passports, produced their own currency and postal stamps, had observer status in the United Nations, but owned no terrain. In effect, they were a state entity without a state. Given its non-profit work around the world and the support of the Holy See, it still had its pedigree, but no longer had a martial bent. At least, that's what they said on official documents. Garrett was the martial side of the house. A devout Catholic, he had been contacted by the Knights when they went into Syria the first time, during the barrel bombings of the Assad regime in early 2013. The Knights wanted to help the refugees there like they had been doing for hundreds of years the world over, but realized that they couldn't do so without at least some protection. And they'd approached Garrett, a lowly knight of magisterial grace from the United States Order of Malta. A former soldier of the United States Army Special Forces, he had contacts they wanted access to, both in Syria and from his past. Having spent his formative years in Croatia, his life had been one war after another. First, the hell of the Bosnian conflict, then the hell after 9/11. He'd fought in countries he couldn't have even found on a map as a student. But after his life in the army, he did have contacts. Garrett went through the large front door of the mansion, ignored the anteroom with the secretary, and took a left down a hallway to a stairwell leading to the basement. The Knights didn't want to advertise his services, being a humanitarian organization, so he was relegated to the basement section of the mansion, to a group of hastily renovated closets that were once used solely for the cleaning crew. Now the little rat warren was his office space. He reached the bottom of the stairs, the faint odor of mildew creeping out, the ceiling at just 7 feet causing him to duck his head even if he wasn't going to hit it. He walked down to his office and opened the door, finding Leonardo inside waiting. In his late 20s, Leonardo had hard eyes, having seen much more of the hatred that mankind can bring than the locals in Rome would ever understand. He lived in a so-called civilized world, but at the edges, where the monsters roamed, it was still a vicious, brutal existence, which is why Garrett had recruited him. All 4 of his team were former members of the Croatian Special Forces Command, a unit that had been formed after the horrific violence of the Bosnian War. They had been too young to understand the incredible trauma that war personified, but became old enough to see it inflicted elsewhere. They'd served their time, learning invaluable skills, and then had returned to civilian life only to find it wanting. They'd lost the camaraderie and focus of the military, and all 4 were floundering, working dead-end jobs when Garrett had sought them out, one by one. Born in Croatia, he was now a United States citizen, with 1 foot in both camps, and he had the same zeal that they had. He'd recruited them for a single mission in Syria, and they'd signed on. A good mission, protecting the Knights of Malta as they helped the victims from all sides of the conflict. At least, it was a good mission on paper. That mission had turned into a cauldron of violence, with all of them scarred, none more than Garrett, and because of it, they would now follow him into hell, convinced his new mission was the way to cleanse the world of the scourge they'd witnessed. When he'd opened the door, Leonardo was sitting behind Garrett's desk, staring at a small flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. He'd leapt up, embarrassed to be taking Garrett's seat. Garrett waved a hand, telling him it was nothing, and then pointed at the television. "What's happening?" "It's Paris." Chapter 6. Garrett turned up the sound, hearing a BBC report about an Israeli diplomat named Etienne Malka having been murdered in a street mugging. The report detailed that the perpetrators were Muslim refugees and still on the loose, with the focus on the refugee slant. What it didn't say was that the man killed was no diplomat. He was the head of the European Protective Services Division of Shin Bet, the Israeli security service responsible for shielding the homeland from threats. Originally focused solely within the borders of Israel, after the killings of the Israeli athletes in 1972, its sphere went worldwide, with a mandate to protect Israeli interests all over the globe, to include El Al Airlines and Israeli embassies on foreign soil. He was a perfect target for the signal Garrett wanted to send. It showed that the man responsible for protecting Israeli assets in Europe couldn't even protect himself. The report also failed to mention the letter he knew his assets had left at the scene, but he had no doubt Israel had it. One more bit of gunpowder loaded in the shell he wanted to fire. Garrett smiled and said, "I was beginning to worry those savages didn't have it in them, but after Interlaken, I suppose I should have had more confidence." His eyes still glued to the television, Leonardo barked a laugh, almost as if he was embarrassed by what was on the screen, by what he had facilitated. Garrett sat down behind his desk and used the remote to cut off the TV, saying, "What about our own operation today?" Glad for the reprieve, Leonardo put a map on the desk, pointing out a position near the coast and saying, "Donatello, Michelangelo, and Raphael are set. We expect the hit in the next hour." He looked at his watch and corrected himself. "Actually, within the next 20 minutes now.
Ralph is the trigger. Donnie and Mikey are the hit team.
Garrett insisted that they never use their true names, no matter what they did, as a protection of the reputation of the Knights if anything went wrong. He wanted to make it as hard as possible to put a link to his martial skill and the Knights' charitable contribution, which is why he was hired. After recruiting them, he buried their names to the point that even he couldn't remember what was on their birth certificates. They'd used false passports created by the Knights for years, but he had to keep them straight, so he devised nicknames, no matter the name on the passport. He had anointed them with the names of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They had all thought it funny originally, but the monikers had taken on a life of their own, with each man liking the tag he'd been given. He, of course, was Splinter, at least to his face. When he was out of earshot, they called him the Eunuch. Because of his insistence on cloaking their names, they were known derisively as the Turtles to the hierarchy of the Knights of Malta. But the officials using the term had no idea of the violence they were capable of inflicting. They would learn that soon. Garrett rubbed his face, the blackout sleep not giving him the rest he needed. He said, "Can they do it and project the hit on our partners?" Leonardo said, "Yes, we have his route, and we're going to use the same method that Israel does. It will send a signal, and when the car is disabled, we'll execute him and his wife with a bullet to the head. Then throw the letter in the front seat. It will work." "How sure are we he's going to use that route?" "He's done it every weekend since Italy opened back up. He takes his wife on a day drive down the Amalfi Coast. He eats at a different restaurant, but he takes the same route to get there. He'll do it again." Garrett nodded and said, Okay, good." Leonardo nodded, then shuffled from foot to foot. Garrett said, "What?" "Our contact says he needs more money. We have it and he needs it for the next hit, the one in Bahrain." "We've already paid him. He knows that. Is he trying a play here? I know it's not because he's a true believer. If he was, he wouldn't have taken our money to begin with." In Syria, before it had all gone bad, the majority of the Turtles' actions had been paying off various rebel groups, in effect, buying the ability of the Knights to help the very people the groups were harming. To be sure, that in itself had involved significant danger, and when they had to go to the guns, they did. But money was something the Knights had, and it was much easier to pay with cash as opposed to blood. In so doing, they'd found a man who could interface with the various rebel groups, and that was the man they were using now. Leonardo said, "I don't think so. He's scared. He says they're going to kill him if he doesn't deliver. I think he's telling the truth. I think he needs the money to make it happen." "Why? We set the parameters before we paid him. If he's paying us, I'll cut his heart out." "He says Bahrain is more than they expected, more effort, more men, more everything. And we need that hit before we do the big one. We need to build the death count before we trip the final wire. If we don't, we won't get the reaction we want." Garrett rolled his head back onto his chair, staring at the ceiling and thinking. He didn't like the choice of paying off a man who had already been a weasel in Syria, skimming off their money to enrich himself. But he had done what he'd said he'd do, protecting the Knights. He said, "Okay, pay him what he wants, but this is bullshit. If there's one place Kataib Hezbollah can operate, it's Bahrain. I mean, they can kill an old chief of Mossad in Switzerland, a Shin Bet head in Paris, but they need more money in Bahrain, a Shia state? It's because of the level of the target and the Sunni security apparatus. They say it makes it harder to operate than in a European country. And they might be right." Garrett rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, use the cutout account. But this is the last time. We aren't made of money, and we aren't in Syria anymore. I can't steal the money here in Rome like we did there. But I agree. We need that hit." Leonardo nodded, and Garrett changed the subject. "What's the status on Raphael? Do we have contact?" Leonardo raised a cell phone and said, "He's on Zello. We'll hear as soon as he has the target." Zello was an application that basically turned the cell phone into a multiplex walkie-talkie. with everyone who was tuned to the channel able to listen instead of the usual point-to-point communications of a cell phone. No sooner did he say that than the phone chirped, Donnie, this is Ralph. Target just passed my location." Donatello came back, the sound crystal clear.
"Roger that. We're set. What's the traffic status?"
"You're clear. He's a singleton. Light traffic, and they're running slow." In the office, Leonardo smiled and said, "Told you." At the same time, Garrett was hearing the radio traffic. The small trailer next to the park in the EUR neighborhood was being surrounded with crime scene tape. The body having been found, a small crowd forming outside. Inspector Leah Viro parked her car next to the perimeter and exited. She pushed past the tape outside the trailer, saying to the carabinieri at the entrance checkpoint, "Another one." "Looks that way." She entered the crime scene, thinking she was solving a murder. She had no idea of the threat the death represented. Most of the people living in the neighborhood didn't care about the murders happening. In fact, if asked, almost all would say they brought it upon themselves by littering the neighborhood with their trade. Just one more whore killed doing her job. But Leah did care. She was someone who didn't look at the life of the victim, only the death. And because of it, Leah held the fate of many more in her hands. Chapter 7. I pulled into the parking garage on Wentworth Street, right next to the Restoration Hotel in the historic district of Charleston, saying, "I still can't believe you guys got a room here." I parked, turned around, and said, "You trying to poke me in the eye?" Aaron laughed and said, "No. When we did that operation for you here, Shoshana really liked it. And truthfully, it was the only hotel I knew about on the peninsula. A couple of years ago, we'd tracked some Russian assassins to this hotel after they'd killed my boss and former commander of the task force, Colonel Kurt Hale. Since they were gunning for me and hit him by mistake, and thus knew me on sight, I'd asked Shoshana and Aaron for a little bit of help, and together we'd returned the favor. I nodded and said, "You could have asked us for some recommendations. This place isn't cheap, but it is nice. See you guys tomorrow for breakfast?" Shoshana floated her weird glow over me, reading me, and it was disconcerting, not the least because I knew she only did that when she was trying to determine my mindset. She was one complicated woman, which is a polite way of saying a little bit off. But she had this ability to see inside a person's soul. I don't know how she did it, but I'd become a believer, although I'd never tell her that. One thing was for sure, she didn't do it without reason. Something was coming. She said, "Pike, come up to the room for a nightcap." I looked at my watch and said, "It's after 1 a.m. Didn't you get enough of me tonight?" After they'd appeared at Ashley Hall, and after the reunion kisses and handshakes, we'd restarted the rehearsal, getting everything right in Jennifer's mind, and then had broken up to allow Shoshana and Aaron to check into their hotel, and everyone else to do whatever sightseeing they had planned, which is why they were here a week early for a wedding. I didn't want to impose on their time, so we'd agreed to meet at my Grolier Recovery Services office on Shem Creek at 7 p.m., just across the Ravenel Bridge from Charleston. The company, of course, was a front for the task force. Jennifer and I were civilian partners, ostensibly traveling the world assisting archaeological projects by cutting through government red tape and security on site. But in truth, the business allowed us to penetrate just about anywhere, because there were few spots on Earth that didn't have some sort of archaeological work going on. Until COVID-19, that is. Then it all shut down. My entire team had shown up for the rehearsal, but I couldn't possibly put them all up in my small row house. When school had let out in May, Amina's boarding room privileges had ended, so I only had one spare bedroom. I'd offered it to my best man, Knuckles, who was also the second in command of my team, and he declined, which I thought was strange. Why pay for a hotel when you can rack out for free? Lord knows he'd spent enough time sleeping on my couch in the past. Instead, I'd given it to Veep and Kylie. Veep was the junior member of my team, and he was dating the niece of Kurt Hale, the commander of the task force who had been killed. In the past, before he had died, I'd paid her to act as Amina's nanny after she'd first arrived from Syria, so it was a good fit. Giving the two of them the room solved my Amina problem for the week. She could definitely take care of herself, but she loved Kylie and would think twice about pushing my buttons with her in the house. The first to arrive at my office was Knuckles, and when he'd walked through the door, I'd realized why he'd wanted his own hotel room. Behind him was a woman named Willow Radcliffe, someone we'd saved in Brazil from a horrendous death. Jennifer's mouth had dropped open, and Willow had seemed a little bit self-conscious. I'd said, "Willow, I didn't know you were here." She'd glared at Knuckles, saying,
Knuckles said this was just a vacation to Charleston. He didn't mention the wedding. I'm sorry if I'm intruding.
Sensing her hesitance, Jennifer jumped up and said,
Not at all, Pike. Get them some drinks.
I said, "Beer's on the back deck. Knuckles, want to give me a hand?" He nodded, and we left the office to a small balcony that fronted Shem Creek. I went to a mini-fridge I'd built into the wall for the sole purpose of sitting and watching the sunset, pulled out 4 beers, handed him 2, and said, "What the hell is that about?" He shrugged and said, "What, she's a hammer. And she seemed to like me after Brazil, so I gave her a call." Knuckles was a man-whore of the first order. He stood a little over 6 feet with ropey muscles like a swimmer, which stood to reason, because he was a Navy SEAL. But somewhere, he'd lost any semblance of being in the military. His hair was long and shaggy, and he perpetually dressed in tight T-shirts with some eclectic saying that was bound to offend someone, like some hippie from the 70s. Women swooned over him, and he obliged more times than not, which made me a little sick. Not that he did it, but because he could. I said, "What happened to the sex state?" Last I'd heard, Knuckles had been dating the Secretary of State, another woman who had fallen for his charms, which had caused no small amount of consternation with me due to her position. He opened his beer and said, "She's good, but that shit is just too complicated. Too much hiding and political bullshit. I broke it off." Which concerned me, because she was also an oversight council member. I didn't want them making any decisions about my team based on some lover's quarrel. He saw my face and raised his hands, each holding a beer, looking like he was directing a Delta flight to a gate. "Hey, I see where this is going. Don't worry about it. We're good. It was a mutual decision. She saw the problems just like I did." I'd nodded and said, "Okay, if you say so." We'd re-entered the office, only to find that everyone else from the team had shown up. After a round of beers, I'd taken them to a place across Coleman Boulevard called Saltwater Cowboys. Also on Shem Creek, it was a great location to watch the dolphins in the sunset. We'd ended up staying there for hours, telling war stories and just reconnecting. And then, while everyone else Ubered to their hotel, I'd offered to take Aaron and Shoshana back in my vehicle. It was the least I could do since they'd come from Israel. Something I was now regretting with Shoshana staring at me. Chapter 8. Shoshana said,
Come on up. It's just one drink. You'll still be able to drive.
My internal radar starting to fire, I said, "Can't we do this tomorrow? It's really late and we're having breakfast together." I saw her scowl and said, "Usually you're trying to kill me, and now you can't get enough of me?" Which was true. When we'd first collided, we'd both tried mightily to slaughter each other. Luckily, we'd both failed. Since then, she'd threatened to kill me on a number of occasions, but she'd also saved my life just as many times. Jennifer misread the situation, thinking that Shoshana was just trying to be a normal person, trying to fit in and show how she had an ordinary relationship with Aaron, which, given the person, was impossible. Jennifer thought of herself as a mentor, and, honestly, probably was. She touched my arm and said,
"One drink. I'll drive home."
I shook my head and said, Okay. Let's get this over with." Shoshana said,
"That's how you feel? This is something to get over with?"
"No, I mean, whatever it is you're about to tell me." She gave me her weird glow, her face splitting into a smile that looked like a wolf, full of teeth without any joy. She said,
"You are like me. You can see into someone's heart."
I rolled my eyes, opened the door, and said, "Okay, Carrie, let's go." She scowled at that, exiting on the far side. Carrie was the call sign Knuckles had given her on an operation, because she really did act a lot like the Stephen King character. Aaron exited on my side and said, "Careful. She doesn't like being toyed with." I closed the door, watched Jennifer and Shoshana walk out to the street, and said, "I thought she liked that call sign." "She does. When you use it for real. Not as a joke." We followed behind the women, and I said, "So what's this about?" "Upstairs. Let's get to the room." I shook my head, now knowing my radar was right. We went into the small alcove for the boutique hotel, up the elevator, and down the hall to their room. We stopped outside the door, and I said, "Are you shitting me? You have the same room the Russians were in? Was that on purpose?" Shoshana smiled and said,
"Complete coincidence, but I thought it appropriate."
She unlocked the door, turned on the lights, then the television, raising the sound. The last thing she did was unplug the Alexa on the desk, grinning at me as she did so. We'd hacked that very Alexa to determine our kill box for the Russians. Aaron opened the minibar and said, "Rum and Coke, right?" I said, "Let's forget the drinks and get to the point here." Jennifer heard my tone and said,
"Pike, what's that mean?"
I turned to Shoshana and said, "You want to tell her?" Aaron opened his suitcase and pulled out a piece of paper, placing it in front of me. I read, "You attack us with impunity in Syria and Iraq from the air, like cowards. And now we attack you man to man. Our reach is long and our patience is infinite. This man is not the first to die, and it will not be the last, little Satan. Tell the great Satan they are next." I passed it to Jennifer and said, "No idea what that is." "Did you think I did? I can't help with that." Shoshana said,
"No, we already know what it is. It was on the body of Gideon Cohen, but the police have kept it quiet."
Gideon Cohen? Why do I know that name? And it clicked. He was the guy who had bailed Jennifer and me out of an Israeli jail after we'd stopped a terrorist attack, and was also... Like fog dissipating under the sun, it became clear. Gideon Cohen was the only person on Earth who had believed in Shoshana, the one man who'd ignored her past and put her on Aaron's team. And Aaron had nurtured her back to the world of the living, until she'd become a ferocious force of nature. I said, "He's dead?" Shoshana's eyes flashed.
"Yes, he's dead, and this letter on his body proves it wasn't an accident."
I shook my head, saying, "I have no idea what you're talking about. Accident?" Aaron gave me the background on the killing, then said, "There will be more. We want to stop it." At a loss, I said, "Okay, I'm not sure why I'm here. You want me to leverage task force assets to do some digging?" Shoshana said,
"No, I want you to help us. I want you to come with me to solve this problem before they kill again."
I looked at Jennifer, then said, "I'm getting married in a week. Are you serious? I have no idea about any of this. Use some Mossad assets." Shoshana scoffed and said,
"They won't help. They think they've been penetrated, and they probably have been. They gave this to us because if we fail, they can burn us at the stake, but I will not fail."
She got into my face, and I saw the full fury of her pain.
"I will find who killed Gideon, but this fight is more than that. It's biblical. The man who did it wants a prophecy. I can feel it."
I looked at her like she was crazy, which, of course, she was, and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Aaron glanced at Shoshana, and she backed off, taking a seat. He spoke, breaking the tension. "Pike, we were given this mission, and the note is clear. Americans are going to be killed as well. What we don't know is why or who's doing the killing. We would like your help." I stood up, doing a circle. Then, walking to the window, I said, "What the hell do you want from me? How can I help? You've got the whole Mossad to help. What can I do?" I turned back around and said, "I'm getting married in a week." I saw Shoshana holding Jennifer's hand, the two connecting yet again. Jennifer hadn't said a word, but apparently she was all in. I said, "Are you serious? You're good with this?" Jennifer said,
"It's more than the death. It's like Kurt Hale all over again. She came when we called. We should do the same. He was her Kurt Hale."
"Jennifer, we're basically shut down because of the damn pandemic. We can't fly anywhere because we're Americans. Shit. You guys have had the best vaccine rollout on Earth. You can go anywhere. We're still catching up. Aaron said, But you've had the vaccine, both doses. Which was true, although I had no idea how he knew it. As task force members, we were at the front of the line, which is sort of shitty, given that teachers and grocery clerks should have gotten it before us. But it was true. I said, yeah, we have, but we still can't fly. America is still the COVID center of the universe. Nobody will let us into the country without official government diplomatic business, or some other official thing. Since we're the task force, everything we do is precisely not to show a government footprint. Grolier Recovery Services cannot travel. Shoshana went to her suitcase and said,
You are right. Israel has done a good job with the vaccine, and because of it, we're allowed to fly anywhere.
She rummaged around for a moment, then pulled out a package. She opened it and laid it in front of me. Passports. From Israel. She said,
I need help here. And when I was given the mission, I didn't hesitate on who I wanted. I want you, Nephilim, and your team.
I ignored her use of my given name and opened one, seeing my face. I was astounded at the level of work that had already been done, and was also a little flattered. You're going to have me help you as an Israeli citizen? She said,
Yes. If that will get you in, if you will commit.
I smiled and said, Who else? Did Jennifer get one?
Of course she did, along with Knuckles and Brett.
Knuckles I understood, but Brett was a little strange. I said, How did you get a passport for a black man? There aren't any black men in Israel. At least not citizens. Aaron laughed and said, You're wrong. We rescued thousands of Ethiopian Jews in Operation Brothers in the 80s. You're just like everyone else, full of misconceptions about Israel. Chagrined, I said, Okay, but if I have those misconceptions, so will anyone else who looks at this passport. And one crack, we're done. Shoshana said,
I want Brett. I know him. He is a killer, but also a man who doesn't kill. He comes. He is necessary.
I was surprised at her vehemence, but absolutely couldn't argue with that. Brett was one of the finest operators I'd ever served with, and if they thought he'd work, I wasn't going to bitch. I realized I was actually beginning to think about doing this crazy thing. I stopped myself and said, Look, this is obviously taking some work, but what are we going to do? I mean, really? All you have is a letter, and the guy that killed Gideon is splattered on the pavement. What's the mission? Shoshana said,
The mission is to find out who's behind this. It isn't Kataib Hezbollah. It's someone else. And they're going to start killing Americans too. I think they want to initiate a prophecy. They want war.
I fell into a chair saying, You keep saying that. What do you mean? What prophecy? This is just a murder. She said,
Right up until the murder causes a war.
Aaron saw she was losing me and stepped in, saying, Look, forget about Shoshana's talk of prophecies. She glared at him, but he continued saying, The bottom line is we want to find out who's doing the killings, that's all. Everyone in Israel thinks it's Iran. Some in the Mossad don't. Will you help? I rubbed my head thinking, then said, You know, I'm going to have to tell Wolf, right? I can't just jet out of here with Israeli passports and start ripping scabs on the European continent, right? We would prefer it if you didn't do that until the first American is killed, which will happen soon. So you want me, us, to fly out of here without a word, then say something after the fact? If an American is killed? Yes, it's going to happen. And, as you've told me before, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. The task force can't even move between countries right now because of COVID. We can. Use that now. My head spinning at the implications, I said, Why? Why should I do that? Shoshana bent down in front of my chair and said,
Because I'm asking, Nephilim. Nothing more. Because I'm asking.
She knew that was the chink in my armor, the weight of my soul. I couldn't turn down my family, and she was a part of it. The television blared a news story about some death in Paris, and Shoshana whipped her head to the screen. I followed, seeing that an Israeli diplomat had been killed. The name appeared on the screen, and Shoshana hissed. She turned to Aaron, saying,
It's coming. This is it.
I said, What? He ignored me, leaning forward and listening. When the story was over, he said, "That man wasn't a diplomat. He was Shin Bet. That killing wasn't random." He turned back to me and said, "This is real, and it's happening right now. Your country is next. I promise. Help us." I looked at Jennifer, wanting some advice. Shoshana followed my gaze. Jennifer ignored her, looking at me. She nodded her head and said,
"I don't know if what they're saying is true or not, but we go, because she's asking. We asked her once before, and she came without any conditions. She saved both my life and yours, only because we asked. We should do the same."
I sagged in my seat and said, "Damn it. Now I've got to talk everyone else into this bullshit." Shoshana sat down next to me. She said,
"No, you don't. They'll follow you because you ask, Nephilim, just as I do. All you need to do is ask."
I sputtered for a moment, floundering at the words but knowing what she said was true. I said, "This had better be worth it." She said,
"Saving lives is always worth it."
Chapter 9. Sitting on a Vespa scooter, Raphael saw the convertible coupe pass his position, winding now at slow speed on the Amalfi Coast Road. He raised the phone and said, Danny, this is Ralph. Target just passed my location." Sitting on a larger motorcycle around a curve of a switchback, Donatello's voice reflected the adrenaline he was feeling.
"Roger that, we're set. What's the traffic status?"
"You're clear. He's a singleton. Light traffic and they're running slow."
Donatello turned to Michelangelo sitting behind him on the motorcycle and said,
"You ready? We got about a minute."
Michelangelo rummaged in a backpack, pulled out what looked like a section of metal pipe with two magnets attached, and flicked a rocker switch on the side, saying,
"Yeah, I'm ready. Just get me close to the rear axle."
Donatello nodded, then returned to scanning the road. Stationed on a small cutout off of Via Esterna Chiunzi, the two-lane blacktop snaking through the mountains to the Amalfi Coast, they'd picked a specific bit of terrain for the hit. For the most part, the road from Rome to the Amalfi Coast was a straight shot, but once it began to wind out of the mountains, it was a spaghetti mess of switchbacks, the lane a sheer cliff on one side and a wall of granite on the other, the turns causing all traffic to slow down to safely navigate the terrain, and also giving his hit team the ability to kill the target before another car appeared. This would be the first attack executed by the Turtles, but it needed to be blamed on others, namely Kataib Hezbollah. To that end, they'd decided to use the same method that the Mossad employed in Iran, where they'd hunted the nuclear scientists one by one. Over the last decade, Iran had endured a spate of their scientists being assassinated, the last killing happening in 2020 against the head of the entire nuclear program. Most were done with a magnetic mine slapped on the scientist's vehicle on the way to work. In the congested traffic of Tehran or other cities, it was a way to attack that allowed an instant getaway, slap on the bomb and immediately ride away. The Turtles had decided to do the same for this hit, not because they had no other way to get the man, but precisely to send a signal. A magnetic mine attached to the vehicle to disable it, then a couple of well-placed rounds to seal the deal. Once that was accomplished, they'd throw a note into the car, letting the world know that Kataib Hezbollah was on the hunt even here. Their target was Jeffrey Combine, the United States ambassador to the Holy See. A political appointee, he posed no real threat to anyone, but his position was a valuable signal that the Turtles wanted to send out to the world. Kataib Hezbollah's reach was global, and they were on a killing spree as revenge against Christendom's sanctions and targeted attacks. Obviously controlled and funded by Iran, the West needed to harshly confront the theocratic state. In so doing, confront Islam writ large. When Garrett had come up with the idea nearly a year ago, it was much grander in scope, involving not only Iran, but actors from the Sunni states in the Persian Gulf. Since that time, Israel had signed peace deals with multiple Sunni states, to include Bahrain, the UAE, and Sudan. Saudi Arabia was probably not too far behind, restricting his plan to Iran itself, but he still thought it would work. The United States was constantly rattling sabers against the mullahs, and Israel certainly had no love for the state. All he had to do was get a big enough spark going that they would retaliate. Garrett hoped to show that the attacks were in retaliation for the killing of the Quds Force commander, General Qasem Soleimani, and the murders would continue unabated unless action was taken. Only by confronting Iran, with Islam in the crosshairs, would the killing stop, and in so doing, fulfill the prophecy of the Bible for the second coming of Christ. In his heart, Michelangelo wondered if Garrett understood the levers he was pulling, but fully believed in the mission he was executing. In his own country, he had seen the cleavage of religion unleash a spasm of violence unseen since World War II. In Syria, he had seen the cleavage turn medieval, and because of it, he'd become convinced, like the other turtles, that the only way to achieve true peace on earth was to eradicate Muslim influence on the world stage, and that would only come by fulfilling the prophecies of the Bible. In his mind, Christianity alone had shown a level tolerance that facilitated goodwill the world over, unlike Islam. They had done nothing but slaughter, even against their own people. Their false god had brought only pain and misery to the world, and the way to combat it was the return of the one true God's Son. After what he'd seen in Syria, he believed that to the core of his being. If he'd been forced to face the truth of Catholic Croats and Orthodox Christian Serbs who had horrifically massacred the Muslims in his homeland, he would have come up with a reason why that was just. The facts no longer mattered, only his faith did. He didn't hate Muslims per se, but he fully believed they were bringing about the collapse of civilized society. One only had to look at the atrocities in Syria to see that. Burning a Jordanian pilot alive? Who does that? In his mind, not a Christian, that's for sure. He was too young to have lived through the atrocities of the battery factory in Srebrenica, where upwards of 8,000 Muslims were slaughtered solely because of their religion, running through the woods like rabbits as the Christians hunted them down one by one, burying them in mass graves. Even if he had known, he would have found a way to justify it. There was only one right way, and it was to be found in the Bible. He and the rest of the turtles believed wholeheartedly in the end-of-days prophecy that the Bible dictated. In order to end the suffering around the world, the second coming of Christ needed to happen, and he believed the only way that would occur was by building the third temple on the Dome of the Rock in the heart of Jerusalem. But that couldn't happen because the Islamic Waqf of Jordan controlled the territory. After Israel seized Jerusalem in the Six-Day War, many in Christendom thought the final Bible prophecies were coming true, but the government of Israel allowed the Islamic Waqf to maintain control of the most sacred sites, refusing to allow the building of the temple on what was now a religious icon for the Muslim faith. That needed to change. If a temple was to be built, Israel needed to assume control of the area. And the only way to do that was to force a confrontation that both religions clearly wanted, but heretofore had been afraid to wage. A push was needed to force the issue, and so he was stationed on a small cutout for a highway that looked like a spaghetti noodle draped on the earth, waiting on the arrival of a poor political appointee from North Carolina, solely to kill him. Rauf said, "I'm behind him, and he's driving slow, taking his time. Roger all, we're ready. Give us a time hack at 30 seconds. The spit of gravel they were on was still in the mountains, right before the highway began dropping to the valley and coast below. Full of switchbacks, it held incredible views, and as such was frequently traveled for them alone. But it was also the perfect place for the magnetic mine. They could cut him off from all other traffic simply because of the winding nature of the road. Michelangelo saw 3 cars pass by his position, all driving slowly because of the serpentine nature of the blacktop. He heard, 30 seconds, and started the motorcycle. He saw an Alfa Romeo Spider convertible pass his location, a man driving with a woman in the passenger seat. Right behind it was a Vespa scooter, trying mightily to keep up. The scooter pulled into the cutout, and Mikey saw Rauf flipping up the visor on his helmet. Mikey nodded and pulled out into the lane. The scooter followed, now driving much slower to clog any traffic that appeared behind them. Mikey caught up to the convertible around a blind curve, now right behind it. He waited until they crested another switchback, then goosed the engine, pulling abreast of the car. The man behind the wheel looked at him in confusion, wondering why he was trying to pass on a section of road that was potentially suicidal. But Michelangelo wasn't trying to pass. He slowed next to the rear axle and behind him. Donnie pulled a strip of paper off from the top of his pipe like he was loading a new toner cartridge in a laser printer, flicked the rocker switch one more level, then slapped the magnetic mine right above the rear tire. Mikey laid off the gas and let the car continue forward. Mikey saw the next hairpin turn growing closer, the 4-foot rock wall along the side the only protection from falling into the valley below. The mine should go off before the turn, forcing the target to the side of the road. Inexplicably, the Alfa Romeo sped up, racing wildly into the turn too fast by far. Mikey saw the driver's eyes in the rearview mirror, staring at him with fear on his face. Not good, not good. The driver powered into the turn like he was auditioning for a movie, the car skidding through the curve with the rear end breaking contact with the pavement. And then the mine went off, shattering the rear axle just as the vehicle began to straighten out. The rear end of the vehicle bounced against the sheer rock wall of the mountain. Then the vehicle ricocheted to the small barrier protecting the drivers from the drop below. Mikey saw the driver's face, a look of terror, his mouth screaming, just as it hit the wall sideways. It flipped over the stone and turned upside down. The woman flung out of the vehicle in midair, the man held in place by his seatbelt and the steering wheel. Mikey went through the curve and pulled over next to the shattered brick of the wall. He ripped off his helmet, looking at the burning wreckage far below, seeing the woman's body broken open on a ledge halfway down. He shook his head and said, "What the fuck? What do we do now?" Donnie said, "Get the hell out of here." "What about the letter?" "We can't leave the letter. It'll look like he was just a drunk. They won't even find the explosive damage in that mess." "Nothing we can do about that now. Keep going. Get out of the blast radius. This mission is done." Chapter 10. Leah Viro showed her badge at the door to the trailer and said, "Is it messy?" The carabinieri at the entrance said, "Not like the other one. It's pretty clean, although the place is a mess. Pretty sure COVID would get its ass kicked in here fighting the other diseases. Might want to wear some gloves." She smiled and raised her hands, encased in thin latex. "Always." She entered to find a photographer she knew snapping pictures of the scene, along with an investigator already there and a coroner's assistant she didn't know examining the body. She said, "Hey, Jonathan, what do we have?" Jonathan was nothing more than a recorder of events. He had no official stance as an investigator, but because of his job, Leah had found that he noticed things, saw connections through his lens. "My opinion? It's the same guy." The investigator scoffed, aggravated at her appearance. He was much more experienced than Leah at murder scenes, and he clearly didn't like her presence, especially since she was in charge of the investigation. She was an impediment to his work, nothing more than a social experiment to prove that Italy was diverse. She ignored him, looking at the dead body on the mattress, lying flat with her panties still on, but her half-shirt raised to expose a single breast. She said, "Why do you say that? The first had her throat cut, spraying blood all over the place. The second died from blunt force trauma. And this one?" The coroner looked up and said, "Strangulation. Whoever it was choked her to death with his hands." He went back to work, and Leah said, "So why, Jonathan? What do you see?" The investigator said, "Why are you asking him? All he does is take pictures." Jonathan snapped a photo, then let it fall to his waist on its sling. He glanced at the investigator, not wanting to pretend what he was not, then said, "I don't know. They just look the same, despite the manner of death. No penetration, no sex assault, just a dead body. Who kills a prostitute without raping her? If that's what they want to do, they go through with it. This one still has her underwear on. We have 3 dead prostitutes and none of them have been penetrated." Leah looked at the coroner's assistant and he said, "I can't confirm until I get her back to the lab. But from what I can see, he's right.
No penetration, just a dead body. Like the guy came in to kill her.
What the hell?
Leah said, So, we have a man or woman killing prostitutes for a purpose. He finds them and then kills them outright. Sex isn't the issue. The occupation is. He or she doesn't like the chosen profession and is now sending a signal?
The investigator scoffed, saying, That's obvious.
The coroner's assistant said, I don't think so. The first death was incredibly violent. It was done in a rage. He didn't go in there to kill her. He ended up killing her. This one is the same. Whoever is doing the killing starts out wanting the woman and then erupts. This woman was strangled to death with bare hands. The other one was beaten to death with a lamp. Nobody plans to do that. That's a reaction. Why? I have no idea, but I don't think this guy is out killing prostitutes because he hates prostitutes. He hates something within himself, and then he kills to relieve the pain.
He raised the woman's head, the eyes half-lidded, rigor mortis not set. He pointed at her neck, where the purple bruises were evident. He said, Nobody plans to kill someone and then does it with their bare hands. If he hated prostitutes, why not show up with a knife?
The investigator said, He did on the first one. No, he didn't. He used her own X-Acto knife to kill her. He didn't show up to kill, he just snapped. The second one was done with a lamp.
Leah heard the words and thought, So I have my own Zodiac killer, great. She said,
Is there anything we can use here, right now? Or is it like the other ones, devoid of evidence?
The coroner smiled and said,
Yes, he kissed her after she was dead, right on the cheek.
Now interested, she said,
How do you know?
I have saliva on the cheek. I can't see how it would have gotten there before she died. It's pronounced and against her nose. It's an awkward location. Nobody would have done that if the person was alive. I could be wrong, but I think he kissed her after he killed her.
Can you get DNA off of it?
I think so. It's not a guarantee, but I think I can.
Do it.
This asshole thinks he's smarter than us, but he's not. The coroner said, This guy is twisted. Something is wrong in his head. He's not hiding. And he's not going to stop.
Leah went around the room, cataloging everything in her mind, trying to find connections with the previous deaths. The investigator said, You going to do anything besides stand and look? She turned to him and said,
Do you have a problem with me?
He shook his head and said, No, I have a problem with you being in charge. You don't have the experience for this work. She ignored him, seeing a MiFi device taped to the window. She said,
What's that?
The investigator said, Internet connection through the cell network. They don't have Wi-Fi here, so she paid for her own. Intrigued, she said,
Is it still on?
Dismissive, he said, Yeah, but it's just a Wi-Fi connection. It doesn't show anything. It's just a pass-through for her to show porn. They all do it. You'd know that if you worked this area.
Does it show who's connected to it? Did she have to give him permission to access it?
The investigator, examining the carpet next to the mattress, realized where she was headed and stood up, looked at her and said, Yeah, she would have to do that.
Does it have a memory of people she's given access to?
Now animated, he pulled it off the window and said, Yeah, it would have that. He scrolled through the last attachments to the Wi-Fi and saw a MAC address. He said, This is the guy. It was registered last night. He was on this Wi-Fi. He laid it on the table, his face showing a new appreciation, writing down the MAC in a notebook. When he was done, he stuck out his hand and said, I'm Franco Rossi. Sorry if I was rude. When she'd entered the room, she'd felt his disdain, as she had from the other men investigators in the past. She really didn't want to get into a shoving match over who was in charge, because she was in charge. As before, she'd let her abilities do the persuading. She'd found out early on that she had a knack for this, and all she had to do was show it. Sometimes it created a situation where someone else felt threatened, but most of the time, like now, it caused the men to realize she was special. She was in charge because she was better at this than they were, regardless of her time in service. She smiled and accepted his latent apology, shaking his hand. She said,
"Is it a cell number?"
He began scrolling through the history of the device, saying, "No, it's the MAC address for the phone, tablet, or computer he used. A unique identifier for the device. It's a number that registers every time you attach to a Wi-Fi node." She said,
"Can we get a cell number from the MAC, or trace that by itself?"
"No. It's not like a cell number that interfaces with the network. Its trace ends here at the sign-on to the MiFi. But that number is a unique address to whoever killed her. If we get his phone or whatever he used, we can prove he was here." She liked the "we" part of that. Franco was now on board, and like many endeavors involving teamwork, the sum of the parts was greater than the whole. They would find this man. All they had to do was keep digging. She only prayed that they'd locate him before he killed again. Franco said, "Whoa, whoever has that MAC just signed on again. He's live." Leah came over and saw the device registered one active user.
"It's the same MAC."
"Yeah. My bet is the guy lives near here, and his phone automatically connected when he went to a window or something. Like when you enter a Starbucks you've been in before. He doesn't realize it's connected." Leah thought for a moment, then said,
"No. We're in a trailer next to a park. The closest living spaces are blocks away. There's no way it's someone staying nearby. That thing doesn't have the power."
Franco said, "So the device is in here somewhere, left behind."
"But you just said you saw it appear. If it was left behind, it would have been connected when we entered."
She turned in a circle going through the problem set, then said,
"I think you're right. He's here, close by, but doesn't know it's connected."
"Why?"
"He's come back to see the murder, to watch us work."
Sitting in his car across the street, Garrett watched Leah exit the trailer, seeing a lanyard with a badge on her neck. The same woman at the last murder scene. He assumed he had made mistakes and that the woman was going to find connections between the killings, something he needed to short-circuit. Not for the long term, because his plan was in motion, and if he died after it succeeded, it wouldn't matter. He would be in heaven with the Holy Father, but he couldn't afford to have her interfere with the plan. Maybe he'd disrupt whatever theory she'd created, kill her like he had the others. That would really cause a reassessment on their part, make it look like the others, only it wouldn't be a prostitute. Something to think about. He studied her, going through the problem, then realized she was looking at the line of cars on the street where he'd parked, as if she knew he was close and was searching. How could she know? Unnerved, he put the car in reverse, did a 3-point turn, and drove away without passing her. Chapter 11. The flight to Switzerland was about 9 hours, which meant almost a full workday of Shoshana sniping at me about telling George Wolfe what we were doing. I saw her glowering after takeoff, and I'd opted to go to sleep, telling Jennifer to keep an eye out, because I wasn't sure of Shoshana's intentions. Jennifer punched my arm and said,
"Come on, don't be mean. You did say you wouldn't tell Wolfe."
That was before the U.S. ambassador to the Holy See was killed. She ignored my request to act as my guardian angel and snuggled into my shoulder to fall asleep herself. I closed my eyes, waited a bit, then cracked them open. Sitting across from me in the plush leather chair of the Gulfstream aircraft was Shoshana, the dark angel, still scowling at me. I pretended not to notice and tried to go to sleep, wondering if she was going to do something while I was out. I didn't really think that, but a part of me did. She'd come close to killing me a few times already, and I hadn't realized how my interactions with George Wolfe would set her off. I still wasn't sure if it was what I discussed, or just the fact that I had discussed it after telling her I wouldn't. Eventually, I'd fallen asleep, and 7 hours later had awakened, groggily rubbing my eyes. When I opened them, she was still awake, and still glowering. I looked to her left, seeing Aaron racked out next to the window, then shifted in my seat slightly, not wanting to wake up Jennifer. I'd learned early in my military career that you never knew when you'd get sleep, so you had better take it while you could. Seeing no help around the aircraft, I said, "You're still mad at me." She said,
"I told you not to say anything, especially about the Israeli passports."
Shoshana, I had to tell him. If it was just me and Jennifer, I could make it up. But you wanted Knuckles and Brett. I can't take my team on a mission using Israeli passports without letting him know. Come on. We're acting like spies now, and the task force has some level of risk involved just by our presence. She scoffed and said,
There is no risk. This isn't an Omega operation as you Americans like to talk about. It's Alpha.
Aaron and Shoshana had conducted a few different operations with us in the past, as unofficial help, and she'd learned our lingo. The task force teams had levels of operational permission based on the Greek alphabet, with Alpha being the introduction of forces to explore a potential problem, running down to Omega, when we were given execute authority to eliminate the threat. I said, I hear you. But you have to admit that the ambassador's death was strange, right after you told me they'd attack us as well as you.
He ran off a road on the Amalfi Coast. No claim of responsibility.
You don't think that's part of this? The car had signs of an explosive device on the rear axle.
The car had signs of explosives because it exploded.
You believe that? She sagged back in her seat and said,
No, I don't. It's strange. But it fits with what we were told to find. Something else is going on here. Whoever it is wants Kataib Hezbollah to get blamed. But they didn't have the chance to blame them.
But the guy who killed the Ramsad was Kataib Hezbollah, right? That's why we're in the air to Switzerland.
Yes. Yes and no.
What's that mean?
I don't know. That's why we're flying to Switzerland. But you still shouldn't have told the United States government that we've given you the ability to help us by using Israeli passports.
I didn't tell the government. I told George Wolf. We're good. Look, if I hadn't disclosed what was going on, we'd be flying in coach on a commercial flight. Now we're riding in style on the Rockstar Bird to a small airport an hour and a half away from Zurich. You'd rather be crammed next to a toilet on a commercial flight? The aircraft we were flying was a Gulfstream 650, something that rock stars take when traveling on a tour. In Nickelback's version, it was a big black jet with a bedroom in it, gonna join the Mile High Club at 37,000 feet. I still hadn't done that, but mainly because our aircraft was a little bit different. Paid through about 100 different cutouts and shell companies, it was ostensibly leased to Grolier Recovery Services. But I still had to get George Wolf's permission to use it. Instead of a bedroom, it had a complete arsenal built into the frame in hidden compartments, everything from surveillance systems to weapons. Something we might need soon, no matter what Shoshana thought of the mission. I waited, and she finally said,
Okay, this is a good thing. But you still shouldn't have done it, you promised.
I knew at that point the argument was over, and she was going to let it go, although she had no idea how hard it had been to get this ball moving. After breakfast, I'd had Jennifer take Aaron and Shoshana on a touristy Charleston carriage ride, and had pulled aside George, Brett, and Knuckles. During the night, the death of the ambassador had made the news, which gave me some leverage. I'd explained everything to Wolf, saying I wanted to take Knuckles and Brett with me to explore it, because there was a threat working, and it was going to be against American as well as Israeli interests. He'd asked if it was Iran, and if so, why hadn't Israel said anything to the U.S. intelligence community, especially since there had been no reporting on a Kataib-Hezbollah connection to any of the deaths. At that point, I was treading on dangerous ground with Shoshana's information, because they weren't sure of the provenance of the Kataib-Hezbollah linkages. A select few power brokers in the Mossad wanted to keep the linkages secret until they were sure, which I could tell was grating on Wolf's good nature. How am I hearing about this at a wedding rehearsal from a subordinate team leader? They actually gave you a cover without even asking about the help with the task force? What the hell happened to coordination between the intelligence agencies? Wolf was an old-school paramilitary officer from the CIA who had done more clandestine operations than Hollywood could ever produce. And he didn't like being the last to know. He especially didn't like the subterfuge the Israeli team had used. I held up my hands and said, that coordination is coming, I'm sure. You saw the diplomat killed in a mugging in Paris. Yeah, what about it? He was Shin Bet, and Kataib Hezbollah claimed credit for it, but Israel has kept that under wraps. From what Aaron and Shoshana have told me, The Knesset is split right now, but the forces for attacking Iran are growing, trust me. They'll come to the U.S. for help soon. You'll be hearing all about it. Right now, they're trying to figure out what to do. So why you? Why are you going with Aaron and Shoshana? There are some power brokers in the Mossad that think this is a false flag, that someone else is driving the killings. And they aren't Kataib Hezbollah. They think someone wants a war and has somehow co-opted that militia for the killings. That's why Aaron and Shoshana were chosen, off the books, away from Mossad headquarters. They don't have to report to any politicians. They want us to see what we can find before this leaks, which it eventually will. Once it blows up in the news, the war drums will start beating. That off-the-books thing works both ways. They'll cut you free in a heartbeat. You get found out, and you're now not an American spy, but an Israeli one, while being disavowed by both states. Well, Lord knows, I've been in the if you get caught, you're on your own territory before. That's not an issue, it's just alpha. We're only going to do surveillance work, and I think it's worth exploring. It sounds like an Israeli problem. Until it becomes an American one, they continue killing diplomats with an Iranian fingerprint, and it will become overwhelming for both of us. I'm talking biblical times overwhelming. If Israel goes to war with Iran, Iran will launch whatever they have to protect their regime, especially if Tehran had nothing to do with it, and Israel will retaliate. Left unsaid was that Israel had a nuclear arsenal. I could see him thinking about it and drove home the last bit I had. The note said that the great Satan would also reap the whirlwind, and now we've lost the American ambassador to the Holy See. He died in a car crash. Did he? I mean, did he crash all by himself? Nobody's claimed credit for killing him. Maybe because he wasn't supposed to go over a cliff. Maybe he was supposed to be killed on the road, and his hit got screwed up. They'd still claim credit. Maybe. I get it, screwy. That's why we're going. He thought about it for a few seconds, then looked at Knuckles and Brett, saying, "You guys are good with this?" Brett said, "Hell yes, sir. We've been sitting on our ass for close to a year because of the pandemic. At this point, I'd be okay going if you told me I was going to get arrested upon landing." Wolf turned to me and said, "What about Amina?" "Veep and Kylie are already at my house. They can stay with her." Wolf sighed and said, "So, you've got it all figured out. I was wondering why there was a week gap between a wedding rehearsal and the real wedding. Tell me you didn't set all this up in advance and ambush me." I'd laughed and said, "No, sir, not at all. That week thing was Jennifer's idea, to get you guys some vacation time, that's all. I swear, I was as surprised as you when Shoshana broached it." He'd said, "You'll be back for the wedding? 1 week?" I grinned. "Yes, sir, promise. You'll get no task force help on this. Don't be calling my office for reach-back hacking support or analytical help. You're on your own here. I get it. Right up until they start killing Americans, right?" He nodded and said, "Yeah, that would change the equation, which is why I'm allowing this buffoonery to go." Understood. But I was thinking about the Rockstar bird, since it's leased to Grolier Recovery Services anyway, and sitting here in Charleston, so I can get home rapidly for the wedding. He shook his head, but had agreed. A tacit admission that he thought I could potentially do some good. Chapter 12. Garrett tossed another newspaper on the desk and said, "What the fuck? Why isn't anyone talking about Iran? Every report is that each death is some individual event. It's barely making the front page. The damn killing of the ambassador to the Holy See is already off the news cycle. And unless you're in Paris, nobody's talking about the death of the Shin Bet agent. Even in Paris, it's a back and forth about getting rid of refugees, not an assassination by Kataib Hezbollah." Michelangelo said, "I know. Nobody's talking about the evidence. It's like it's been hidden." "That's not going to work for us," said Garrett. "We need the press on this, building up the tension. So when we do the final hit in Israel, it's a tripwire. We need all the hawks to be actively talking about attacking Iran, making their case. What we have right now is the usual blustering because of rocket attacks in Iraq and the smuggling of weapons into Syria." Leonardo said, "Surely someone's talking about it. I mean, in the CIA and Mossad, they have to know and have to be discussing it." "They might be,
but that's not going to cut it.
Raphael said,
It'll leak. It always does. Sooner or later, someone's going to leak the connection.
Garrett glared and said, There is no connection to the ambassador. He's categorized as an accidental death.
Raphael shifted in his seat, saying nothing.
Michelangelo said,
That wasn't our fault. We couldn't predict he would go full speed into the wall.
Garrett waved his hand, saying,
I know, but it's frustrating. How are we looking in Bahrain?
Did we transfer the funds to Qasim?
Not yet. He hasn't passed the new account information. I think he's laying low after the Ramsad hit.
I thought they had to have that money for the target in Bahrain.
That's what he said. That hit is supposed to be in 2 days. Either they need the money or they don't.
Leonardo said, I'll contact him again. Ask what the situation is, but honestly, without the money, I don't think the target will be hit in 2 days.
Garrett thought for a moment, then said, I agree. We're not sending him any more money. We'll take it to Bahrain ourselves. He turned to Donatello and said, You'll go. I want our eyes on this to make sure that hit happens like we want. This has to make the news. Taken aback, Donatello said,
How am I going to do that? I'm a Croatian Catholic.
You speak Bosnian, right? Spent some time in Tuzla?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Sure it does. Tell them you're a Bosniak, a Muslim wanting to help with the cause. They won't know the difference.
Except I don't know the religion.
You know it well enough, and Iran has been funding the Bosniaks for years. It fits. They'll believe you if you tell them the Quds Force trained you. Any discrepancies between your version of Islam and theirs, just blame on how it works in Bosnia. They won't know any better. Hell, when I was there with the Special Forces, they all drank alcohol.
Donatello slowly nodded, then said,
How on earth will I meet them? I have nothing.
Garrett turned to Leonardo and said, Contact Qasim and tell him we're taking the money directly to the team in Bahrain. Get the contact information from him and have him set up the meeting. Leonardo said,
I don't think he has any operational knowledge of the plan. He's just the money conduit.
Well, he has to pass the money to them somehow. So they have contact. Just have him establish the link-up.
He nodded, and Garrett continued, turning back to Donatello.
That hit has to make the news with an Iran link. Take a look at their plan and help them where you can. Don't let them do anything stupid. Use your skill.
Nodding, liking the fact that he had been chosen, and now getting into the mission, Donatello said,
No issues. I can do that.
Garrett tapped his finger on the desk, then said,
Michelangelo, I want you to go to Zurich immediately. Wait until Qasim has given us the link-up information. Then take him out.
Michelangelo said,
Kill him?
Garrett laughed and said,
No, I meant take him out to dinner. Yes, kill him. They're going to find those Kataib Hezbollah cells eventually, and that will lead them to him. He's the only link between the militia and us.
He's been good to us, are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. That bastard caused me to get captured in Syria. He's been good on this mission, but he deserves some retribution. Once Bahrain is in motion, we no longer need him.
All of the turtles knew the torture Garrett had suffered in Syria, and the rage that had come out of it. In truth, they felt a little survivor's guilt that they hadn't been captured as well.
Michelangelo said, Can I get a visa that quickly? I'm from Croatia. Use the Knights of Malta passport. It's valid for travel to Switzerland without a visa. In fact, use one of the diplomatic passports. It'll allow you to take a weapon without going through customs. Just make sure you only contact us through Zello. No cell calls whatsoever. If you can, put the phone on airplane mode and only use Wi-Fi. And be sure your geolocation feature is on. I want to be able to keep track.
Scribbling furiously in a notebook, Michelangelo finally looked up and nodded, but said nothing, like the rest of the turtles. With a rubber band around both index fingers, Garrett rotated his hands around each other, his eyes looking at the ceiling, lost in thought. Finally he said,
I'm not sure the Bahrain hit will be enough. We need more press reporting, more splash. The hit in Israel is in 5 days, and that has to trigger the war.
Michelangelo said,
What are you thinking? I'm thinking we need another killing. We haven't contracted for that. We don't have a Kataib team anywhere that we can leverage, and if we kill the contact, we most certainly won't. That's fine. I'm talking about when we can execute. When we can make sure makes the news with a link to Kataib Hezbollah. Who are you thinking of? I don't know. You guys figure it out. Do some research. Who can we kill that will make us splash? Maybe someone that we can link to the dead ambassador. Get them talking about both killings. He stood, letting them know the meeting was over. He said, "You two find a target while Michelangelo is in Zurich. But whatever you do, make it spectacular. Something the press can't ignore."
Chapter 13. We began our final approach to a business airport called Payerne, a little under 2 hours outside of Zurich, and I continued to calm Shoshana about the leaking of the mission to Wolf. I had to at least tell him I was traveling overseas. I mean, really. What was I going to say when he showed up to my house for dinner tonight and I wasn't there? Still miffed, she said,
"This aircraft is great and I appreciate it. But you really shouldn't have told him about the passports. You should have just come with me. He will be mad that he wasn't informed by Israeli intelligence of the information I passed to you."
Which, of course, is exactly what had happened, but I wasn't going to tell her that. I said he was okay with it. Not good, but okay. But I do have to ask why you guys haven't engaged our intelligence systems.
I don't know. But if I were to guess, it's because they're fighting about it right now, and my side of the equation wants evidence before we go off with our knives out.
Good, because that's exactly what I told him to make him feel better. She finally smiled and said,
"So you play games like we do."
"Not a game. I just wanted to defuse the situation, and it seemed logical. Unlike you guys, you have 2 dead and no mention on the news that some Iraqi militia is claiming credit. One is a tragic paragliding accident, the other is a random mugging, and yet nobody in official circles in Paris and Switzerland seems to know that. Don't tell me about games." She said,
"We're doing that for a reason. It's the people who hired me. Some in my country are always spoiling for a fight, trust me. After the death of the Shin Bet head of European Protective Services, they're building up steam. They want to send a message to Iran, and not like the Wrath of God teams. They want to eliminate Iran completely. The only thing holding them back is the fact that we kept the claims of the killing secret. If that hit the news, there would be overwhelming pressure to respond, and that response would require an escalation, when we don't know if what's happening is what it appears."
I said, "You're not worried they'll just leak it?"
"Somewhat, but if they did, it would be treasonous. Right now, that will hold them in check."
I nodded and said, "What do we have to work with in Zurich? Why didn't we go to Paris? Seems like that would be more logical, given the active-duty nature of the target."
"Paris is being handled by Shin Bet. It's a firestorm. We can't get anything done there. They control everything. The man that was murdered is responsible for the protection of all Israeli assets on the European continent. Trust me, we won't get anywhere with them."
So they were responsible for the security of the Ramsad as well? She heard the question, thought about it, then said,
"Yes, actually, that's correct. But because the head of the European service was killed, we'll have an easier time in Interlaken. They are getting their just due for allowing him to be killed, but the Shin Bet is consumed with the killing in Paris. We will have no interface with them."
I saw her face draw inward, thinking. Then she said,
"Nobody cares about a retired person, only the active ones."
I said, "Well, maybe we can change that, get some justice for him." She leaned forward and took my hand.
"That's why I wanted you, Nephilim. You and the team. You don't care about politics, only the truth, and I think this truth is going to be something people don't want to see."
As always, her gaze was disconcerting. I pulled my hand away and said, "Turn that shit off." She laughed and I said, "I'll help you with the truth, but only if it's the truth. Don't pull me into some Mossad political fight." She said,
"I don't do politics. You should know that by now."
And I did. In her earlier days, she'd been what's called a honey trap, where she'd entice a Palestinian terrorist into bed, so her hit team could kill him. She'd used her weird ability to read people and realized that the men she was setting up for the kill were innocent. And the man doing the killing wasn't working for Israeli security, but because of profit, black market profit. She'd turned him in, and he had been cut free. But she had still been cast aside as a someone who couldn't be trusted within the Mossad. She'd eventually landed on Aaron's team as an outcast. Aaron had recognized her talents and her frailty because of the way she'd been used. She definitely didn't do politics, but I knew how she felt about the dead Ramsad, and vengeance was a different story. We'd crossed paths on a separate mission with her original team leader, the one who forced her to sleep with innocent men so he could murder them. She'd pretty much stopped Europe from going into World War III, and as a return favor, I'd helped set up the team leader because he had been involved in the plot, and she'd slaughtered him. I leaned back and said, "So where do we go from here? What are we doing when we land?"
This fight is biblical, I can feel it. We're going to find the man who killed the Ramsad, but that's just a first step. He killed him for a reason, and it's prophecy.
I said, "Please stop that. Let's work with what we know, not some crazy theory about biblical prophecies. Is that okay?" She squinted at me, then said,
Okay. If you want me to start questioning your judgment, what are we going to do with the American pilots flying this plane? They don't have Schengen passports, and I don't understand why we didn't just fly straight to Zurich. It won't matter where we land. They'll still have problems.
The Schengen area in Europe was a no-border zone encompassing multiple countries where anyone living within it could travel freely, even in the time of COVID. Since the vaccine rollout and Israel's incredible response, they'd been included as free travelers as if they were on the Schengen list and didn't require a visa. Americans, unfortunately, while also not needing a visa, were required to quarantine for 14 days. I said, "No, you're wrong. Zurich would have raised a fuss because it's a central hub. The airport we've chosen won't, and beyond that, I don't want this aircraft anywhere near where we might operate. That's why we aren't flying into Zurich. The place we're going to has overnight accommodations, and it's pretty close to the target area. It's a clean break from us and the aircraft."
That still doesn't solve the problem of the pilots.
We all have negative PCR tests, and they'll have to quarantine at the airport. But that's not our problem, since we're Israeli. They'll let them in, and then let them stay. They just won't get to do the usual flyboy stuff. They sit until we call. She nodded and said,
So, we have task force help here?
I laughed and said, "No, we most definitely don't. At least until there is an American threat. What do you have? What are we going to do here?"
We have the location of the refugee sponsor of the paraglider. He's an older guy, an expat Syrian who fled the fighting. The killer stayed with him. The police have cleared him of any involvement, but they don't have the information we do. Because of it, they've determined the whole paragliding thing was an accident.
Even with the other guy being shot in the head? The paraglider who was originally supposed to take him up?
His case is being treated separately as a standalone murder. They don't want to hurt the recovering tourism industry. Israel didn't push, and they were happy to let it go.
So this graybeard is connected to the attack? Or just a guy that's now involved in something he has no idea about?
That's what we need to figure out, but he's connected. He's the conduit for the money, I'm sure. He'll have information.
The pilot rang the intercom, then said, "We're coming into final. Everyone needs to put on their seatbelts, thank you." Jennifer woke up, then leaned back into her seat, stretching like a cat. She saw me looking at Shoshana and said,
You guys make up?
Shoshana gave her a little wolf grin and said,
We were never in a fight. Pike knows better than that.
Jennifer leaned into me and said,
Told you this would work out.
I said, "Let's wait until we get on the ground before we say that. Anytime we do anything with Carrie, bodies seem to follow." Chapter 14. Qasim Khalid woke up to his phone bleeding out a tone. One that he recognized was from his sugar daddy, the man paying the bills. It was a Zello call, meaning the voice message would be saved to his history like a chat message. He thought about just letting it sit, but knew he couldn't. He groggily rolled over, picked up the phone, went to the saved history, and hit play. He heard, "Are you there? It's the Turtles. Answer the phone, because the money is in jeopardy." That woke him up. He slid over his bed in his grimy undershirt, put his feet on the floor, and initiated the Zello push-to-talk feature. End-to-end encrypted and running over the internet, he knew that nobody hunting him could hear what he was about to say. He clicked on a channel called Ninja Turtles and pressed the push-to-talk button, saying, "I'm here. I'm here. This is Leonardo, the one you met in Palmyra. You remember me?" He closed his eyes, trying to recall the time he'd brokered the penetration of Jabhat al-Nusra's area of Palmyra for the Knights of Malta. And he remembered. The man on the phone was the one that looked like Matt Damon. Blue eyes and lots of muscles. He said, "Of course. Yes. Are you sending the money?" "No. We're not sending any more money. We're going to take it to the men directly." Valiantly trying to clear the cobwebs in his head, Kasim said, "That's not how this works. I have the conduit for transfer. You give it to me, and I give it to them. That's what we agreed." "That's not happening this time. I need to meet them. I need contact information." "That's not what I do." Kasim heard the heat through the phone. "It's exactly what you do. You did it in Syria and we're good at it. You'll do it again now, or we'll cut off our arrangement." Kasim sagged on the bed and said, "I'm thinking we should do that anyway. There was a death here, and I've been roped into the investigation. An Israeli was killed by a man I let stay in my house. I want no part of that. I'll transfer money, but I don't want to be involved with what that money does." Kasim heard a chuckle over the phone then. "Are you serious here? We've paid you an enormous sum to help us, and we appreciate what you've done. But you can't just turn off the spigot because you feel the water is too hot. I need the connection in Bahrain." "How am I supposed to do that? All I do is transfer the money you give me. I've done everything you've wanted." "No, you haven't. In Syria, you took our cash and then had my boss captured. You owe more than money here. And if you want me to extract that payment, I will." Kasim rubbed his face, saying nothing. He heard, "You still there?" Yes, I'm still here. But I don't want to be involved in this. It's not my fault that things went bad in Syria." "You are involved, whether you like it or not. Just set up a meeting," Kasim said. "I can try, but I can't promise. All I can do is pass the information. Whether they want to hear it or not is another story." "That's all I'm asking. You tell them I'm coming with the money, and then tell me where to meet them, that's all." Kasim closed out the chat, stumbled to a chair and sat down thinking. This wasn't where he wanted to be. A dentist by trade, he'd built a lucrative business in Aleppo, catering to the high-class clients of the regime. Then the Arab Spring had exploded. He'd spent 7 months living hand-to-mouth, but was lucky that he was single, without having to worry about a family. Everyone else he knew was hunkered down eating the leftovers from dogs to survive. His first break happened when a client of the regime needed his teeth fixed, right in the middle of a war zone. He'd done so, and had been granted access to other clientele. The next thing he knew, he was treating patrons from all sides of the fight, from Al-Qaeda to ISIS, each patient an important figure in the war. Because of his connections and absolute neutrality, he began helping all sides with something other than dental work. The selling of fuel oil, the brokering of ransom demands, the slipping of gold out of the country, until he became a middleman for everyone. It reached the point where he'd become indispensable to all sides, a broker who could deal with any faction, which is when Garrett had met him. All the Knights of Malta wanted to do was provide medical services to the downtrodden in the mess of misery inside Syria, and Garrett knew they could do that with bullets or with dollars. He'd chosen dollars, and Kasim had paved the way, allowing the medical personnel to operate without fear of attack, brokering truces among the warring factions. It had worked out well, right up until Garrett had been captured. 6 years after that awful spell, Garrett had contacted him again, this time wanting to contact the leadership of Kataib Hezbollah, the militia from Iraq that was now growing its tentacles worldwide. He wasn't sure he could do it, because he no longer worked in that world. After Syria had devolved into a prehistoric mess of survival of the fittest, Qasim had taken his money and fled to Switzerland as a refugee, leaving behind all of the death and destruction. When Garrett had called, Qasim had first thought he was being set up to be killed, because he'd basically brokered the truce between the warring factions that had ultimately captured Garrett, leading to his horrendous torture. In effect, he'd taken Garrett's money, then not come through on his promises, leaving Garrett in the hands of the very men he was supposed to pay off. But it turned out that the money was real, and all Garrett really wanted was exactly what he said: contacts into the hierarchy of Kataib Hezbollah. He still had his black book, and while a lot of the numbers no longer existed, either because the owner had a new phone or had been obliterated in a drone strike, he'd managed to work his way up the ladder until he was speaking with the leadership, and Garrett's money had done the talking. The men he'd contacted thought he was representing the Iranian regime, and had taken the money as if he were a colonel in the Quds Force directing attacks against the Great Satan. He remembered when they'd actually come back to ask him for clearance to kill the man in Interlaken, and he'd been frozen in fear. All he did was pass the money. He knew Garrett was up to no good, using the funds to assassinate others, but Qasim was just a conduit, a middleman, that was all. He was just making a living. He wished he'd never answered the phone when Garrett had called, but he felt a level of guilt because of what had happened to him. Leonardo was correct in one respect. He did know how to contact the men in Bahrain. It just wouldn't be easy or fast. He opened his laptop and double-clicked on an application called S-Suite Pixel Security, a steganography program designed to hide data inside an otherwise innocuous file. In this case, a JPEG digital photo. It asked him for a carrier file, and he pulled one up, a JPEG of him in Switzerland posing down by the river. He loaded the file, then typed out a message in the chat window beneath it. When he was done, he hit encrypt, and the text message was buried in the ones and zeros of the picture. He looked at the picture, seeing himself happy on the banks of the flowing water. The promise of a life he believed he was earning when he fled Syria, a life he now realized he would never have. He downloaded the encrypted file to a thumb drive, and then, for the first time ever, he downloaded the original picture onto the same thumb drive. That was a tradecraft mistake, but not one he thought was catastrophic. The program he used wasn't complex, and wouldn't hide Word documents, Excel spreadsheets, or maps. It only allowed him to camouflage simple text messages that were typed into the program itself. But that was good enough. It wasn't like he was trying to coordinate operations using GPS data, and this program had a valuable simplicity. The only way to decrypt it was to have the original JPEG file, doing a reverse of what he'd just done. In effect, the picture itself was the password. Without it, the text was lost forever. Usually, he'd send the unencrypted JPEG first, then send the encrypted file later to break up the signature. But he didn't have the time for that now. He needed an answer without waiting a day between transmissions. It was a risk, but without the program, nobody would be able to decrypt the file. The only strange thing would be an email with two copies of the same pictures, one slightly larger than the other. He palmed the thumb drive, and then began his walk to the hotel across the river. In no way did he want his own computer to transmit the pictures over the shaky Wi-Fi of the apartment he rented. No telling who was watching that. Better to do it in an environment where anyone at all could access the computer. He put on his jacket, skipped down the stairs, and exited out onto the cloistered streets of Old Town Zurich, full of college students who refused to wear a mask and tourists who wouldn't go to the bathroom without one. It was the perfect place to blend in, an eclectic mix that allowed him to swim among the population without being seen. Except for the fact that he had a name, and that name was tied into the death of a member of the Mossad. Chapter 15. Sitting in an outdoor cafe on the Rathhauserbrücke promenade in the Old Town section of Zurich, I was enjoying the June breeze coming off the Lamont River, patiently waiting on some activity from the target building while I licked my ice cream cone. Truthfully, I was just enjoying the ability to travel again and didn't really think anything was going to happen here, at least for Jennifer and me. We'd left the hard work to Aaron and Shoshana, if they even had the correct intelligence. After landing at the Payerne airport, we cleared customs relatively easily, while I sweated the whole Israeli passport thing. We'd had no issues, including our American pilots, the negative PCR COVID test, the one big thing authorities wanted to see. The pilots had been happy to learn that the quarantine was now only a 5-day wait instead of 14, and we'd remained at the airport until they officially had rooms at the on-site hotel. I didn't have the heart to tell them that the whole mission might be over before they were allowed to leave their room. We'd rented a couple of Range Rovers and set out for Zurich, 2 hours away, planning as we went. Through a Mossad dossier, Shoshana and Aaron had the location of a man called Qasim Khalid, and they were convinced he was a conduit for the money flow for the killing of the retired Ramsad. They knew the suicide pilot had stayed in his apartment, and also knew that Qasim had fled Syria as a refugee years before meeting the pilot, meaning they thought the two were connected on the battlefield. They had a photo of the guy and an address. Other than that, they had nothing, just a guy with a past who might have been connected to a killing in Interlaken. I'll admit the suicide pilot's stay was a little strange, but it was easily explained by other events. The pilot was fleeing persecution just like Qasim had done, and he had to have a place to stay once he arrived. Qasim might be Dr. Evil, but then again, he could just be collateral damage because of a shared hardship. I had a Syrian refugee who could be blamed for just such a connection. I'd seen the mighty United States make linkages the same way, seeing a forest fire when there was only a whiff of smoke, but I was willing to help, if only to sit by a river in Zurich and eat ice cream. Jennifer licked her cone, and a bit ran down her hand. She raised it to her mouth, cleaned it off, and said,
"You think this is all BS, don't you?"
I took a bite of my ice cream and said, "Yep, I think it's bullshit." She said,
"I've never seen Shoshana be wrong. When she has an intuition, it's right. There's something here."
I said, "Really? She tried to kill me in Istanbul when her intuition told her I was the bad guy." Jennifer smiled and said,
"You were the bad guy. You ripped her off of a moving motorcycle, and if memory serves, she quickly learned otherwise."
I said, "Okay, I agree. There is something here. But it's not the big conspiracy they think it is. This guy's probably running some coyote scam to get refugees into Switzerland, and now he's going to get burned because one of them ended up being a terrorist." She nodded, going back to her cone. I said, "Hey, at the end of the day, we're in Zurich, paid for by Israel, eating ice cream in the old town. Can't beat that." She said,
"Aaron and Shoshana are outside his door right now. They believe, and we should too, at least until this is over one way or the other."
I turned to her and said, "Seriously? You're giving me advice on staying alert here? You think I'm slacking because I don't think this will go anywhere?" Chagrined, she said,
"Well, you seem to be enjoying the ice cream more than the mission."
I laughed and said, "Don't take my skepticism of the strategic mission as slacking on the tactical side. Getting into his apartment is not bullshit. It's volatile, and we need to protect them, so I'll do that without regard to what I think." Qasim lived in a rat warren of a 17th century building above a consignment clothing shop called Blenda Vintage. The surroundings a maze of stairs and apartments right in the middle of the old town on the east bank of the Lamad River. The mission was fairly simple. Aaron and Shoshana would trigger when the target left, wait for the roadblock teams to pick him up, then they'd break into the apartment to search for evidence that he's a bad guy. The way the apartment was situated, he'd have only 2 ways to go to get to the city: south toward us, or north toward where Knuckles and Brett were sitting on the only other bridge within walking distance over the Lamad River, where the city center was located. We knew he didn't have a car, and we surmised that when he left his place, he would travel west toward the city center. In a perfect world, we'd have the forces to cover all avenues of approach, but we were a little light, so we did some analytical work and decided where to position. If we were wrong and he went east, away from the city center, we'd just recock and try again, this time positioning ourselves to box him going that way.
Surveillance in and of itself is a shadow game. You don't want to force the issue with aggressive actions to find the target, because he or she will invariably find you from those same actions. Patience is the name of the game, and missed opportunities help to build the pattern of life we needed to know. Our job, outside of eating ice cream, was to keep Kasim in sight while Aaron and Shoshana penetrated his apartment. Basically, we were to be the early warning to let them know if they had to abort. An easy assignment, especially since I got to sit in Zurich's old town with my wife, licking a frozen treat. Jennifer wrapped another napkin around her cone in a losing battle to keep it from melting before she could finish. She said, "What if she's right? What if there's something going on here? Do you think we can get the task force to engage?" I chuckled and said, "You mean beyond letting us take the Rockstar bird? No. They better find the diabolical plan to start World War III before Wolf will engage. He's got enough political bullshit to deal with, besides telling them he let us freelance using Israeli passports. It would have to be pretty big." Jennifer glanced at me, and I could see she wanted to say something. I said, "What? Can't we just sit here and enjoy this?" She said, "You're always asking for a fight, and now you're just wanting to eat ice cream?" That sort of ticked me off. I said, "I didn't ask to come here. They interrupted our wedding, for God's sake. We were supposed to spend a week in Charleston with our friends." She grinned and took my hand, letting the ice cream run down her other arm. She said, "You are so full of crap. You wanted this to happen. I saw you at the rehearsal." I reached up and wiped her arm with a napkin, saying, "I didn't want this to happen. But you have to admit it's pretty cool." She laughed and said, "I knew it. I knew it." I grinned and said, "Come on, this is nothing. No shots fired, no danger. We get to spend a weekend in Zurich, and we don't even have to pay for it. Tell me you don't think this is cool, too." She said, "Yeah, right up until it's not." And then my phone buzzed with a text. "He's on the move, headed south," which meant toward our location. I looked up from the phone to see her reading the same text. I said, "Looks like vacation time is over." Chapter 16. We went across the promenade so we'd be facing in the direction of his approach, both of us pulling up the target's picture on our phone for a final memorization of what he looked like. He was an older guy, about 65, with salt and pepper hair. Truthfully, he looked a lot like the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani, the guy we'd eliminated in a drone strike. Bushy black eyebrows and a neatly trimmed gray beard. He could have been a university professor. Or Dr. Evil. Time would tell. We finished our cones sitting right next to the river, waiting on him to appear. He did not. On my earpiece, I heard someone whisper, we're breaching, status." I said, "I don't have him. No breach, no breach." Jennifer slid her hand down my arm, and I looked at her. She flicked her eyes, and there he was, walking down the promenade like he was just another tourist. Shoshana said, "Pike, find him. He's there." I said, "I have him. I say again, I have him. Clear to breach." We stood up after he passed, falling in behind him as he crossed the river. His pace was a little bit less than someone with a place to be, and a little bit more than a person just enjoying a stroll. But with the small crowd on the promenade, it didn't really matter. We could stay behind him with little difficulty and keep him in sight. I called Knuckles, gave him our location, and told him to close in on the far side of the river, to give us some options to keep an eye on him. The target wound around, eventually walking by the famed St. Peter's Church, the large clock in the bell tower shadowing his moves, before heading again toward the river, back the way he had come. Which was strange. He threaded through the streets until he hit an avenue called Schipf, right along the water, passing by the promenade we just crossed over. Stranger still. He picked up his pace along the river's edge, and then took a left in a narrow alley. Before he turned, he did a brief glance behind, surveying the riverwalk, which gave me some concern. I pulled Jennifer next to me on the water's edge, pretending to watch the spectacular view. I gave him 30 seconds, then went to the entrance of the alley, seeing a cascade of stairs,
The building so close it wasn't even an alley. It looked more like an indoor fire escape in a New York apartment. It was a choke point that would advertise anyone who entered behind him. The ancient stairwell so narrow, any target above would see who was behind. I saw his back rising up the stairs at a trot and immediately retreated before he turned around and saw me. I waited a bit and then started to go again, the mission of keeping him in sight for Shoshana the foremost in my mind. Jennifer pulled my arm, saying,
"You want to follow him up that? We'll be burned for anything else. Call Knuckles and have him interdict."
Her words broke through my mission focus. It dawned on me. That son of a bitch is conducting a surveillance detection route. I clicked my earpiece, saying, "Knuckles, Blood, what's your status?" I heard, "On the west side, moving your way, about 30 seconds out. This guy is running an SDR. I can't follow. Get on him." I sent them my location through the phone and waited. I saw the realization blossom in Jennifer's eyes. She said,
"Shoshana's right. This guy is bad."
I smiled and said, "Maybe. Maybe you're just paranoid." Standing there with her now melted ice cream cone looking out over the Lamont River, she hip-bumped me and said,
"I guess being paranoid was worth it."
I laughed and said, "Still gotta prove it." I contacted Aaron and said, "Target is still on the move, temporarily unsighted due to terrain. Got the other team about to lock on, but they haven't yet. What's your status?" He came back and said, "We're in. Not a lot here. We have control of his computer, and the only thing suspicious is the steganography program." "Okay, keep working it. I'll let you know if we lose control. If they don't find him in 5 minutes, get out. Roger all." I then contacted Knuckles, saying, "Do you have him?" He said, "No, unsighted." I turned to Jennifer and said, "Get up there, as fast as you can." I knew if he was conducting a surveillance detection route, he'd have pinged on me instead of Jennifer, and I was sick of waiting around. She nodded at me and took off like a gazelle, her long legs pumping up the stairs like she was trying to power a generator. She reached the top and said, "Unsighted." I went to the stairs myself and started jogging up them, saying, "Find him, he's close." Brett came on, saying, "I got 5-5, I have the target. He's on a street called Rollengasse. Still moving, but looking around. I'm ahead of him, so no threat, but he's definitely running an SDR." I said, "Can we come up?" "Yeah, bring it. Knuckles is down the street, so he's boxed." I contacted Aaron and said, "Target acquired. Continue the mission." As I reached Jennifer, I heard, "Roger, still working the room. Let us know when he's coming back." Jennifer said,
"I told you, this guy is up to no good."
I said, "Yeah, probably so. But let's make sure it's not just some coyote refugee bullshit before we go crazy and say he's the next Bin Laden. Keep working the problem." We went up the stairs, faced a split, and I glanced at the location of Brett's phone on our moving map. I said, "Right." Jennifer went that way, and Brett said, "He's on the move again, no longer looking at the staircase. I'm on him." Knuckles said, I see you, I have backup." We followed the blue icons on our phone without seeing the target again, winding through the narrow alleys of the old town, until both of the icons ended up together outside of a building. I said, "What's happening?" "He went inside a hotel called Kindley. Knuckles is inside keeping eyes on." We raced to the location, found Brett, and I said, "What's he doing?" He said, "No idea. Why's it matter? All we have to do is keep him in sight to let the Israelis do their thing." I glanced at Jennifer, thinking about what she'd said earlier, then at the door, and said, "Because I think he's bad. We need to get on him." I went to the net and said, Knuckles, where are you?" "In the lobby. Target went deeper. He can't leave without passing me. What's up?" I said, "Did he go to a room?" "No. The elevators are in my sight. He went down a hallway. No idea what's there. But he didn't go to a room." I said, "He's doing something here. This is no longer tag and trace. It's penetration." "You want me to approach?" "No, I'm clean. You're not. Stay where you are to pick him up again. I'm doing an intrusion. I'll go by you and stay until he's gone." I turned to Jennifer and Brett and said, "I don't know what that guy's doing, but it's not good. You guys have the box out here. Knuckles is the trigger. You follow when he leaves." Brett nodded, glanced at the street, and said, "I'll take north, Coco. You've got south." It was happening so fast that I didn't even get a chance to address Jennifer directly. She looked at me and said,
"Yeah, I got south. I told you."
I grinned and said, "Yeah, you did." I pecked her lips and said, "Don't screw up the follow. Aaron and Carrie are still inside." Brett rolled his eyes, saying, "When do I get a kiss on the lips?" I rotated to him, leaning into his face, and he batted me away, saying, "Get that shit out of here." Jennifer laughed, and I turned to the hotel entrance, saying over my shoulder, "You had your chance." I entered a long hallway leading to a lobby. I reached the front desk and saw Knuckles sitting on a small chair eating peanuts out of a bowl. The area was regal, in a shabby sort of way, meaning it was probably the heat in 1980, but was now living on borrowed time. It was much smaller than I'd envisioned, the lobby no larger than a kitchen. I'd expected to be able to find Knuckles, do a quick data dump away from everyone else, then continue, but that was impossible in the small space. I stopped at the front desk, saw the elevators, but didn't know where to go. The receptionist said, "Can I help you?" Caught off guard at the cloistered size of the lobby, I said, "Bathroom?" She smiled and pointed, saying, "Right down that hallway." In my earpiece I heard, "Did you not think to ask me where to go before you entered? Seriously?" I started walking, knowing Knuckles was absolutely correct. Out of earshot of the receptionist, I said, "Okay, big surveillance detective, where do I go?" "Go to the bathroom just like you asked. He went that way." I walked down the hallway lined with pictures and artifacts from when the hotel was a player, and saw our target standing next to an ancient computer. And I mean standing. They had a computer fastened to a wall at chest level on a shelf, with a cheap inkjet printer to the right, which I guess was their version of a business center, and he was typing something. I went behind him and saw that he had a thumb drive loaded into a USB port. He was pounding on the keys furiously, but stopped when I approached, hunching over the screen to block it. I continued on to the bathroom, seeing only that he was using Proton Mail, an end-to-end encrypted email system with servers located here in Switzerland. Nobody used that as an individual contact method, because it required everyone you emailed to have the same application. It was analogous to everyone you wanted to call being required to have a special phone that would only work with the one you had. The people who used Proton were journalists transmitting the next blockbuster investigation, dissidents trying to coordinate activities against an authoritarian state, paranoids afraid of the black helicopter coming to get them, or terrorists. I found the men's room and entered. I clicked on the net saying, "I'm stuck in the bathroom. Let me know when he leaves." Jennifer said,
"What's he doing?"
I said, "He's Dr. Evil. Shoshana is right." Chapter 17. Sitting on a wicker chair that had seen better days, Salim Kalabani waited for the Proton encryption to load, then downloaded the 2 pictures that had been sent, watching the computer bar take forever due to the spotty Wi-Fi. Unlike the upper end of Manama, Bahrain, which had excellent broadband Wi-Fi like any other developed nation, the close-packed concrete jungle of the slum he was in, called Sanibis, had to rely on a derelict system the cinder block apartment provided. While other sections of Bahrain had generous government infrastructure, there was no such thing for this section of the city. As the location for repeated uprisings against the monarchy, the punishment was an oxymoron. You'll continue living in the slums for your transgressions, which only increase the outrage for the very people that lived there, a perfect hiding spot for Salim and his men. A slight man with a wisp of a beard that made him look vaguely Asian, he smiled when the small clock finally showed the pictures had downloaded to his laptop. He booted up the steganography application, loaded the picture from Qasim into the program, and, like magic, the application extracted the text message, displaying it below the picture. He didn't like what it revealed. He needed money, not a new compatriot for the cause. 3 other men in the room were waiting on him to finish the task, 2 sprawled on a dilapidated couch, and 1 sitting in an overstuffed lazy boy, the stuffing starting to seep out through the cracked vinyl. The ones on the couch were playing a Call of Duty video game, acting like they were interested in what Salim was diligently working on, while continuing to slay on the small HD TV Salim owned. The one on the lazy boy waited with more interest. When Salim remained silent, staring at the screen, he said, "What's up? Did we get the money?"
Yes and no.
What's that mean?
The contact says a man is going to deliver the money personally. A specialist, a killer. He wants to make sure our attack is solid. They don't trust us.
Bahrain was an island nation just off the coast of Saudi Arabia, with a single causeway leading from one country to the other. Its biggest claim to fame was as the host of the United States Fifth Fleet, the naval behemoth that was responsible for patrolling the Hormuz Strait, where the majority of oil exports passed, a headquarters that guaranteed Bahrain's survival whenever any dissident organization raised its ugly head. Because of the strategic nature of the location, Bahrain could count on the United States to turn a blind eye to any transgressions from the ruling monarchy. Not unlike a few countries in the Arab world, Bahrain had a disparity between the rulers and the ruled. In this case, the majority of the population was Shia, but the monarchy of the island was Sunni, a fact that caused friction on a daily basis. In 2011, when the Arab Spring was running amok in the Arab world, the Shia rose up, demanding a greater voice in the government. It grew to a point where the monarchy was on the ragged edge of being overthrown, until Saudi Arabia invaded across the causeway, clamping down on the protests in a brutal way. It wouldn't do to have a Shia majority running a country right next to Saudi Arabia. The monarchy would need to be propped up at all costs, and was. Iran saw the unrest, and like that theocracy does all over the world, it began to invest in it. The governing body was Sunni, but the majority of the population was Shia, just like Iran, and the Shia majority, under the boot of a Sunni minority, took that help from Iran wholesale. All of the men in Salim's room had been sent to train in Iraq, under the tutelage of the Quds Force of Iran and the militia known as Kataib Hezbollah. They'd learned how to build bombs, how to communicate securely, who to assassinate to promote the cause, and other things. In short, how to instill fear in the ruling class, and to begin banging on the levers of power to cause the monarchy to fall. So far, they'd failed in that task, but now they had a target that would take it to the next level. Salim said,
"They're sending us someone from Bosnia, some guy who apparently knows more than we do."
The man on the lazy boy leaned forward. Named Khan, he was a squat, burly hulk, looking more like a bear than a human, right down to the coarse hair on his arms and face. He said, "Why is that a bad thing? Maybe we could use his expertise." Khalid, one of the video game players, punched a couple of buttons, rotating his arms with the controller in the air, fighting an invisible army and saying,
"Why do we need him?"
Salim said,
"I don't know, but I guess Iran does."
Barely out of his teenage years, Khalid was the youngest man on the team. Wearing a flat-brimmed baseball cap and a Wu-Tang Clan t-shirt, he didn't instill confidence in others with his affection for Western culture. But he had proven himself in training and in real-world operations. He was respected in the room, despite his affinity for video games and other sins of the great Satan. He said,
"We've followed the Fifth Fleet commander for a month. We can kill him without their help."
Salim wanted to agree, because the text from the steganography program was an insult, but he also knew they couldn't do it on their own. They were at the end of their rope, both fiscally and tactically. He said,
"We ran out of money a month ago. We have no idea what he's doing now. The last time we paid that clerk in the office was 5 weeks ago. The last schedule we have is 2 months old. Yeah, we could have killed him then, but we didn't get the word to do so. Now we have that order, and we have the man bringing the money to make it happen."
Khalid set the controller on the couch and said,
"Why didn't we just kill him then? When we had the chance, why did we wait until we have to start all over? Do they not care about retribution for the general?"
Salim said,
"I don't know, but I'm sure it was for a good reason. When they assassinated him, it set everything back. But now, it's going forward again."
Jamal, the other video game player, said,
"Who are they sending?" "Someone who has a specialty for assassinations. Someone from Bosnia, a killer."
"What are we supposed to do?"
"Meet him. The contact is asking for link-up information. He'll have the money, which we need."
We can decide whether we want his expertise or not. Where should we do it?
Khalid said,
Near the causeway, as far away from Manama as possible. Don't have him fly in. Have him fly to Khobar in Saudi Arabia. If he gets rolled up there, it won't taint us. If he doesn't, and he makes it across the border, we'll meet him in the vehicle here.
Salim nodded and said,
That makes sense. I'll use that petrol station right across the causeway. The one with the restaurant just past the toll booth. If he makes it past that, he'll be clean.
He typed up a short message, giving specific instructions, then said,
What picture do I use this time? You guys want to be famous?
Chapter 18. Inside the basement headquarters of the Knights of Malta, Garrett read his response to the phone text, satisfied it held nothing incriminating. Well, nothing that he couldn't clean up afterward by taking her phone. He hit send and said,
We're on for tonight. At her place.
Raphael smiled and said, So you like the idea?
Yeah, I did. This is the statement we need, and we have the connections to make it happen without a lot of work.
Meaning he had the connections. He turned to look at his computer screen, the image of a 30-something woman with a biography from the U.S. State Department. Her name was Gabrielle Hernandez, and she was the chargée d'affaires of the U.S. mission to the United Nations agencies in Rome. Known as the World Headquarters for Food and Agriculture, the United Nations agencies in Rome were involved with every single humanitarian disaster on the globe, from Yemen to Myanmar, and the Knights of Malta had dealt with them extensively in Syria, helping them wade through the myriad militias fighting each other to deliver life-giving sustenance to the people just trying to survive the war. It was a goal that both the United Nations and the Knights of Malta wanted to see happen, which is where he'd met Gabrielle. He felt bad about the target, but couldn't fault Raphael for the choice. She was someone they'd both dealt with in Syria, which meant they could design a meeting, and she was also of such importance that her death would not be overlooked by the press, especially the way they intended to do it. Garrett turned from the computer, held up his phone, and said,
It's at her residence, in the Eurosky Tower. Thank God she still had the same cell number. I've been there before, on night's business. She's on the 27th floor.
Why did she agree to the meeting? What did you tell her?
Only that we need some new help with the UN. Just paperwork stuff. She asked if we could come to her office at the U.S. Embassy, and I told her I wouldn't be free until after business hours. She agreed to meet in her residence.
Donatello said,
Good, makes it easier.
Where do we stand with Bahrain? Said Garrett.
Are we in play there or what?
Leonardo said, The message has been sent. Just waiting on the response. Garrett looked at Donatello and said,
Are you good to go? When they send the link up, can you fake it? Being Muslim, I mean.
Yeah, I can fake it. I read the book on Islam. I can fake the prayers and other things, but not for long.
It won't take long, just remember. You're not from Saudi Arabia or Iraq. Any quirks are because you're from Bosnia.
Donatello nodded. Garrett looked at his watch and said,
We need to go. It's a 40-minute drive.
An hour later, they were winding through the very same EUR neighborhood where Garrett had left the slain bodies, headed to the one skyscraper in all of Rome, the Eurosky Tower. Completed in 2013, it wasn't without controversy, as every building in Rome by law must remain lower than the Basilica of the Holy See. It didn't matter that the building in question was almost an hour away from the Vatican. Rome had its prestige to keep in mind, but that didn't stop the real estate mavens trying to make a buck. Built as a live-work-play concept in an area named the Europark Business Park, it was a supposedly green building, with giant solar panels on the roof of the tower and multiple amenities to entice a potential resident to travel south from the city center to live. Looping through the EUR neighborhood on Via Cristoforo Colombo, they crossed a lake that spread across a park, then by the Airstream trailer, still surrounded by police tape. Raphael said, Did you see that? Apparently there's some sicko out here killing women because he can. He paused, then said, I'd like to meet that man one day. Show him some justice. Garrett watched the Airstream trailer disappear behind them, then said, How is that different from what we're about to do? Taken aback, Raphael said, We aren't taking life for the pleasure of it. We're doing it for a greater purpose. We're bringing about the second coming and ridding the world of heretics and unbelievers. Those dead women helped no one, and the man who did it was not working with God. We're creating paradise, not murdering unsuspecting innocents. Garrett smiled, his lips curling with little joy. He said, We're doing both. In order to create paradise, some unsuspecting innocents will be martyred. But don't think for a minute that he will forgive us for our sins. We'll surely suffer just as the martyrs we have taken. The three turtles remained silent at his words, the tension growing thick, all of them unsure how to answer. Garrett saw them glancing at each other and realized he might have overstepped his leadership role by explaining the truth to them. Sometimes it was better to keep the troops about to fight in the dark on the odds of survival, something he'd learned early on in Iraq. He broke the silence, getting them back into the mission. The letter is ready to go? Yes, but I'm not sure why we didn't just use the one we had planned for the ambassador. What's up with all the homosexual stuff? Is that necessary? Gabrielle's a lesbian. Islam hates that. It will factor in, especially by the means of death. Trust me, it's necessary. Raphael nodded, and Garrett said, And the Mizpahah? We have that ready to drop? Donatello said, The what? Exasperated, Garrett said, The Muslim prayer beads. The ones you were given in Syria as a gift. I want to leave them as well. Leave no doubt about who did this. Donatello said, Oh yeah, I've got them. Garrett turned to him and said, You're about to fly to the cell in Bahrain. I would expect you to know the Islamic term for them, just like you do the rosary. You said you studied. Donatello ducked his head, saying, I did study. I'm ready. If it had come up, I would have done what you said, and simply told them we didn't use them in Bosnia. They exited the expansive tree-lined park in the EUR, passing by the Pala Lottomatica Sports and Music Arena, the Eurosky Tower stabbing the sky on their right about a mile away. Raphael changed the subject, saying, Are we going to leave the letter in the apartment? No, I want a statement. We'll meet her, she'll offer drinks, and then we'll go out onto the balcony. He continued, telling them his plan and dividing up tasks. They nodded, asking questions about escape and other details. By the time they pulled into the circle drive of the Eurosky, they were ready. Chapter 19. They parked out front, giving the valet a story of why they were here and that they had permission to leave the vehicle where it was. He didn't question them, and they left the car where it stood. They went into the lobby of the residential tower, seeing an architecture of a modern bent, all glass, understated wood, and gleaming chrome, but far removed from the Italian historic flair. Garrett approached the security desk, gave his name and the person whom he was meeting, but not the one that he was actually seeing. In order to reach Gabrielle's apartment clean, he had to get past the guard, who would log them in like everyone else, and then past the security cameras, which would record them for posterity. And he couldn't do it using her name for the police to find, so he'd called up an American friend who had an apartment in the building. The man was in the United States, but had told Garrett that if he ever needed a place to stay, his apartment was always open. Earlier today he'd taken the man up on the offer, and now he was hoping the friend had sent in the security clearance for them to enter. The security guard scrolled through the computer, causing sweat to break out on Garrett's head. He prayed that Gabrielle hadn't done the same thing. She'd told him to call when he arrived, using the phone from this very desk, and she'd talk to the guard. If she'd put in a pass and he was on it, they were done. After what seemed like an eternity, the guard found the visitor's pass in the name of the friend. He printed out a piece of paper with a barcode for the elevator. Garrett thanked him, and they entered the building proper, moving to the elevators in full view of the cameras. Exiting on the 25th floor, they went past the apartment printed on the visitor's pass and entered the stairwell, walking up the 2 flights to the 27th floor. Stopping just outside the exit, Garrett pulled open a backpack and withdrew a ski mask, pulling it over his head. The other 3 turtles did the same. When they were ready, he opened the door to the stairwell, facing the one camera near them. They went past it at a trot, traveling to the end of the hallway, out of its view. Once there, Garrett paused outside the door, looking at his men. He saw saucers for eyes. He removed his ski mask and they did the same. He said, "Calm down, Turtles. This is easy. Just follow the plan." They nodded, and he knocked on the door. He felt someone on the other side, and then it was opened by a plain-looking woman in a nondescript pantsuit, short hair and bare minimum of makeup, just like he remembered in Syria. Smiling, she said, "Garrett, it's been too long." He said, "Hey, Gabrielle, thanks for seeing us." She hesitated for a moment, then said, "How'd you get up here? I didn't get a call." He sheepishly held his arms out and said, "All we did was say we were here to see you." He gave us a pass and sent us on our way. She swung the door wide with a scowl, saying, "I'll have to talk to them about that. This place is supposed to be secure." He walked through it, saying, "It's not a big deal. It's not like we're terrorists or something. Not like we dealt with in Syria." She smiled and said, "Are you still working Syria?" "Not after the Americans left, but my organization is still trying to help. We wanted to talk to you about coordinating again with the United Nations. We've lost our contact with the UN World Food Organization here, and hope you can help." She watched the remainder of the turtles enter and said, "Who are your friends?" Garrett said, "You remember Raphael, right? He was with me in Palmyra." "Oh, yes, I remember, from Croatia, right?" "Yes, ma'am." Garrett walked into the center of the apartment and said, "These other rogues are also from Croatia, Donatello and Leonardo." She scrunched her eyes a little and said, "Why do they have Italian names? Is there heritage here?" Garrett laughed and walked to the balcony, saying, "They're just nicknames. They help with the Knights of Malta. Being Catholic only gets one so far." She grinned and said, "Can I get you guys something to drink, a beer maybe?" Garrett said, "Yes, please. Can I show them the view from here? Is that okay?" She disappeared into the kitchen, saying, "By all means." Garrett went outside on the balcony, seeing a field hockey arena almost 30 floors below, two teams battling it out. Just one floor above, he heard the clink of glasses and vague conversation from the rooftop garden deck. He looked at Donatello and said, "You have the door. Watch our back." He nodded and went back into the living room. Garrett said, "You guys ready?" Raphael and Leonardo both nodded. He said, "Hand me the note." Raphael did, and they waited. Gabrielle exited onto the balcony holding 3 bottles of beer. She passed them out and said, "I love this view. I should live closer to the embassy, but I just like it here too much." Garrett said, "Now. Do it. Now." She looked at him in confusion, and a small part of her brain went into overdrive when the beer bottles shattered on her balcony from their dropped hands, the broken glass telling her to run. But it was too late. Leonardo and Raph ripped her off of her feet, one holding her arms and the other holding her legs. In shock, she tried to scream, but Garrett slapped his hand over her mouth. She began to writhe like a snake, almost getting out of their hands. Garrett hammered her in the temple and she sagged back, all fight gone. He grabbed her jaw, opened her mouth, and crammed in the letter, balling it up until it was stuffed in her cheeks. Her eyes opened again, and she began to fight once more. Garrett said, "Over! Get her over!" Leonardo and Raph swung their arms like they were tossing a sack of concrete, back and forth, then back again, releasing her over the railing. The letter stuffed in her mouth muffled the screams as she plummeted down. Garrett looked over the railing and saw her broken body on the pavement right outside the gate to the hockey park. Families watching the practice through the fence heard her impact, and in seconds there was a crowd, some looking up toward him. He ducked back and said, "Let's go, let's go." They raced out of the apartment, hit the hallway, and before the door closed, Garrett remembered the prayer beads, sticking his hand in the jamb to stop it from locking. He said, "Did you drop the Mizpah?" Donatello said, "Shit. No, I forgot." He raced back in while Raphael said, "Why is that critical? We need to leave." Garrett held the door and said, "She was a lesbian. ISIS used to toss gay people off of roofs as punishment. It will prove the devout nature of the perpetrators. It's a small thing that will pay big dividends."
Donatello came back out, saying,
"I threw them under the couch. It'll be found, but it looks like it was lost accidentally."
Garrett let the door close, saying,
"Perfect. If this doesn't get some press, nothing will."
Chapter 20. George Wolfe fidgeted in a chair just inside the portico for the west wing of the White House, the badge around his neck having a prominent red V for visitor, meaning he was forced to wait on an escort because he was uncleared, like other White House staff or officials from departments like State or Defense. It was a pain, but he knew it was necessary. Every official badge to the White House went through extensive background checks and clearances, which was something he couldn't do as the commander of Project Prometheus. Nobody in the established architecture of the United States government could know who he was, so every time he showed up, he had to act as if he were simply a visitor, like every other scum-sucking lobbyist who appeared in the building more than he did. He saw the National Security Advisor, Alexander Palmer, coming down the hallway, glasses down his nose, and a widow's peak for hair. Wolfe stood up. There was no love lost between the two, even as they both held a grudging mutual respect. Palmer thought Wolfe was a loose cannon, whose unit could potentially cause catastrophic damage to the administration, and Wolfe thought he was a political beast, who cared more about the optics and poll numbers than any perceived good from task force actions. Luckily for Wolfe, the President of the United States believed in the task force mission, even as he inexplicably kept Palmer on in the national security position. Charitably, Wolfe hoped it was just to keep a balance of viewpoints within the Oversight Council for task force operations. The two had come close to literal blows before. The only thing stopping the scuffle was Palmer knowing Wolfe would send him to the hospital, and Wolfe knowing such a thing was counterproductive to his unit's mission, as much as he would like to have done so. Wolfe had grown up in the paramilitary branch of the CIA and understood knife-point politics like few others, and because of it, had resisted shoving his boot up Palmer's ass on a number of occasions. Palmer reached him and said, "You got any surprises up your sleeve?" Wolfe was required to brief the Oversight Council about task force operations on a quarterly basis. Since the advent of the pandemic, he'd still held to that schedule, even as operations were basically shut down. Only it hadn't been to the full Council of 13 over in the SCIF in the Eisenhower Executive Office building next door, but to what was known as the principals of the Council here in the Oval Office. Every time he came to brief, Palmer wanted to know what he was going to say before he said it, purely for political reasons. They began walking toward the Oval Office without a handshake, both barely tolerating each other. Wolfe said, "No surprises today. Same old, same old. Nothing going on but servicing cover platforms and keeping the wheels greased. COVID has stopped us short like every other thing on the planet." They reached the door, and Palmer said, "Good. Best thing that's come out of this damn disease." Wolfe stopped short and said, "Seriously, you think our inability to operate is a good thing?" Rebuffed, Palmer said, No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that the pandemic has stopped the terrorists from doing things. Small blessings, silver linings, that's all I meant." Wolfe opened the door and said, "You are naive. We can't operate because of our cover relationships and inability to travel. And because of it, the terrorists have breathing space. Only one side has been stymied, and it's not the good guys." Wolfe entered, seeing the principals of the council seated on two couches in front of the resolute desk. The director of the CIA, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the President of the United States, the ones who really mattered when discussing the intricacies of Project Prometheus. Looking like a bespectacled accountant, which he had been in a previous life, President Hannister was sitting in an unassuming office chair to the right, reading an iPad. The others on the couches glanced at Wolfe expectantly when he entered. Hannister laid the iPad on the corner of his desk and said, "Okay, let's get this over with. I have a meeting in 20 minutes with a Farm Bureau from Nebraska. I'm assuming nothing is going on? Same brief as last quarter, no task force activity?"
Sir, no targeting activity. We have one team in motion in the UAE, but only doing signature work designed to support their cover. No teams moving on the continent due to travel restrictions targeting non-governmental United States citizens, which of course is how we operate. But we're still busting at the seams here in the United States doing cyber tracking and other threat analysis. He passed out a folder to each member, saying, "We have several potential threat streams right now, specifically with ISIS variants in Africa, but nothing that our other intelligence or special operations forces can't handle. If something pops that can't be contained by conventional assets, I'll come back to you. But right now the threats are nascent, and we have a handle on them. My only concern is the people they're talking to. The ones they're radicalizing right now. They're going to metastasize while we wait for travel authority." Hannister nodded and said, "Not a whole lot we can do about that right now." He held up the folder and said, "You're talking with SOCOM and CIA on this?" Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, said, "Yeah, we're working closely together." The Secretary of Defense nodded, saying, "Same here. We have what they have. We're wired tight." President Hannister looked at his watch and said, "Okay, shortest oversight update in history. Anything else?" Wolf knew he was about to detonate a grenade, but couldn't not say anything. "Yes, sir. Something just to keep you up to date. It's not task force, but it involves task force personnel." Wolf saw Palmer sag back, then heard him say, "Oh, Christ, tell me someone didn't get a DUI or something." Wolf flicked his eyes to Palmer, then ignored him, returning to the president, who gave a short chuckle. Wolf said, "Sir, you remember the Israelis, Aaron and Shoshana?" The smile left Hannister's face. "Yes, of course. Why?" Wolf swallowed, knowing Hannister understood what they represented. "Well, they asked Pike and Jennifer to help them out on something in Europe. In turn, Pike asked me for permission, and I told them they could do it, since we're on basically a stand-down due to the pandemic, sort of like what happened in Poland a few years ago. You remember that?" "Of course I do. It's how I got this job." Wolf internally cringed. That mission was the same one where Vice President Hannister had become President Hannister, when the current president had been blown out of the sky on Air Force One. The goodwill seed he wanted to plant was how Aaron and Shoshana had helped prevent World War III, not that the same mission involved the assassination of the President of the United States. Yes, of course. I just wanted to let you know they were doing some contract work with an ally, that's all." Palmer said, "Wait, what? He's operating in Europe with Grolier Recovery Services? That is task force." No. He's there purely as a civilian. No connection to GRS or the task force, period. And it's not some sort of hit mission. It's just some investigative work for Israel. Aaron and Shoshana are doing any hard work. Pike's just helping out with the effort. Amanda Croft, the Secretary of State, said, "How's he in Europe as an American? You just said you guys can't travel, and now you've got Pike traveling as a civilian?" Wolf had hoped this discussion would be brief, saying Pike was in Europe, and that would be the end. He didn't expect the questioning. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, he's not there as an American." Amanda said, "What's that mean? Is he going as a Martian?" Wolf heard the sarcasm and realized this was going south quickly. He decided to rip off the Band-Aid. He said, "No, ma'am. He went as an Israeli. They have no restrictions on travel like we do." Palmer snapped upright and said, "What? He's doing what?" Chapter 21. The door to the Oval Office opened, and a State Department aide appeared, looking hesitant. Hannister said, "Not now." The man said, "Sir, I really need to pull Secretary Croft from this meeting. It won't take a second." Hannister waved his hand forward, and the man scurried to Amanda, whispering in her ear. Wolf saw her eyes go wide, then look at a tablet the man held. She turned to the president and said, "Sir, we need to end this meeting right now." Palmer said, "What's going on?" Amanda turned to the president and said, "One of my diplomats was murdered in Italy, literally thrown off of a roof." That caused a change of focus in the room. Wolf inwardly sighed, feeling dirty for the reason, but grateful for the reprieve. He said, "Sir, thank you for your time. I'll be on my way." He started packing his briefcase, putting in charts and folders, and glanced at the scrum now around the Resolute desk, the president behind it firing questions. He heard the aide say, "There was a note from some Islamic group. It looks like a targeted killing." And Wolf stopped what he was doing. He stood up, and Palmer said, "You're excused, but I'll want a briefing on what Pike's doing to brief the president at a later date." He advanced to the desk, seeing a gruesome picture on the aide's tablet. A woman splattered on the pavement, her head split open in an enormous pool of blood. He saw Hannister's face grow cold, then his palms close into fists. Palmer said, "Wolf, I said you were excused. This isn't your concern." Wolf said, "Was it Kataib Hezbollah?" Amanda turned and said, "What did you say?" "Was the killing from Kataib Hezbollah? Is that who claimed it?" The aide said, Yes, it was." President Hannister said, "How did you know that?" "Because that's what Pike's helping the Israelis with. They had 2 government officials killed with the same group claiming credit, or apparently the same group. Pike is helping them sort that out." Palmer said, "Pike's doing what? Have you lost your mind? You have no sanction for that." Wolf said, "I told you it's an Israeli mission, not task force. I don't need sanction for that. Damn it, you can't just freelance the task force like a bunch of mercenaries from Russia. I want to know what—" President Hannister cut him off with a hand, saying, "Be quiet, Alexander." He turned to Wolf and said, "Pike's on this same thread right now?" "Yes, sir. The Israelis aren't sure if it's truly Kataib Hezbollah. That's what they're trying to sort out. Did this one come with a note?" The aide said, "Yes, it was shoved in her mouth." He flipped the screen, and they saw a picture of a bloody piece of paper that had been crumpled at one time, now spread out. "The mighty great Satan hires the abomination against Allah to serve their corrupt regime, even as they assassinate the pure from cowardly drone strikes. Little Satan tries the same, killing the pure from the air. Now we kill you. The first was the ambassador to the Crusaders. Who's next? Only time will tell, but the punishment will continue until you leave our lands." Hannister said, "What the hell does that mean? Abomination of Allah?" Amanda said, "She was gay. She was a lesbian." The SecDef nodded and said, "In Mosul, ISIS did a cleansing of the city, throwing anyone who was suspected of homosexuality off of roofs." Incredulous, Hannister said, "She was killed because she's gay?" Nobody responded, causing Hannister to pound his fist on the desk, saying, "Damn animals! I'm sick of this shit!" He immediately regretted his outburst and said, "I apologize. That was uncalled for." Wolf said, "No, it wasn't." Hannister shook his head and said, "What about the ambassador to the Crusaders statement?" Croft put her hand to her mouth, realization hitting. She said, "They're claiming credit for Jeffrey Combine, the ambassador to the Holy See." "That was an accident, wasn't it?" Palmer said, "Yes, according to the Italians." Hannister tapped his pen on the desk, now back in control, saying, "So, a militia run by Iran is assassinating American diplomats? And openly admitting it?" Palmer said, "That's what it looks like." Hannister turned to the SecDef and said, "Start looking at options. We're going to have to respond, but I'll be damned if I know how. The last thing I want to do is be drawn into another quagmire in Iraq by blowing up a bunch of militia members." Wolf said, "Before we go off bombing targets in Syria and Iraq, we should make sure it's true." That brought everyone up short. Hannister said, "What's that mean?" "Pike's mission is precisely to see if Kataib Hezbollah, meaning Iran, is really behind this. The Israelis aren't sure, which is why they've kept that connection quiet. They've covered it up until they can get proof. There are components within the Mossad who think someone's trying to gin up a war with Iran." Kerry, the DCIA, said, "How do you know all of this and I don't?"
What the hell are the Israelis doing? What happened to coordination among allies?
Wolf spread his hands and said, "Hey, man, I'm sorry. I was just as pissed as you are when I was told. In fact, I said the exact same thing. According to Pike, there's a ferocious fight going on in Israel right now. The majority want to start hammering Iran immediately, but a section thinks it's a false flag. That section sent Aaron and Shoshana on their mission. They aren't even sanctioned by the Mossad, but a powerful segment is afraid of going to war for the wrong reasons, and they've managed to convince the others to keep it secret until they're sure." Hannister looked at the aide and said, "Can we do the same?"
"Unfortunately, no, sir. This is all over the news in Italy, and will be all over our news right now, within minutes if it isn't already."
Hannister sagged back in his chair, rubbed his eyes, and said,
"I see where this is going. We're about to get foot-stomping and screaming from the hawks in Congress to attack Iran. Performance art."
He pulled his hand away, a thought coalescing. He said,
"Do you have contact with Pike?"
"Yes, of course. He has his task force phone."
"And he's on this thread, the Kataib Hezbollah one?"
"Well, he's in Switzerland, but yes, it's the same thread."
"Does he have assets there he can use and still be Israeli?"
"Yes, sir, he does. He can operate." Growing apoplectic, Palmer said, "What assets?" Hannister raised his hand again, shutting Palmer down.
He said, "Call him. Find out what he knows. I need answers before we go to war."
Wolf nodded, then said,
"They're talking about another assassination here. I can get what he knows, but I can't stop the next one without authority. Can I put him in play, officially?"
Amanda Croft said,
"How can you do that officially if they're operating under the cover of Israelis? We can't protect them like we could if it was a task force mission."
Wolf smiled and said,
"Pike will figure that out. The hardest part might be getting the Israelis to agree, because they have their own restrictions. But he'll figure it out, if I get permission."
President Hannister glanced at the faces around the desk, and then didn't even put it to a vote, as was required by the Project Prometheus charter. He said,
"Yeah, I want him hunting, before I'm forced to use a sledgehammer."
Chapter 22. I was once again enjoying the old town of Zurich, this time at sunset, and I had to admit this mission continued to get better and better. Instead of ice cream, Jennifer and I were drinking coffee at an outdoor cafe, at one of those ridiculously small tables they like in Europe. You know, the ones that are about the size of a $50, so small they have trouble putting 2 glasses on it. The cafe was located in a cobblestone square, our table facing a tunnel that went past the consignment store Brenda Vintage and up into the apartments overhead, where Kasim lived. Now it was our turn for the breaking and entering, giving Aaron and Shoshana a chance at protecting our backs. After Kasim left the hotel across the river, he'd continued his meandering walk through a park and back to his apartment, only stopping once for some takeout lunch to bring home with him. We'd left him after he returned, and had regrouped at our own hotel, trying to sort out what we had, which was very little. He most definitely had had some type of training, having run a surveillance detection route into and out of the hotel, most notably using a series of narrow-walled alleys and stairs that channelized and highlighted anyone behind him. And the very fact that he was transmitting via proton mail from a public computer anyone could utilize indicated he was attempting to disconnect his actions from his own persona. But the search of his apartment had turned up nothing. The only thing Aaron and Shoshana had found was the Stego program, which, in and of itself, gave us no clue of what was going on. We felt the guy was bad, but we weren't sure why. The one thing we needed was the thumb drive he'd used. Given his use of the hotel to break himself from his own systems, I figured he probably compartmentalized everything on removable media, so we decided to do another break-in when he went to dinner tonight, only this time it would be Jennifer and me, hoping to find the mysterious thumb drive when he left. Honestly, we didn't know if he lived on ramen boiled with a hot plate in his apartment, but Aaron and Shoshana hadn't seen a lot of cookware. His refrigerator and pantry held only staples like fruit and water, and he'd brought home takeout for lunch. So we were betting he usually went out for dinner. If he didn't, We'd just recock and think of something else. Patience, patience, patience. Jennifer took a sip of her latte and said,
Not sure how we ended up being the break-in crew.
Shoshana said we'd just be security for the work. I said, yeah, well, why should she get all the fun? We followed the guy all day today, and they're clean for the next follow. We're clean for the break-in. Should be fun. She smirked, snaked her hand across the table, and put it on top of mine, saying,
I thought you wanted to spend some time with your wife in Zurich.
I chuckled and said, I do. What better way to spend it than breaking into a potential terrorist hideout? She grew serious, saying,
Do you think we should have contacted Wolf before going active like this? We promised him we'd just be doing surveillance work. It's why he allowed us to leave.
I said, honestly, yeah, we probably should. But we don't know what turns this is going to take, and Wolf knows me, knows how I think. He wouldn't have let us go if he didn't think it was worth it.
He didn't know we'd be doing this.
Jennifer was still a little black and white when it came to authority for something, still wanting to ask permission, when I was more likely to ask for forgiveness after the fact. I knew she didn't give a damn about breaking into this guy's house, but instead was more worried about breaking her trust with George Wolf. But I also knew that Wolf understood that I wouldn't do something crazy without calling first. This little B&E wasn't crazy, at least in my mind. I squeezed her hand, saying, What's the use of walking on the edge if you don't lean over every once in a while? She grinned and said,
I'm pretty sure I've heard you say that in the past, right before we fall off. I'm not sure why I ever listened to you.
Because you'd never get any high adventure if you didn't, that's why. She pulled her hand away, and I said, What? I was making a joke. She cut me off, saying,
He's on the move.
I glanced at the front of the tunnel and saw Kasim exiting at a leisurely pace. He stopped and watched a street performer in front of a fountain, then continued on. I got on the net and said, The professor is loose, going north. I always liked giving a target a nickname. That way, on the off chance someone heard me speaking or our radio calls were intercepted, they still wouldn't know who I was talking about. This time, I'd anointed Kasim the professor, because that's what he looked like. He took a right and disappeared from view. I said, Knuckles, he just entered your alley. Nerd-Doofus-Strasse, or whatever it's called. The surveillance box was much tighter this time, as there were plenty of places to eat threaded throughout the maze of alleys, forcing us to use singleton positions to stake out each potential egress. I heard laughter coming through the net, then, You mean Niederdorfstrasse? I said, whatever, and watched Jennifer begin working a knapsack at her feet, getting our tools ready. When she was done, we still didn't move, patiently waiting for Knuckles to get lock on, because an unseen target is an unknown threat. The last thing we wanted was for him to meet us at his door as I was picking the lock. I heard him say, Got eyes on, clear to breach. Then heard him starting to coordinate the surveillance effort against Kasim with Brett and the Israelis. Jennifer swung her arms through the straps of the small backpack, a grin on her face, her eyes lighting up from the adrenaline. I stood up and threw some euros on the table, saying, Showtime. Chapter 23. We left the cafe and walked to the tunnel holding hands. Just another couple of tourists out enjoying Zurich. The good part of this op was that the Israelis had already done the hard work for us, having given us a complete data dump of exactly what to expect. We only had 2 barriers to penetrate, and we'd come prepared for both. Harshly lit by overhead fluorescent lamps, the tunnel had the air of a cheap carnival house of horrors, some of the lights flickering like a Saw movie. We passed by several smaller shops, then reached a set of stairs. The building had 5 floors, with the ground floor reserved for the shops, and each subsequent floor owned by different companies that rented out apartments, with the final floor having office spaces. We went up 3 flights, took a right down a hallway, and reached a set of double glass doors with a keypad on the wall, a small lobby behind it, the first barrier. I checked the doors on the off chance the magnetic lock was turned off, but no luck. Jennifer took a knee, rotating her back with the knapsack toward me, and I bent down, ripping open the zippers. I pulled out what looked like a thick coat hanger covered in rubber with a T-handle on one end and a square hook on the other. Called a double door tool, it was designed to defeat exactly what we were facing. Everyone entering the apartment lobby had to punch in a code on the keypad, which meant we either had to sneak in behind someone using the keypad, a definite non-starter, or figure out the code, which we didn't have time to accomplish. Fortunately for us, because of fire codes and general convenience, everyone that left the complex only had to hit a push bar to exit, and that was what we were going to bypass. I tapped Jennifer on the shoulder, and she rotated around for early warning from anyone else coming up the stairs. I slid the tool through the small gap between the doors, rotated it around, seated the box end against the push bar, and pulled. The door opened like magic. I held it and snapped my fingers. Jennifer scuttled inside, racing through the lobby, then cutting left down a hallway. I walked through the door, let it close, then did a survey of the other two hallways leading to the lobby. Both were empty. On the net, I said, "You're clear," then took a seat on a bench, protecting her work on the apartment door. I heard, "Roger," and started the chronograph on my watch. 14 seconds later, I heard, "I'm in." That caused my eyebrows to rise. I stood up and started jogging down the hallway thinking, no way was she that fast. I reached the door, saw it cracked, and entered, finding Jennifer going through a credenza. I looked at the lock set, seeing an Abloy cylinder bolt lock just like Aaron had said, a brand that wasn't cheap crap. I closed the door and engaged the bolt, saying, "How'd you get in so quick? Was it unlocked?" She closed a drawer and said,
Really? No, it wasn't unlocked. The pins just worked out. Sorry about that.
I grinned and went to the other side of the credenza, opening a drawer and saying, "That might be a task force record. We should have recorded it. Knuckles will never believe you." She gave me the side eye and I winked, saying, "Remember to put everything back exactly like you found it." She nodded and we continued going through the drawers. They gave us nothing. The apartment was small, with a kitchenette adjacent to a tiny den, and a closet-sized bedroom in the rear. It took us no time to go through the major places for hiding a thumb drive, to include the refrigerator, stove, wall vents, bottoms of drawers, and other secret spots. We'd both had instruction from DEA and ICE on the various ways criminals hid stuff. You'd be amazed at the ingenuity, but all of our tricks came up empty. We found nothing. I was beginning to suspect he had it on him, or he'd hidden it in a place that would take wall-penetrating radar to find. I got on the net and said, "Knuckles, what's the status?" "You're good. He's at an outdoor cafe eating steak. About a 10-minute walk from you. I'll give you warning. What do you have?" "Nothing. He's either got the drive on him, or he's created some hiding spot that will take peeling back the floorboards to find. My bet is he has it on him. Probably sleeps with it." Shoshana came on and said,
Keep looking. Check his computer again.
I rubbed my face, knowing it was a waste of time. Jennifer said,
Can't hurt to look.
"Yeah, you're right." We went to his small desk, opened a late-model Apple MacBook Pro, and were confronted with a password screen, which wasn't a problem, because the Israelis had already cracked it with their Mossad magic earlier. I typed in the password they'd given me, Jenny's Pound, believe it or not, and the screen magically cleared. I began going through the files, but knew it was a waste of time. I pulled up the steganography program only to find just the program itself. It had no saved files or other history to exploit. I looked at Jennifer and said, "Let's go. We're getting nothing from this, and increasing our risk every second we're here." She was staring at the screen, her eyes scrunched up. I said, "What?" She leaned over me and said,
He's using Apple's time machine backup.
"So?"
So, let's go back in time.
I'd spent enough effort with our own hacking crew to have a healthy appreciation of computer network exploits, and I saw exactly where she was headed. I got on the net and said, "When did we engage Professor today? What time was that? When did he exit?" Shoshana said,
He left the building right around 12:40. Why?
"Stand by." Jennifer got behind the keyboard and pulled up Time Machine, saying,
This thing keeps a backup every hour for 24 hours, but it also takes a snapshot every 15 minutes when the computer is being used.
I said, "Damn good thing you have a Mac." The time machine opened up, a sprout of windows retreating back into the screen like a bad Pink Floyd video, starting with "right now," then scrolling backward at specific intervals that seemed random. She pulled up 1248 and loaded it. Then the steganography program. It looked the same, empty. She repeated the procedure for the next available time, 1232. The stego program came on the screen, only this time it had 2 pictures in the load spots and a box of text below it. I said, "Holy shit, you are a genius." She smiled and said, "No, we're just incredibly lucky. Time Machine took a snapshot at the exact moment he was working the program, saving everything, just like it was when he was using it." My earpiece came alive. Pike, Professor is done with dinner. You have about 10 minutes. I said, "Roger that." I took a picture of the screen, then said, "Load back to today. Don't let him know we were here." She began to do so when we heard the front door lock being manipulated. What the hell? On the net I said, "You have Professor? I got someone coming in. We have him in sight. I say again, we have lock on." Damn it. I looked at Jennifer and motioned to the computer, telling her to keep working. I went to the door and put my eye to the peephole, seeing a maintenance guy in a uniform. He was working one key after another into the lock, trying to find the right master for this apartment. He was probably the maintenance man for every different apartment company in the building, and had masters for them all. Decision time. Take him out and flee? Bluff our way out? If I took him out, it would most definitely alert Kasim that something was up when the police arrived, but bluffing our way out would also leave a gaping compromise. But it was probably our best bet. We'd simply have to pray that the maintenance guy never talked to Kasim. I hissed to Jennifer, "Are we good? Is it back like it was?" Her eyes wide, knowing we were about to be compromised, she said, "Yeah, we're back like when we entered." I moved to the right of the door and said, "If he enters, I'm going to try to bullshit him. Give him a story. You check the back, see if there's another way out, now." She sprinted into the bedroom, and I heard her opening a window. There was a pause, and then she hissed, "Pike, on me. We can get out here." I heard one more key enter the lock and sprinted to her, finding her outside the small window holding on to the sill, a back alley 3 floors below her. I glanced up and down, then said, "Are you nuts? What are you going to do, climb down the bricks?" Jennifer was a little bit of a freak when it came to climbing. I was pretty sure if she spit on her hands she could, in fact, climb down the bricks, but there was no way I was going to try to do that. She said, "Follow me," and swung out to the left, letting go of the sill and clamping on to an old-fashioned iron gutter pipe about 4 feet away. She began scampering down it like a monkey, and I cursed, thinking I'd just clocked the maintenance guy in the head. I'd rather have the police find him instead of me splattered on the pavement. I heard the bolt lock turn, raced to the bedroom door and closed it, then crammed my frame out of the window going feet first. I slithered down until I was hanging by my hands, then glanced at the pipe a mere 4 feet away. It looked to me more like 400, and if I missed, I was going to have a serious impact with the pavement. I swung a little bit right, then violently left, pushing off the wall with my feet and releasing my hold in a dynamic move. I gave it way too much energy. I slammed into the iron pipe hard enough to clock my skull, clamping my hands around it like it was life itself, which it was. I cleared my head, then began scampering down to the earth, landing between a row of trash cans, Jennifer waiting on me. She touched my forehead, a bruise starting to form, concern on her face. I let her take a look and said, "Do you do that shit just to make me look bad?" Confused, she said, "What?" I grinned and said, "Nothing. Let's get out of here, Spider Monkey. You just saved the day, in more ways than one." Chapter 24. Back in our Israeli paid-for Hyatt Regency high-end hotel room, we discussed what the next steps would be. We now knew beyond a shadow of a doubt this guy was somehow involved in the killing of the Ramsat. But we still had no proof of who his masters were, Iran or otherwise, which was the mission. The text box, which was presumably embedded within the photo on the thumb drive that Qasim had used to send via Proton Mail, was asking about a link-up in Bahrain, and mentioned that the money would be coming with the man to pay for the next operation. He was apparently some sort of badass from Bosnia, and had impeccable credentials for unspecified skills. It didn't say what, but I assumed it was for killing. Included, of course, were the usual bowing down to Allah and proclaiming the world would be free of the infidels, inshallah, meaning if God willed it. The strange thing was the text seemed to be begging the far site to accept the parameters. It wasn't like Qasim was just stating facts. He was asking for permission, which was weird, given that they were supposedly all working together. He made a hard sell that Iran was demanding this, which also didn't sound right. If Iran was demanding it, it would just happen, no questions asked. He wouldn't need to flaunt it in a text. Given that, there was no doubt in my mind now that this asshole was in the kill chain. The only thing missing was proving it. Right now, we really only had a lot of smoke. A text message that said nothing other than a meeting about money with everything else cloaked in innocuous wording. Nothing illegal in and of itself, and nothing pointing the smoking gun at Kataib Hezbollah. By the text, he was going to return to get the link-up specifics at noon tomorrow, so we had a time frame. What we didn't have was a new lead, or any idea of what we should do about it. Shoshana said,
"So what do we do now? I can't take this back to Mossad. We have nothing to prove that Kataib Hezbollah killed the Ramsad, or anything to prove they didn't. All we have is evidence that he was involved."
Knuckles said, "Let him do his little dance again tomorrow. Then we just repeat what you guys did. Brett and I will do the B&E, clock back the time machine, and see what the message says."
Jennifer said, "That's a long shot. There's only 1 in 100 chance it will work. We were lucky that his time machine backup took a snapshot at that precise time he was using the program. He could do the entire message thing, and more than likely, it will be in between snapshots."
I nodded, thinking, then said, "There's only one way to get that message." Shoshana said,
"How?"
"We need to roll up Qasim after the drop tomorrow. We need that thumb drive." Nobody said anything for a moment, still processing my words. Finally, Brett said, "Did I hear that right? Are you talking about conducting an Omega operation on foreign soil when we're not even operating as task force? Seriously?" I considered his words, nodded my head, and said, "Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. We need to interdict him after he gets the instructions tomorrow, but before he transmits them. Make it look like a mugging. Rough him up a bit, steal his watch and wallet, and get the thumb drive. We get that lead and we continue on." I looked at Aaron and said, "The point of this is to prove or disprove Iranian involvement, right? This guy that's doing the link-up isn't Iranian. He's sketchy, and he's sounding like what your Mossad skeptics think, somebody else pulling the strings. We need to sort that out. He's the guy we ultimately want." Aaron said, "So how does our interdicting the professor before he has the ability to transmit the plan help us? The guy won't get the instructions. No, he will, but we'll be controlling the information. I say we roll up Professor, get the message, and then craft our own link-up plan. Make him think we're the cell. We go to Bahrain, roll up his ass, and squeeze him. That's where the answers will come. And we'll short-circuit anything they had planned as well. It's a win-win." Aaron nodded, saying, "Yeah, that sounds good to me. Shoshana?" She said,
"I agree. We have a hit time tomorrow for him to retrieve the message, and we know his route. We'll actually get 2 shots at it, since he'll have to retrieve the message, come home to use the Stego program to decode, then shack up his own message to the Bosnian guy, and finally return to the hotel to send it. We can hit him after he leaves the hotel, and if that fails, after he leaves his apartment again. We could do it."
Knuckles tugged his ear, then glanced at me. I said, "What?" "You're forgetting we have no sanction over here. We can't just go ripping people off the street because Israel thinks it's a good thing. We can't do it. Or more specifically, Brett and I won't do it. You guys are civilians, so go ahead and get your jihad on. But we're standing down."
Knuckles was still an active-duty Navy SEAL, and Brett was officially part of the CIA's Ground Branch Paramilitary Division, unlike Jennifer and me, who were civilian owners of an archaeological research company. I understood where they were coming from. I said, "Come on, this is what you do. We're derailing their ability to assassinate our allies, or maybe our own guys. You know what's in Bahrain? The Fifth Fleet. You don't think that's a juicy target? They're going to kill someone in Bahrain. We can stop it, and maybe stop a war with Iran if the hits are truly a false flag." He said, "That may be the case, but I'm not conducting an Omega operation without sanction. This being an Israeli thing only goes so far, and you're stretching it." I glanced at Jennifer. She pursed her lips and shook her head, telling me Knuckles was right. I turned to Brett, and he said, "You know where I stand. Need some authorization for this." Shoshana said,
"Pike, we can do this on our own. Just you and us. I don't need authorization. I already have it."
I looked at Aaron and saw he was torn. He wanted my help, but understood my restrictions. I took a deep breath and then let it out. I said, "I'm sorry, Shoshana, but my team's right. I'd love to tag this guy, but we're going to need authorization. Let's take a look at what we can do without ripping the professor off the street." Knuckles exhaled at my words, the act letting me know he didn't want to go against me, but was going to do what he thought was right. It made me smile, because the worst thing a team leader could ever become was convinced he alone was correct. I glanced at Jennifer, and she winked, letting me know she thought it was the right decision as well. Shoshana became incensed, springing up and saying,
"We'll do this on our own, then."
I said, "Calm down, Carrie. We're still going to help, but just within the charter we have, which is surveillance only." She hissed, saying,
"Your side is next. Your people are going to get killed next. And we could prevent that right now."
I said, "I'm sorry, but until Wolf gives me sanction to conduct offensive operations, I can't do it." And then my phone came alive, with a distinctive task force ringtone telling me to go encrypt it. Chapter 25. After finishing the establishment of his kill zone during daylight, Garrett sat in his car in the fading twilight, waiting on the darkness to fall, a precursor required before the streetwalkers began plying their trade like nocturnal animals digging through a trash can. Parked in the EUR neighborhood next to a small man-made body of water called Lago del Ur, waiting on darkness to fall, his mind drifted unbidden to the ramifications of what he was about to do: kill an innocent solely to protect the mission. Leonardo was going to get the link-up information for Bahrain tomorrow, but that still left about 3 days for the female police inspector to hunt him down, and he had no idea how close she was. For all he knew, they were within 24 hours of knocking on his door and asking for his DNA or fingerprints. He knew he'd left both at every crime scene. The murder of Gabriel Hernandez, the United States diplomat, had certainly generated the news he wanted, with the U.S. press's endless cycle of cable talking heads demanding the obliteration of Iran. But the female inspector had nothing to do with that, and he was sure the investigation was going full speed ahead. He'd tried mightily to find out her identity or where she lived, but had so far failed. The police had held several news conferences discussing a Ripper-type character on the loose in the EUR neighborhood, but that story had now been overshadowed by the spectacular death of the American. But even before, the woman detective never took the microphone, was never introduced, and nobody ever referred to her by name. She apparently preferred to operate in the shadows, which concerned Garrett a great deal. He needed to remove her from the equation to short-circuit the investigation, which necessitated him first discovering her identity. After he'd repeatedly come up empty using every investigative technique he could think of, wasting hours on the web trying to find her and calling various people he knew from his past, he'd decided on a different tack. Instead of him searching for her, bring her to him. The quickest way to do that would be another killing, but unlike the other 3, this one would be premeditated. No rage, no sexual frustration, just a goat staked to a tree for the tiger to come find.
When that happened, he'd learn who she was, because he'd ensured that he would control the space where the body would be found. At night, the streetwalkers were all over the EUR neighborhood, the majority clinging to the alleys that surrounded the park around the lake. But, as he'd learned, most had no place to go, with some wanting to offer their services in the darkness of the park itself, and others simply using the patron's car. Earlier, when he was genuinely searching for sexual gratification, he hadn't liked either choice, forcing him to solicit multiple women before he'd found one who had a place to stay. He wasn't going to do that tonight. He couldn't take a chance on another trailer encounter. He needed to prepare the location prior to arrival, and so he'd rented a VRBO apartment on the east side of the neighborhood, away from the lake. That in itself had been a chore, because he had very specific requirements. The biggest hurdle was finding a host who didn't require verified identification to rent. That cut his choices in half, as Airbnb not only required an official government ID, they also did a background check on the identification submitted before giving the renter verified status. VRBO recommended verification, as some hosts wouldn't rent without it, but didn't actually require it, allowing him to use a fake driver's license from the United States. The license had been bought off the internet just like any underage college student had the capability of doing. But he figured, unlike a bouncer in a college town bar in the United States, nobody in Italy would know what to look for to prove it false. That, coupled with the complete collapse of rentals from COVID, made Garrett sure the host wouldn't even attempt to verify. He or she would just want the money. Beyond the identification problem, he had other needs. The rental couldn't require him to meet the owner or agent of the apartment to gain access. That eliminated apartments that were really just makeshift rooms at the back of a house where the owner still lived, or apartments that insisted on an in-person meeting with a rental agent to receive the key. Finally, the location was key. He needed a place that allowed him to get within 100 meters of the apartment without being seen, and not just by driving up like he had before. He wasn't going to risk being discovered in his car again, and he would need to remain for possibly hours, which required a site that would allow such a stay. It seemed to be an exhaustive list, and he'd actually considered renting a trailer himself, parking it somewhere in a dark alley to use, but assumed there was no way a whore would follow him into a sketchy back alley trailer that she didn't own. After 6 hours of research, he'd stumbled upon a perfect location. It was a VRBO in a 4-story apartment complex right next to a park called Parco Mattia Preti, on the east side of the EUR neighborhood. With a school across the road, which would be closed at night, ensuring no coincidental eyewitnesses, a myriad of alleys surrounding it, and keypad entry that didn't require him to meet anyone, he submitted his application. 4 hours later, it was approved, and he paid for 4 days. He'd driven to the location, carefully looking for surveillance cameras and seeing 2 mounted on the walls to the front entrance. One focused on the parking lot, the other focused on all who entered. He'd avoided them, entering through a side door and walking up 2 flights of stairs. He checked numbers, reached his door, and held his breath. He punched in the code he'd been given, and the lock clicked open. He exhaled and entered, taking stock of the surroundings. It was small, a 1-bedroom with a kitchenette and a bathroom, the tiny den barely big enough to hold the 2 chairs and a coffee table the host had provided, which was perfect for him. He opened his backpack and went to work. He began installing Wi-Fi cameras and small covert microphones throughout the apartment, using the cheap artwork on the walls, smoke alarms in each room, lamps on tables, and air vents along the baseboards. When he was done, he connected the system to the apartment Wi-Fi and checked the feed on a tablet. It appeared to work inside the apartment, but the real test would be outside. He turned on the television, raising the volume to conversation level, then went back to his vehicle and drove to the park entrance a scant 100 meters away. He entered it, walking with a backpack until he reached a bench, ignoring the people out enjoying the sunshine. He opened the pack, pulled out the tablet, and attempted to connect to the apartment complex Wi-Fi. The signal was too weak. He stood up and began walking back toward the complex, looking at his tablet. He entered a wooded section, the fence to the park only 20 meters away, and feared his plan wouldn't work. He found another bench and sat down again, waiting. The tablet found the signal and connected. He dialed up his network of surveillance devices and smiled. The system worked perfectly. He had a clear view of both the bedroom and the den, and could hear the television even inside the bedroom. He tapped the tablet, shifting cameras, pleased. Sometimes it paid to have specialized training and equipment. He'd started to put away his tablet when a dog ran up to him with a ball, a young boy of about 13 scampering behind. The boy approached and said, "What's that?" Before Garrett could answer, the boy saw the camera feeds and said, "Are you flying a drone? Can I see?" Flustered, Garrett stood and said, No, it's pictures of my apartment." He walked rapidly away, regretting the contact and his reaction to it. The boy would remember Garrett. If he lived around here, he might be contacted in a canvass of the neighborhood. Maybe he should kill the boy too, right now before he could return to his parents. The thought made him physically ill. He returned to his car, slammed his fist into the dash, and then began praying for his soul. He was on the verge of creating the return of Christ, but he was burning his afterlife to do so. He couldn't believe he'd actually considered killing a 13-year-old child simply because he'd seen the tablet. 3 hours later, he was waiting for the sun to set next to the lake, trying to return to the promise of the mission. He feared he was losing focus of what constituted the work of Satan and what was for the greater good of humanity. The woman would be the greater good. The boy was not. He thought it no different than Rahab in the Bible, a harlot who had protected Israelite spies in Jericho. She'd hidden them, and when the Israelites came to sack the city using the spies' information, she had been spared by hanging a crimson rope outside her window. This whore would be doing the same thing, protecting a spy for the promised land. With that thought, he closed his eyes, waiting on the sun to set. 2 hours later, someone bumped his hood, startling him awake. Under the harsh glare of a streetlight, he saw a couple headed into the park. It was full night now, and the usual hookers were stalking around the green space next to the lake. He left his vehicle and entered the park, surveying the various prostitutes walking about. He saw a black woman with a tube top, tight shorts, and sandals sitting on a bench, her hair in cornrows. She caught him looking her way and smiled. He went to her. He knew how the game was played. Prostitution wasn't technically illegal, but solicitation was, meaning the women couldn't come to you and ask if you wanted a good time. You had to go to them. She was small, about 5'4", which was in his favor. She was also a different race, which would help throw off the investigation. His other victims had been someone he was sexually attracted to, but he had none of that here, and any confusion he could interject on the case would only help. In his broken Italian, he said, "You out here by yourself?" She looked him up and down, saw no threat, and said, "Yes." He nodded and said, "You want some company?" Hearing the magic words, she smiled. She hadn't solicited him, so it was okay. "Sure, what would you like to do?" He said, "My Italian isn't that good. Do you speak English?" She smiled again, and in English said, "Yes, my Italian is better, but I speak English. You are American?" He sat down next to her and said, "Yes, I am, here on business. I have a rental apartment about a mile away. You want to go get some drinks?" She stood, threw her purse over her shoulder, and said, "Sure, I can do that. What's your name?" "You can call me Splinter." She said, "My name is—" and he cut her off, saying, "I don't want to know." He walked her to the car, making small talk. She was from Senegal, and had been in Italy for close to 2 years. She lived with a group of women, but had no pimp. She was here illegally, but wanted to get a work permit to let her quit this life. Endless chit-chat making Garrett sad. He was convinced he was doing her a favor. She would never leave this purgatory, and he was giving her a second chance for the afterlife. She would be a brick in the wall of the second coming. Like Rahab, it was probably the greatest thing she could ever aspire to. He drove east, winding through the neighborhoods, eventually passing the park next to his rental complex. He stopped his car in the shadows of the west end of the building, leading her through the darkness to a side door away from the security cameras and street lamps, from the primary entrance. When they continued in the darkness instead of moving to the light of the main entrance, she became suspicious, saying, "Why aren't we going in the front?" He said, "My apartment is right above us. It's just quicker." She nodded, and he opened the door to a stairwell with a flourish of his hand. She entered, and they went up 2 floors, then exited into a hallway. He led her forward, reaching the apartment door. He punched in the code to the door, heard it unlock, then swung it wide for her. She smiled again and entered. He followed behind, pulling a red cord out of his jacket pocket, each end having a piece of wood threaded through to make it easier to use. Chapter 26. I checked my watch for probably the 40th time, seeing it was now 11:30 a.m., almost showtime. I was sitting on a bench in Liedenhof Park, right smack dab in the center of Zurich's old town, this time all by myself. I got on the radio and conducted a comms check with all of my bumper positions, making sure they were prepared to execute, and each one acknowledged they were set and ready to go. That was small comfort, because this operation was running the ragged edge of my team's capability. The mission had changed, and we were nowhere near the size needed for the new scope, but after the task force call last night, everything had ratcheted up. It had been George Wolfe on the phone, and the situation had morphed drastically from me being on a boondoggle with the Israelis out in the wind on my own. A U.S. diplomat had been executed in Italy, with the same type of note the Israelis had found on their dead Ramsad crammed in her mouth. Kataib Hezbollah had claimed credit, and the President of the United States was now out for blood, which was good for me, but bad given the size of my team. I told Wolfe my plan about the mugging to get the thumb drive, then the follow-on hit in Bahrain, and for the first time in my task force career, he had stunned me. Instead of the usual mealy-mouthed Oversight Council pushback, whenever I wanted to do something, he took it to the next level, telling me to drop the mugging idea and go with a full-on takedown. He wanted me to extract the target from the middle of Zurich, a metropolitan city, in broad daylight, then get him on the Rockstar bird and evacuate him to Aviano Air Base in Italy, a U.S.-controlled facility where task force interrogators would be standing by. The idea held merit, because clearly this guy knew a lot of what was going on. So when he'd asked me if I could accomplish the mission, of course I'd said yes. After all of my bitching on other missions about being held back because the Oversight Council were a bunch of cowards, there was no way I was going to say no, but it was going to be a little tight. I had Shoshana as the trigger at the apartment, but we were going to rely on his habitual pattern from there. Knuckles would pick him up at the hotel, leaving Brett, Aaron, and me to take him down. Jennifer would be up the street with a Land Rover for exfil. Once the action had occurred, and we'd loaded him up, Shoshana would use the other Land Rover to evacuate the team. Easy day, except it left nothing for contingencies. If it went the way we planned, there would be no problem. But like Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. At 11:43, Shoshana came on the net.
"Professor is on the move. Same direction as yesterday."
I said, "Roger. Knuckles, that means about 15 minutes until he breaks the door of the Kindley Hotel." He said, "Roger all, standing by." Shoshana came back on and said,
"He's got his laptop with him this time."
Shit. While we intended to take this guy off the board, the original plan was still in play. We'd get the thumb drive information and still have the option of executing my original mission, if that's what the Oversight Council thought was best. That plan required us to take the professor before he had a chance to transmit the link-up information to the mysterious Bosniak, allowing the task force to set up their own trap. If he had the laptop, he had the ability to extract the message and resend in one trip. But maybe he had it just to surf porn after he had the message. One could hope. I fidgeted on the bench, watching some elderly gentlemen playing chess on permanent tables set in the park for that purpose. Still wearing masks, they refused to let a pandemic alter their routine. I envied them, in a way, wondering about each of their life stories. As usual, when seeing someone that age, I wondered if maybe they'd been dropped behind enemy lines in France,
or were Swiss spies in the Reichstag. But given the march of time, probably not. Those gems were leaving this earth every single day. My radio came alive. All elements, this is Knuckles. I have eyes on, he's at the computer. I said, Roger, and waited, feeling the adrenaline rise. If he followed his pattern of life, he would leave the hotel and travel up a ramp to the hill in the park. The ramp itself cut into the side of the hill and lined with cinder block walls until it reached the top. It was a perfect surveillance detection route, because it would highlight anyone behind him. If he kept true to form, he would exit the park on a similar ramp, dropping down off the hill to the streets below with walls on his left and right, growing as he sank back down. As before, it was a perfect use for an SDR, but unfortunately for him, it was also perfect for a hit. Once he started down that ramp, he would be lost to sight from anyone who wasn't actually using the same walkway, and that's where we were going to take him. Brett was at the bottom, prepared to walk up. I was at the top, coming from that end. Knuckles would provide rear security, locking down the back door, while Aaron would do the same from the bottom, both prepared to react. But I really didn't think that would be necessary. He was an old dude, and I was sure the sight of a suppressed pistol would gain us compliance. The streets around here were pedestrian only, so Jennifer was parked about a block away, on an avenue called Kuttlegasse. All we had to do was walk him there, and we were done. I didn't have any real qualms about the mission, because we weren't dealing with a hardened terrorist who had seen combat and would rather die than be caught. We were interdicting a money guy who would probably soil himself when he saw my pistol. But there was always Mike Tyson. Knuckles said, "Bad news. He's got the message and he's plugging it into his computer," which was something I didn't want to hear. I said, "Is he going to transmit the message out?" "Yeah, I'm sure. No other reason to bring the laptop." I said, "Can you interdict? Force him to leave before. You want me to make a scene here? Pull out my pistol and start ranting about Muslims or something?" I realized I was grasping at straws. I said, "What about cutting the hotel computer? Can you do something to interdict it? Maybe walk to it while he's on his laptop and make it crash." "Too late. He's done. He's put the thumb drive back into the computer and he's typing." "Damn it." I said, Okay, we got a Mike Tyson punch. Continue the mission. We get the next punch." 2 minutes later, Knuckles said, "He's on the move. I have 5-5, same path." I clicked on the net and said, "Coco, Blood, you ready?" Jennifer said, "Car is staged, engine running." Brett said, "Yeah, you call him on the ramp and I'm on the move." "Roger all. Carrie, what's your status?"
"In the Rover and on the way. Don't wait on me, I'll be there."
"Good to go." 2 minutes later, Knuckles said, "He's in the park, headed your way." I glanced left and saw the professor, moving at a leisurely pace and glancing around, looking for the bad man. He passed right in front of me and began the long walk down the far side ramp out of the park. I said, all elements, I have control, stand by," and rose to follow. When he reached the point where his head was below the walls around him, I said, "Execute," and saw Brett coming up the other way. We closed on him rapidly, meeting at the bottom of the ramp, with about 20 feet to the street. I tapped the target on the shoulder, and he turned. I put my pistol into his gut and said, "Don't move." Brett came up behind him and trapped his arms behind his back. His eyes went wide and he sagged into the stone wall. Perfect. He was the bad guy and he knew it, but he wasn't willing to fight. I said, "Hand me the laptop." He did so. I continued, "We're going to walk out of this park and 1 block up. If you try to fight us or flee, you'll be dead. Do you understand?" He nodded dumbly, and I said, "Let's go." From the top of the ramp, Knuckles said, "Hold what you got. Biker on the way." I pushed Professor into the wall and said, "Just remain quiet. Any noise and you're dead." I glanced up and saw a guy on a mountain bike coming down the path, decked out in cycling gear. Brett let go of the target's arms, but I kept the pistol in his gut, hidden by my body. The biker slowed down due to the slope of the ramp and the stairs at the bottom, coming almost to a standstill right next to us. I heard Brett hiss, "Gun!" and then heard a suppressed pop. The professor's head exploded right in front of me, the stone wall coated with brain matter. He collapsed like someone had turned off the power to his body, rolling on the ground, his left eye open, unseeing, his right a gout of blood. What the fuck? For a split second, I couldn't assimilate what had happened, but my reflexes took over. I rotated my pistol to the biker and saw him racing away, Brett chasing him with his own pistol out. The biker jumped down the small set of stairs at the bottom and disappeared. Aaron came on, saying, "Couple coming up about to enter. What's the status?" I said, "Stall them." Brett came racing back to me and said, "What the hell just happened?" I said, "I don't know. Find the drive. Get the drive." We ripped through his clothes, Brett finding a thumb drive in his jacket pocket. He held it up, and I said, "Let's get the hell out of here." We speed-walked down the ramp and stairs, past Aaron asking a couple for directions, and then began sprinting up the street, me on the net saying, all elements, abort, abort, abort. Meet back at the hotel." Chapter 27. George Wolfe finished his overview of Pike's actions in Switzerland and paused, waiting on the inevitable questions from the Oversight Council. Unfortunately for him, the lead-off batter was President Hannister himself. He leaned back in his chair and said, "So we gave you authority to capture this guy in Switzerland, and you killed him instead. That's not something I would expect with task force operations. You are the scalpel I use when absolutely necessary, not a killing force like Putin employs. This guy was in no way DOA. I never said that, and from your briefing, I'm unsure if that's exactly what Pike executed." DOA was a task force designation rarely employed, meaning the threat was so great to United States interests that the target could be neutralized dead or alive. It was the closest designation in the United States government sanctioning an assassination, but only if capture was not feasible, and only if the threat was so great it posed an existential threat. It was one more example of the illegality of the unit, because it directly went against EO 12333, an executive order that prohibited assassination signed by President Hannister, like every president before him since Gerald Ford had created it. Wolfe knew the delicate nature of the designation, not the least because he knew how task force operators treated it when assigned. When it was given, the task force operators colloquially called it dead on arrival, because it was much easier to kill a man than capture him. If DOA was given, 9 times out of 10, the target was going home in a body bag. But that wasn't what had happened here. Wolfe said, "Sir, as I said, Pike didn't kill him. Someone else did. And we think it was precisely to keep Pike from knowing what was in his head. In my opinion, the Israelis may be right on this. There's something more at play than Kataib Hezbollah. This isn't Iran pulling strings because we killed General Soleimani. The Israelis? They're breaking down my door through back channels to attack Iran using nothing more than letters as proof. They're pushing me to a place I don't want to go. And they're not the only ones. I have bipartisan condemnation of Iran building exponentially. The death of Gabrielle in Italy is going to force my hand regardless of the truth." Wolfe knew the pressure he was under. One only needed to turn on the television to see the massive number of experts preening about regime change in Iran. He said, "I meant the small section of Mossad that gave Aaron and Shoshana the mission. There are some who think this is deeper than just Iran projecting power through proxy forces." Alexander Palmer chuckled and said, "Well, that would be good news if it's true. Please tell us you have something to prove it." Wolfe flipped a slide on the screen, showing the 2 messages from the courier. He said, "Unfortunately, no, I don't. All Pike was able to glean was a lead. There's a link-up plan for the transfer of money to a Kataib Hezbollah cell in Bahrain. They're apparently targeting someone in that country. We don't know who the target might be, but we do know where they're going to meet for the transfer of the funds." Palmer said, "Another Kataib cell? How is this not proof in and of itself? We aren't talking about a letter here supposedly created by an imposter." President Hannister said, Where's the money coming from? Who's the paymaster? Wolf used a laser pointer and went through the 2 messages. The cell thinks it's Iran, but Pike doesn't. The guy coming is from Bosnia, apparently some sort of trained killer, and the entire link-up plan is strange. If it were Iran, they'd just order the guys to meet. In this case, the first message is asking, not telling, and it's not some Quds Force trainer like Iran would ordinarily send. It's a Bosniak assassin. The Secretary of Defense said, Iran was neck-deep in Bosnia during the war there. A Bosniak involved doesn't seem that strange to me. Sounds more like plausible deniability.
Amanda Croft said, Can't we track the money backwards? From the guy who was killed?
We have his laptop, and the network operations guys are going through it remotely right now. But from what Pike's seen, the contact had pretty good operational security. He doesn't think anything's going to be on it.
Palmer started to ask another question, and President Hannister interrupted, saying,
We're not going to get anywhere from inside the Oval Office. What are you asking here? What's the next step? Wolf said, Sir, let Pike take the team to the link-up in Bahrain. He's convinced the Bosnian is the key here. Pike wants Omega to roll him up. He's bringing the money, and he'll obviously know where it came from. If it's Iran, at least you'll have solid evidence instead of shooting in the dark. If it's not, we'll have the thread to pull it apart, and Pike's starting to think it's not.
Palmer said, Based on what?
Wolf said, based on his intuition. He's the man on the ground. Hannister looked around the room and said, Put it to a vote.
Before they did, Palmer said, Wait, sir, how are they going? What's the cover status?
Wolf said, They're going as Israelis.
Seriously, does Israel know?
Wolf shut down his laptop, then turned to President Hannister, ignoring Palmer. He said, Sir, I don't know who in Israel is read onto this, but Aaron and Shoshana are providing the support. And Bahrain recently signed a peace deal with Israel. They're sure it's not an issue, and Pike is game. Trust the man on the ground.
Palmer said, That's asking for compromise, not only from the operation, but from Israel. Before, this was just a reconnaissance operation. Now you're asking for Omega, when the last one ended up with a dead target. Given the target was provided by the Israelis, they've got to be looking into that. And if they don't know and find out an American team was operating as Israelis, they'll lose their minds. Israel will throw us under the bus as soon as they can.
Wolf said, The Israeli passports Pike's team is using came from the Mossad. Someone there already knows they're operational.
Palmer threw his hands in the air and said, Someone with power? Or some Mossad lunatic who's operating outside of its own charter? There's a big difference between one lone operative going off the reservation to provide passports and the sanctioning of an operation with the blessing of Israel's version of the National Command Authority.
Wolf said, It is what it is. You're afraid of the compromise, but not the impending casualty. If we do nothing, and another American diplomat is killed, what then? We're out of threads to chase, and looking at war. Even if this is Iran, stopping the assassination in and of itself should be enough to launch. Hannister said, I agree. The benefits outweigh the risks. Anyone else have an issue with this? Palmer held his tongue, and the room remained quiet. Hannister gave it a moment, then said, Okay, tell Pike it's a go. He turned to Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, and said, Keep your ear to the ground with Mossad. Any hint of them exposing this? I want to know. Kerry grumbled. Fat lot of good that'll do. So far, they haven't told me squat. President Hannister ignored him, returning to Wolf. Tell Pike to get me something. The pressure is growing exponentially. I'll have to respond to the death of our diplomat in Italy regardless. I can't let that go even if it's not Iran. No way can I allow the murder of one of my people. It will show nothing but appeasement that Iran will use even if they didn't execute the mission. Worst case, Iran sees it as a signal that they can attack with impunity. Right now, I can get away with some airstrikes against Kataib targets in Syria, but eventually, it's going to get worse. Wolf nodded and said, I'll get it done. Hannister flicked his head to the SecDef and said, "I've already got the Fifth Fleet on alert. Tell Pike to keep me from using it, because that's where this is headed." Chapter 28. Donatello took the Coke that Salim offered him, raised it for a sip, then surveyed the men around him. Jamal and Khalid were both barely in their 20s and looked like they hadn't been fed in a week. Wearing ratty t-shirts, jeans, and Adidas shower shoes, they didn't give him much confidence, especially since they seemed to be more enamored with the video games in Salim's apartment than the mission itself. The man known as Khan seemed more competent, if not a little savage. Donatello wasn't sure of his skill, but was convinced of his propensity for violence. The leader, Salim, also appeared solid, if a bit effeminate. He was definitely intelligent and constantly surveying his surroundings, like a wolf afraid something was going to take its meal. Not necessarily jumpy, but wary of anything that entered his domain. Donatello thought that a plus, and something he could leverage, even as it had caused the link-up to become overly complicated. He'd flown into Saudi Arabia's King Fahd International Airport and had immediately encountered problems. It turned out that the kingdom didn't recognize the diplomatic passport of the Knights of Malta. They'd almost turned him away until he'd brought out his actual Croatian passport. He'd already used his cover story about working with a charitable organization in Kobar, a story that the Knights of Malta passport was supposed to backstop. He knew that if the shifting of passports had raised their suspicions, and they'd done any checking at all on his cover story, he was dead in the water. They did not, more concerned with him purchasing a visa than why he was visiting. They'd taken his picture and fingerprints, then allowed him to go on his way. But he knew he was flagged within the kingdom now. Luckily, he wasn't doing any work inside the country. He'd rented a car and driven to Kobar, then ran into more trouble trying to exit Saudi Arabia via the causeway to Bahrain. The immigration officer ran his passport through the scanner, saw he'd arrived on the same day, and demanded to know why he'd landed in Saudi Arabia if he intended to travel to Bahrain. Donatello told him that the flight was cheaper. The man seemed satisfied until he saw that Donatello had no visa for Bahrain, causing more questions. Falling back on his Special Forces interrogation training and years of experience in hostile places, Donatello fended off each one expertly, until he was presented with the final hurdle, a negative COVID test. He had one just in case something like this happened, but hadn't been asked to present it upon arrival in the airport, and knew from research that, due to vaccines, a quarantine was no longer in place in either KSA or Bahrain. Apparently, either this man hadn't been apprised of the updates, or he was simply busting Donatello's balls, but after presenting the negative PCR test, he was grudgingly allowed to leave. He drove across the causeway, reaching what looked like a toll booth on a turnpike, the overhang spanning all the lanes of the causeway with a sign proclaiming immigration. He waited in a line of cars, inching forward, then finally reached a booth with an immigration officer. He didn't even bother to try his knight's passport, instead presenting his Croatian one, telling the officer he was working in Kobar and simply visiting for a few days as a tourist, a common occurrence. He'd been forced to purchase another visa to allow him entry, and was on his way. As instructed, he'd driven to the first interchange and exited, heading south until he saw a modern gas station called Oil King. He parked and went inside to a counter serving soft-serve ice cream, being careful not to glance around. He knew he was now under surveillance. He ordered a chocolate cone and was told they only had vanilla. Saying he didn't like vanilla, he thanked the vendor, exited the store, and went to an ATM station that looked like a phone booth on steroids. He entered, closed the door, and pretended to use the machine, killing time. Eventually, a man approached and stood outside, waiting on him to finish. He feigned frustration, then exited the booth. In English, the man said, "Is it not working?" Donatello said, "Not for me." The elaborate bona fides dance over. The man stuck out his hand and said, "I'm Salim. Come, leave your rental here. We'll pick it up after we're done." He'd let Donatello retrieve his overnight bag, then led him to a beat-up white Hyundai, opening the passenger door. They returned to the expressway, and Salim said,
"What's your name?"
"You can call me Donnie."
Salim nodded, then said,
"Did you bring the money, Donnie?"
"Yes. 5 prepaid Visa cards with $500 each."
"And why did you need to come to deliver it? Why not just do what we used to?"
Donnie looked at him and said,
"Okay, I'm not here to take over the operation, but I have some unique skills that may help."
They drove in silence for the next 20 minutes, Salim exiting the freeway into a concrete jungle of alleys and apartments, the outsides dotted with clotheslines and TV dishes. He pulled to a stop, exited, and said,
"Follow me."
Salim led him to the second story of a building in need of repairs and entered an apartment. He introduced Donnie to the rest of the men, and then handed him a cold Coke. Donnie took a sip, and Salim said,
"The money?"
At that, the 2 other men took off their headsets and put down their game controllers. Khan leaned forward in his chair.
"I told you, I have it, but first, I need to know the plan."
"The money is the plan. Khan's supposed to purchase weapons today. Khalid is paying off a patrolman to avoid an area. Jamal is getting explosives, and I have to pay the secretary in the target's office for his itinerary."
"So you don't have a plan, is that it?"
"No, we do. I have the itinerary. I just need to pay the woman for it."
And Salim laid it out, piece by piece, ending with,
"This will make a bigger statement, just like that CIA chief in Lebanon who was tortured to death while America could do nothing about it."
In spite of himself, Donatello was impressed. He saw a few flaws, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. The main problem was the end state. Capture was always harder than killing, and keeping this guy alive for days while sending out videos of his torture, while perfect for the turtle's needs, was exceedingly risky.
He said, "I like it, but you're not going to be dealing with the United States coming to his rescue. It'll be the Sunni intelligence apparatus of Bahrain. You won't last more than a day with him, I promise, especially if you're paying off police beforehand. It's a dead giveaway with a trail right back here."
"We understand their capabilities, trust me. The policeman is Shia, one of the few. He won't talk. He hates the monarchy just like we do. And we're not bringing the target back here."
"Okay, but still, may I suggest just putting out a single message with him on the same night and then killing him? You'll get nearly the same impact without the enormous risks."
Khan said,
"We are prepared to die for the cause, aren't you?"
"Yes, but not when I don't have to, any more than I jump out that window right now for the cause."
Salim said,
"We'll consider it. Now, time is short. The money, please?"
Donnie dug in his pack, then handed over an envelope. Salim passed out the cards to the men. After the 3 had left, Donnie said,
"If they don't get what they need today, do you have a backup plan for the following day?"
"No. He's not leaving the base the following day. But the 3rd day, he's out again."
Donnie nodded and said,
"What's the Wi-Fi password here?"
"Why?"
"I need to call my imam, and I'm not using the cell network to do that."
Salim gave it to him. Donnie hooked up to the internet, then turned on his Zello app, dialing Garrett. When he answered, Donnie began speaking in Croatian.
"It looks like it's a go here. They have a pretty good plan, and it's set for tomorrow night. I'll need to smooth over some rough edges, but I think it'll work."
"And do they suspect you in any way?"
"No. As a matter of fact, nobody's questioned me about my religion or anything about my past. They just assumed I've been sent by Iran."
"Good. Get this done and come home immediately. I now have the final target's itinerary. Things are speeding up. We need to leave for Lebanon soon, before the Grand Master goes to Israel."
Donnie glanced at Salim, saying,
"Trust me, I'm out of here as soon as the capture is done. These guys are true believers, and I'm pretty sure they'll all be dead within 48 hours. I don't intend to be in the blast radius."
Chapter 29. Sitting in a rental car on Shabab Avenue, otherwise known as American Alley here in Manama, I was parked right under the smiling face of good old Colonel Sanders. I was thinking about getting some fried chicken just to see if it was the same as in the United States.
Surely the Colonel's secret recipe of 11 herbs and spices hadn't made it over to Bahrain. Unfortunately, it was a mystery that would have to wait. Instead, I clicked on the net and said, "Shoshana, how's it looking?" She came back.
I'm walking by now. Pen test is operational in the backpack. Getting some looks, but nothing sharp. I'm good.
I said, "Roger. Blood, Aaron, you copy?" Brett came back. "Roger all. We're staged 2 minutes out, no issues." "Roger. Shoshana, just get the penetration test done. No crazy stuff here." She didn't reply, which meant she didn't like me telling her what to do. Jennifer said,
You know, she speaks fluent Arabic. With her black hair and dark skin, she'll blend right in.
I said, "She'd blend in with a bunch of Arabs who are strangers, like in an airport. But that neighborhood is tight. They won't do anything because they suspect she's an Israeli. But they might just because she doesn't live there." I'd gotten Omega authority for the Bosnian guy, not more than 4 hours after sending it, which surprised me. Actually, it made me a little bit squeamish, which was unusual, because I was wondering what was behind the blanket approvals. Usually, I had to fight my ass off to get the Oversight Council to approve anything. But now, they were doing it every time I asked. It made me wonder if they knew something I did not. We'd flown out of Switzerland to Bahrain, getting clearance to land and taxi away from the commercial aviation section to the private rich man's land of flying. Once again, I was happy to be in a Rockstar bird, but I was sure immigration would be a different story, since we were apparently all Sabra Israelis. Aaron had made a few calls while we were taxiing, then said, "We're good." I'd said, "How?" "We're about to be questioned why we're here, in a Sunni-dominated country while holding Israeli passports." We parked and waited for the interrogation, and then I was surprised. The man who had entered wasn't Arab. He was Israeli. He asked what we needed in the way of help, and Aaron said, "A couple of rental cars, 1 sedan and 1 SUV. The man nodded, and I said, "Can we just walk out of here with our luggage? No interference?" He said,
Yes. The monarchy wants to improve relations with Israel. There will be no repercussions because of your heritage. Let me bring in the immigration officials and get your passport stamped.
He exited, and I looked at Aaron, saying, "What's going on?"
"We've had a secret embassy in Bahrain for years. A front company, supposedly doing commercial work. It's been full of Israeli dual citizens for over a decade, giving us plausible deniability. When Bahrain signed the peace accords, they meant it. But they understand the pressure that's going to be brought to bear from the Shiite majority. Because of that, when we arrive, we get special treatment, away from the usual immigration and customs lines." I said, "I wonder what Saudi Arabia thinks of that shit." He laughed and said, "Everything Bahrain does is with KSA's approval. They don't use the bathroom without clearing it through KSA. It was the kingdom that flooded forces in here to stabilize the Sunni monarchy after the latest uprisings. Trust me, Saudi Arabia knows and approves. We're hoping to get the kingdom to come on board soon."
The Israeli returned with an Arab man in an ill-fitting immigration uniform, like they swapped them out at shift change. He took our passports and gave them the requisite stamps and visas. They both left, and I said, "Mossad?" Aaron said, "Honestly, I don't know. Could be. Or could just be a guy working at our secret embassy. Not sure." "What about the pilots?" "As Americans, they're on their own. But as Americans, they'll have no trouble." I went up to the cockpit and told the pilots the situation, which made them happy. No quarantine, and I promised we weren't flying for at least 2 days, so they could get their own jihad on at the Bahrain nightlife. I returned to Aaron and said, "So we can just unload a bunch of weapons and get out of here?" "Pretty much. First, we need to get some vehicles." He'd sent Jennifer and Shoshana to find them, and then Aaron, Brett, and I had started taking the plane apart, pulling out surveillance gear and weapons we might need, packing them in ordinary suitcases. By the time we were done, Jennifer and Shoshana had returned with a nondescript sedan and another Land Rover. We'd loaded them up and driven to a hotel, realizing we had little time. The meet was supposed to occur in the next 2 hours. That in itself wasn't a problem, because the entire island nation could be crossed in 40 minutes. but we wanted time to assess the link-up location. We'd spent about 20 minutes planning an assault, and then traveled out to the link-up point. When we'd arrived, I saw that the man who'd sent the message had been very, very careful. It would be very hard to take down the Bosnian here. The final point was an ATM right out front, in full view of anyone coming into the gas station. We knew the entire bona fides for the link-up from the messages, and inside the gas station Jennifer had triggered the first. The fake ask for chocolate ice cream. At that point, we knew we were in play, but there was nothing we could do beyond taking pictures. The target walked out, went to the ATM booth, and then was met by a second man. We recorded it all, impotent. I'd seriously thought about just running up and thumping him in the head, but knew that was a non-starter. We settled for following them, which had been easy on the expressway. Eventually, they left it and began driving through the concrete jungle of the Sanabis neighborhood of Manama, a hotbed of Shiite folks who didn't take kindly to strangers. In the eyes-on position, I saw the vehicle leave the highway and start threading through the narrow streets of the neighborhood. I followed for about 3 turns and then pulled off. From studying the driver of the vehicle at the gas station, I knew he was looking for the bad man. He had that wolf scent in everything he did. I'd called Aaron and Shoshana and told them my position, and they picked up the follow, eventually finding the apartment, but there was no way we could maintain surveillance in this place. With the sun going down, we'd pulled off and made a plan for the next day, which for me was an almost impossible task. We had no idea what these guys had planned and no way to find out. I'd put my boss's ass on the line for this, not to mention the entire task force, and now had no way to solve the problem. Failure was not an option here, and I was really regretting that I didn't take down the Bosnian in the parking lot. We would have had to run like no tomorrow, possibly taking his contact as well, but we probably could have made it to the plane. Probably could have prevented the hit that was coming. The glaring truth was that there was no way to penetrate that neighborhood for an assault. It was like every small neighborhood in Boston or Houston, or Fallujah for that matter. The folks there knew who belonged and who did not. Because the terrorists were involved in subversive activities, there was no doubt that they had an early warning net established. They'd been hunted by the surveillance state of Bahrain for years and had managed to survive, which meant they were skilled. And yet, a hit was coming, something I'd promised to stop. Inside the hotel room, we'd bantered about various courses of action, and all of them were a no-go. From using a small drone to acting like homeless folks, there was no way we could maintain surveillance on the place. Given the atmospherics, it was impossible. At that point, we'd shifted to just slamming the place, taking it down with all inside. We knew the location of the hornet's nest, and we knew they were planning a hit, so it wasn't out of the scope of our authority. But doing such a thing had so many different points of failure that it was a last resort. The odds of us being in a Bahrain jail after such an action were very, very good, and our defense that they were planning a killing wouldn't amount to much if the opposition denied it. I'd finally canceled the planning, saying it wasn't a course of action that was feasible. Shoshana had bristled, saying,
"It's not your decision, it's ours. That Bosnian knows who killed the Ramsad, and I'm going to peel him like a grape."
And that laid bare the operational framework we were in, finally ripping open the confusing command chain. I'd been waiting on it. The task force had given us Omega authority, meaning it was a task force operation. But we were here under Israeli passports gleaned by Aaron and Shoshana, meaning she thought they still had primacy. I looked at Aaron, and saw he was a little pissed as well, but I could tell he understood my position. He wasn't going to fight me, but it would be up to me to convince Shoshana. He would be no help. The truth is, I had been more than willing to play the follower for their operation in Switzerland, but we'd entered a new world. I was the team leader here. That sounds arrogant, but I had given my word to Wolf. If this mission failed, it would be because of me, not because I'd followed the Israelis. I looked at Shoshana and said, "The mission is to find out who's doing the killing, not revenge. I get you want the Bosnian, but peeling him like a grape isn't going to solve our problem. The way we'll do that is through my assets. The Mossad has given you nothing but passports. My team has given us the ability to penetrate. Don't make this a fight here. I'm in charge." She surprised me, like she did every single time we operated together. She walked up to me, gave her little disconcerting deep stare into my eyes, and said,
"Okay, Nephilim, you can be in charge. I'm not here to fight you, but you won't allow me to solve the problem."
Taken aback, I said, "What's that mean?"
"We can't put surveillance on the outside, but we can on the inside. I promise, they're kids. They have Wi-Fi, and they're bound to be using all sorts of applications. Let me penetrate that. We'll get what they're doing from the inside instead of watching from the outside."
I looked at Jennifer, and she raised her eyebrows. I glanced at Brett, and he said, "It is the 21st century. We have the best hackers in the world." I turned to Aaron, and he gave me what I wanted, saying, "You're in charge here. Up to you." He knew what I was going to do, but it was the final nail in the coffin of who was running this circus. Now it really was up to me. I returned to Shoshana, seeing her grinning.
"What do you say, Nephilim? Want to turn me loose?"
I shook my head, then said, "Not really, but apparently we don't have a lot of choices. So letting Carrie roam free is probably the best of the bad ideas." She laughed and said,
"I can penetrate the neighborhood. I can move like a fish in water, you know that. What I need is the ability to penetrate the Wi-Fi in that apartment, and you can provide that. Call that guy Cream. He'll figure it out."
Jennifer was already digging through a backpack, looking for a device that did nothing but sniff out Wi-Fi nodes, then search for a weakness to penetrate. She said,
"His name is Creed, not Cream, and he's pretty good at his job."
Chapter 30. Garrett parked his car and went into the green space next to the apartment complex with the dead woman, booting up his tablet. He walked to the near end for his signal, just like he had done before, and then took a seat on a bench, keeping an eye out for the small child who had seen him before. He wasn't in the park, letting Garrett focus solely on his feeds. Like he had done the last 2 days, he waited on someone to find the body and initiate a response. Yet again, nobody had shown up. On his feeds, he could see the body in the living room, sprawled on the hardwood floor with her eyes open. She hadn't started to bloat with internal gases, but that was coming. In retrospect, he realized he'd made a mistake renting the VRBO for 4 days without checking the scheduled cleaning for his unit. He'd shown up the next day, expecting at least a maid service to empty the trash or change the sheets, but nobody came. After that, he checked his rental agreement and saw there was no maid service. At that point, he'd simply waited each day, hoping someone would find the body. So far, they had not, and he was growing aggravated. He needed to learn the police inspector's name and address, or this entire trap was worthless. He considered finding the body himself and calling in an anonymous report, but believed that was a risk. From his time hunting terrorists, he knew that such a contact could be peeled back, even if he was careful. He decided to return to the apartment and initiate an alarm that would tell him when someone opened the door. He had the tools to do so, and could slave it to his laptop. Then he wouldn't have to keep coming here in person, hoping the body was found. As he was musing about the problem, his phone rang, surprising him. He pulled it out, saw the Zello app as the culprit, and answered, speaking Croatian. "Donnie, so how's it going?" "Good, sir. The hit is tonight, and I think it's going to be exactly what we want. They're still hell-bent on a capture, which is fine by me. But once the mission is over, I'm out of here. These fucks are crazy, and they won't last a day. You have to make sure it works. Get out of the blast radius later, but don't let them screw it up." "I got it, sir. I'm on it. The target is taking a small delegation out to dinner at 1900 tonight at a restaurant called Rodeo Bahrain. Apparently it's an American-themed restaurant, and his guests are foreign. The contact that gave us the itinerary said it was a little bit of a tradition since he took command. As for me, I already have my ticket out for tomorrow morning.
I'll make sure it works, and then bug out.
Garrett saw a van park with a cleaning emblem, then saw 3 women exit and go inside the building. He leaned forward, hoping they were going to his apartment. They did not. Donatello said, "Did you hear me? Hello?" Garrett realized he had zoned out. He said, "Yes, I hear you. That sounds like a plan. Just don't let them screw it up like you did with the Vatican ambassador." Donatello changed the subject, saying, "Where are you? What are you doing?" The word snapped Garrett into the present. He said, "I'm at the palace. What do you mean?" "Nothing. My phone is showing you in the EUR. The Zello app is saying you're south of the city center. Must be a glitch." Garrett felt his face flush at the mistake. He said, "Don't worry about my location. Worry about your own. Kill that son of a bitch. Tonight." He hung up and returned to his vehicle to emplace the alarm, embarrassed at his own lack of operational security. Chapter 31. I waited on the screen to clear, hoping it was Bartholomew Creedwater on the other end and not George Wolfe. Creedwater, or Creed as he was known, was a task force network engineer, which was a polite, politically correct way of saying hacker, and we were using him to penetrate the terrorist bed-down site. But what we'd found wasn't very useful as of yet, because nobody at the task force spoke Bosnian. I'd ordered Creed to rectify that oversight. Working out of the Blaisdell Consulting Office in Washington, D.C., the name of the cover organization that cloaked Task Force headquarters, he was supposed to come up and tell me what we'd found. I was afraid he'd also told Wolfe, which would lead to nothing but questions I couldn't answer. Earlier, Shoshana had returned to our vehicle outside the KFC without issue, her quick reaction force of Brett and Aaron luckily not needed. She'd entered the car and said,
"You were right. That location is not suitable for assault. I could feel the energy all around me. It's a red zone."
I chuckled, took the pen test device and said, "Did you get anything from the walk we could use? I mean, besides the Wi-Fi exploitation."
"Yeah. I took photos of every car on the street. May come in handy."
"Good work. Let's go see what we have here." She continued,
"And the stairwell leading up to the apartment has infrared surveillance cameras. One at the base and one on the landing floor. It's good you decided not to assault. No way up there without being seen."
Incredulous, I said, "What? How would you know that?"
"What do you mean?" "I went up it."
And that set me off. "You did what? You were supposed to just walk down the street. You penetrated the complex?" Miffed, she looked at Jennifer, then back at me, saying,
"How was I supposed to get the Wi-Fi exploits from the street? We'd be trying to sort the devices from 15 different apartments. What's your problem?"
I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, praying for the ability to keep me from throttling her ass. I opened them and said, "So you're on camera now. Is that what you're telling me? You never, ever listen to me." She leaned forward and, like a child exploring, she traced her finger around my face, saying,
"If you had been there, you would have done the same thing, Nephilim. The mission is what matters. Why are you so upset?"
It was just one more batshit crazy thing with her. I glanced at Jennifer and saw her trying to hide a smirk. For the life of me, I couldn't get her to quit using my given name, which I despised. She thought it held some deep biblical meaning, and it should have aggravated me even more. But her use of it reminded me that she's about 4 beers short of a 6-pack, and she was wickedly skilled. I put the car in drive and said, "Look, Carrie, you pull that type of crap on the next mission, and I'm going to go apeshit on your ass. Just do what I ask. Nothing more, nothing less." She'd leaned back into her seat and crossed her arms, looking like she wanted to rip out my entrails. She spat out,
"I'll do what I must. Nothing more, nothing less."
I started to retort, but Jennifer laid her hand on my arm, gently shaking her head. I let it go. We went back to our hotel, plugged in the device to our task force laptop, dialed into the task force VPN, and let Creed go to work. We'd sat around waiting for about an hour, bouncing light-hearted banter between us. The team we had wasn't a real task force construct. but we'd worked together enough that it might as well have been. Knuckles gave me shit about not taking the Bosnian at the gas station, and I'd turned it to Shoshana, chastising her in front of the group for penetrating the apartment complex and potentially compromising the mission, knowing I was going to get a rise out of her, wanting the fireworks. She surprised the hell out of me. For the first time, she didn't take the bait. She smiled and said,
"I never knew you were such a pussy. Maybe that's why Jennifer likes me so much."
If there was such a thing as the entire room's mouth dropping open, that was it. In an earlier life when I'd tried to kill her, I had been sure she was a lesbian, and she knew it, using it now as a jab at me because of her close relationship with Jennifer. There was a pregnant moment of silence, and then Knuckles started laughing, still not believing what she'd just said. Everyone else joined in, and I raised a finger to my brow in a tiny salute, saying, "Touché, little Jedi, touché." She beamed a smile at me, a little embarrassed that she'd caused the reaction, but enjoying it nonetheless. Aaron caught my eye and winked, happy that it had happened. Like me, he knew that Shoshana was a feral animal, and he was relentlessly trying to bring her out of that land, with Jennifer and I working toward that same goal. Tonight had been one more step. The chuckles died down just as the computer had bleeped. I went to it with everyone coalescing around me. I'd clicked on and saw Creed sitting at the other end. Whew, no wolf. He said,
"Good news and bad news. The good news is their security is shit. I had no trouble getting in. The bad news is there isn't a lot to exploit. No phones, no laptops, or anything of value that I can penetrate. Not a lot connected to Wi-Fi. They know that's bad."
Which was deflating. I said, "So what's that mean? You can't do anything?" And he smiled, which was his way of showing that he was smarter than everyone else. Every single time I leveraged him, he would draw out what he could do, like he was reading a play for the climax. It was trying, but because he was so good, I lived with it, up to a point. He said,
"I didn't say that. The one thing I did find was an Xbox connected to the Wi-Fi."
"And so what? Did they post their plan on a Call of Duty map or something?"
"No, but they're online with it."
At that point, I exploded. I leaned into the computer camera until I was sure he only saw eyeballs and said, "You'd better cut to the chase, or I'm flying home to rip your balls off." I saw him recoil from the screen, and Jennifer leaned into the camera, pushing me aside, saying,
"Creed, ignore that. What do you have?"
I tried to get back on the screen, and she bumped my body away, glaring at me and saying,
"Give it a rest, Neanderthal."
I stomped in a circle for a minute, and then acquiesced. Knuckles said, "Jesus Christ, you guys are a reality show in the making." I said nothing, taking a seat. Creed stuttered.
"The Xbox is connected to Wi-Fi. They use it for online games, and they use headsets."
Behind Jennifer, I said, So
the headsets have microphones. They talk to people online, and because of it, I can hear everything in the room. They never turned off the box."
Holy shit, the motherlode. I said, "And did you get something? Did you record it?" He now returned to his smug look, saying,
"I did. Unfortunately, they weren't speaking English in the room, but I got it."
I said, "Was it Arabic?"
"No, definitely not Arabic. I don't know what it was, but I have it."
I said, "It's Bosnian. Get a Bosnian Terp and get it translated ASAP. I mean within the next 10 minutes. Something is going down soon here, and we need to know immediately." Chapter 32. That had been an hour ago, and now I was waiting on the results. The VPN finally connected, asking me if I wanted to use my camera, like I was a college student on a Zoom call. I clicked yes, waiting to see who was on the other end. It was Creed yet again, not Wolf. I internally had a little sigh of relief, but I knew sooner or later it would be my boss. He said,
"Hey, Pike."
I said, "So, was it Bosnian?"
"No, it wasn't."
What the hell? I immediately went to level 11. So we still don't know what was said in that room? Are you saying we can't figure out a language? We're the damn task force. You're in D.C. Go play it through a speaker on Embassy Row and ask someone to identify it. He smiled his little infuriating smile and said,
We know the language. It was Croatian.
Croatian? Why did the earlier message say the guy was a Bosniak? I said, You're sure about that? It's Croatian?
He said, Yeah, I'm sure. We have the transcript. There was a guy in the room talking to someone else. We don't know what any of it means, but here's the meat of it.
He messed with his keyboard, and a paragraph appeared on my screen next to his face. The target is taking a small delegation out to dinner at 1900 tonight, at a restaurant called Rodeo Bahrain. Apparently, it's an American-themed restaurant, and his guests are foreign. The contact that gave us the itinerary said it was a little bit of a tradition, since he took command. As for me, I already have my ticket out for tomorrow morning. I'll make sure it works and then bug out. I read it, and knew we were now under the clock. The hit was tonight. I said, Anything else? Did they give a name? Is there anyone we can alert? At that, Creed deflated, saying,
No, that's it, Pike.
I knew that wasn't fair, because he'd really come through with the penetration. I said, Don't worry about it. Get me George Wolfe. Is he in the building? It's 5 p.m. here. It's like 10 a.m. there, right? I've got 2 hours. He said, Let me check, and disappeared. With a team around me looking at the screen, I said, Okay, we know the location of the hit, and we know the time, but we still don't know the target. Brett said, Gotta be an American. Why? Why do you think that? He's taking a foreign entourage to a place called Rodeo Bahrain, a distinctly American restaurant. The only person who would do that would be an American. I said, Yeah, but the message says his guests are foreign, meaning he is not. If he was American, he'd be foreign as well. Shoshana said,
They aren't going to target a Sunni Arab. The guy isn't talking about someone living here.
I said, Maybe they are. Maybe this is the plan. Iran's now attacking the monarchy here. We don't know what the scope of this thing is. They've killed Israelis, Americans, and now maybe the Shiites are taking it to the Sunnis. Shoshana said,
I don't believe this is Iran. It's someone else. And it's not about the Shia-Sunni divide.
But you don't know that. We need to operate here with what we know. Jennifer said,
There's that one line about this being a tradition since he took command. That sounds like the Navy base. An American who took command on the Navy base and traditionally takes his foreign counterparts to dinner when they visit.
The computer bleeped, and Creed came back on looking flustered. He said,
Wolf's not here. He's at the White House. Won't be back for hours.
Shit. I looked at my watch, seeing we had a little less than 2 hours to stop this thing. I said, Okay, tell him I'm initiating an in extremis Omega operation. It's not against my original target the Oversight Council gave me authority for. It's to stop this hit. If it goes bad, and we can get out, tell him we're flying out of here to Aviano Air Base in Italy. He'll have to bail us out from there. Creed looked a little sick at the words. He said,
Pike, I think that's something you should tell him yourself.
I don't have the time. Tell him I'm on the thread, but someone's going to die tonight if I sit on my hands. I gotta go. Thanks for the help. He said,
Pike, I really...
And I disconnected. I turned to Jennifer and Shoshana, saying, I think you're right. It's an American. And we have about 1 hour to make a plan to prevent the killing. Chapter 33. Vice Admiral Gregory Stiles saw he wasn't going to have time to return home before his dinner tonight. He stuck his head out of his office door and said, Megan, can you call my wife and tell her I'm not coming home first? Tell her I got caught up and am going to have to just leave from here. His secretary nodded with a smile. Getting caught up was a regular occurrence. Admiral Stiles wore so many hats he could be a haberdashery salesman, and the job was so punishing, the commander from 2 years ago had committed suicide. Known as the commander of the Fifth Fleet,
the commander of Navcent, and the commander of combined maritime forces comprising 3 separate task forces combating piracy, counterterrorism, and Arabian Gulf security and cooperation. It was a wonder he could keep them all straight. Tonight's dinner was with his foreign naval peers of CTF 151, the task force dedicated to counter-piracy. The ranking representatives of the naval forces working that mission from the United Kingdom, France, Australia, and Denmark were paying a visit. And as had been his custom since taking command at the naval support activity in Bahrain, Vice Admiral Stiles was treating them to dinner at Rodeo Bahrain, a fairly new restaurant that served steaks with an American country and western vibe. It had become sort of an inside joke. No matter who showed up to visit, that was where they were going. It saved Admiral Stiles from having to spend any mental energy on the visiting delegation or worrying about cross-cultural issues. If you came to visit, you were getting an American steak. It was also within walking distance of the pedestrian gate outside of the naval base, saving them from trying to find parking in the congested downtown area of Manama. And the walk allowed him to connect with his guests, breaking the ice on the way, instead of doing so at a table. The Admiral's aide stuck his head in the door and said, "Sir, they're here." Stiles grimaced and said, "Give me a minute. I'll be right out." Chapter 34. At 18:30, I followed the hostess to a booth for 2. The restaurant wasn't that big, with only a single room fronted by a bandstand, a country and western act from the Philippines tuning up their instruments. The decor looked like it had been stolen from a Longhorn Steaks franchise, with deer heads on the wall and rough-cut steel silhouettes of cowboys riding horses backlit by red lights, 2 widescreen TVs behind the bar. She showed us to a corner booth, which was perfect, and Knuckles sat across from me. He was wearing his usual, which is to say a ratty T-shirt with some obscure band's name on it, a puka bead necklace, and had his mass of black hair in a ponytail. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he was a granola-eating backpacker out traveling the world, right up until you met his eyes. He said, "Doesn't look that crowded. Not sure how they'll take him here." I watched Brett and Aaron enter, getting their own table. They'd see where we were and triangulate accordingly. I said, "If he's coming with an entourage, they'll want to separate the target. They don't want to take them all on." I glanced around the place, seeing a smattering of Arabs, but mostly the tables were full of guys from the Navy base. I knew the killers were in here, though. They were watching and waiting. Maybe back in the kitchen, maybe part of the waitstaff. I couldn't take anything for granted. I saw a booth in the opposite corner with 4 locals, all wearing masks, which was a little strange, because you had to have a mask to enter, but you could take it off after sitting down. Knuckles and I still had on our masks, because we wanted to do what we could to shield ourselves from the surveillance cameras, which made me think they were doing the same. Knuckles said, "They won't take him in here. The choke point is the doorway. They'll wait until he's leaving, then attack." I nodded and said, "I agree, but we need to pinpoint the target. We can't wait at the doorway for every guy who leaves. I think it's an American, but it might not be." My earpiece chirped, Shoshana saying, Pike, we're outside, and I have the Bosnian in sight. He's in a sedan right down the street, parked next to a dumpster." I looked at Knuckles and saw he realized this was the end game. I said, "What's he doing? Who's he with?" "He's by himself, but in front of him is a panel van. 2 people in it that I can see." From the message, we knew they were going to attempt a capture, which is precisely why I'd taken such a lax approach by invading the space and biding our time. If I'd thought they were going to kill the target in some sort of gangland-type slaughter, I would have used different tactics. The panel van confirmed my thoughts. That was the exfil vehicle. I said, "Okay, listen. When this goes down, I need you to close on the van. Ignore the Bosnian. They'll be using the van, and they'll separate. He's there for security and oversight, but the van is the key."
The Bosnian is the reason for this whole thing. Who cares who they capture? He's the key. We should take his ass out right now.
I saw 5 older men enter the bar, all of them looking like they held rank, moving with a slight arrogance that told me they were men used to being in charge. I said, "Carrie, I get you want a little payback. Let's stop this killing and then get on him, one step at a time." She said,
"The van's on the move. It's headed your way, to the front of the restaurant."
That sent a jolt of electricity through me. I said, "Roger, all elements. The target just entered the restaurant. Group of 5 with sticks up their ass dressed in last decade's clothes. I don't know who's the actual, but it's one of them. Get ready." I looked across the room at Brett and Aaron and got a slight nod. Knuckles said, "How are they going to get them out of the restaurant? This makes no sense. Why is the van moving now?" I reached behind my back, getting my hand on the butt of my weapon. I said, "Good question. I don't know, but they do." At that moment, an explosion down the street rocked the room, the ceiling releasing dust like we were in Beirut. Everyone in the restaurant stopped, looking at each other. Another explosion happened, this one closer. From the sound of it, right next door at the hotel the restaurant was attached to. People began to stand up, some rushing to the door. The 5-man group immediately turned around, one of them urging the others back out onto the street. And I knew how they were going to get him. Shoshana came on, shouting,
"I've got explosions on the street. I say again, they're targeting the hotel next door."
The room was turning into pandemonium, with people either hiding under their tables or trying to run out. I leapt up, saying, "It's a diversion! They're taking him now! Get on them!" I drew my pistol, saw Knuckles, Brett, and Aaron do the same, and we ran to the door, pushing through the cattle of the other panic-stricken people in the restaurant. Only we weren't looking for a safe space. I saw the 5-man crew walking at a fast pace, staring at the smoke rising 50 meters away. I sprinted toward them, just as the van door slid open on the street, 3 men spilling out and racing across the grass to the front of the restaurant. They fired into the crowd, scattering everyone, then leapt on the leader of the group, piling him into the ground. They hoisted him like a bag of wheat and began running back to the van. I said, "Don't hit him," knowing my entire team was about to shoot. Knuckles took a knee, brought his pistol up, and let out a breath. He broke the trigger, and the trailman shouted, dropping the body. The others tried to continue, now dragging the man, and I finally got in the fight, drawing a bead and hitting the lead man in the head. He collapsed. The last one seemed unsure of what to do, which was enough time for Brett and Aaron to reach him. He attempted to hoist the man on his shoulders, but the target was now fighting like a wildcat. The last man saw Brett and Aaron with their weapons out and kicked the target to the ground, raising a pistol. Aaron split his head open. The target leapt up and sprinted away, running like he was on fire. I let him go, racing to the front of the van. It began moving and I started shooting, puncturing the windshield. I couldn't see the driver, but I knew where to aim. I fired once, twice, 3 times, and the van veered off to the left, the accelerator floored. It smashed into a concrete wall, the engine still revving. I saw a flash of headlights, a car about to run me down. I dove out of the way, then saw a Land Rover following close behind, Jennifer at the wheel. The vehicle went about 50 meters before the Rover hammered it in the right rear quarter panel, punching it into the wall of the alley, the Rover pinning it to the wall. I started sprinting toward it, Knuckles right behind me, saying, "Blood, Aaron, check out the van!" I saw a man exit the sedan with a pistol in his hands. Shoshana leapt out of the passenger side of the Rover and was on him, slapping the weapon high and tearing into his body with her elbows, knees, and fists. He screamed a keening wail, trying to fight back, and she circled his body, cinching his waist with her legs and wrapping her arms around his head, bringing him to the ground. I shouted, "No!" and she leaned back, torquing his neck until it snapped. I reached her just as she was pushing him off herself with a leg, his body now lifeless, his eyes still open, a string of drool coming out of his mouth. Jennifer came around the car with her pistol out, pulling security, looking for another threat. Shoshana stood up, breathing heavily. I just shook my head.
She said, "What?"
"Nothing. Check his body for anything you can find. Phones, documents, whatever." I clicked on the net and said, "Blood, Aaron, you done?" "Yeah. They had a little torture chamber in the back, complete with camera." "Get the other rover. We're leaving immediately." Knuckles started searching the sedan, and I said, "Leave it. There won't be anything in that. We need to go. Jennifer, get this thing back in motion." She jumped behind the wheel and backed up the rover, showing me it could still function. Shoshana stood up and said,
"I have a cell and a passport."
I said, "Good enough. Let's get the hell out of here." Chapter 35. George Wolfe followed Alexander Palmer down to the Situation Room, watching aides scramble up and down the hallway like the folders they were carrying was the cure for COVID. He said, "So, it's gotten a little heated?" "That's putting it mildly. When you try to blow up the commander of the Fifth Fleet, there's going to be a reaction." "They didn't try to blow him up. That was a diversion." Palmer chuckled and said, "Yeah, so I guess capturing him to torture him later is better. The Bahrain naval base is on lockdown and the monarchy is going nuts. They've invaded a Shia neighborhood called Sanabis and are cracking skulls. The bottom line is Kataib Hezbollah tried to kill him." Wolfe said, "We don't know that for sure." Palmer paused outside the door of the Situation Room, saying, "We don't? That's different from the report you sent." "That didn't come out right. Yes, a militia under the sway of Iran tried to kill him, that's correct. What we don't know is if Iran had anything to do with it." Palmer opened the door and said, "It might not matter. Look, we're hitting Kataib Hezbollah camps in Syria right now, and are leveraging the Iraqi government to put them on a leash inside Iraq. CTF-150 with the Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group is out, waiting on orders to hammer Iran. SOCOM is working up assault plans for decapitation strikes at the Natanz nuclear facility and inside Tehran." Wolfe couldn't believe how fast things had progressed. He said, "What's Iran's position? What are they saying?" "The usual bullshit. They have nothing to do with it, death to the great Satan. Any attempt at an attack will be the mother of all wars, blah, blah, blah." They entered the Situation Room, finding a scrum of people around a long table, each of them engaged in separate conversations, the smell of stale coffee heavy in the air. Wolfe saw President Hannister at the head of the table, talking to the Secretary of State, and he realized it was heated. Things really were ramping up. Fortunately, Hannister had been in a crisis like this before. It wasn't his first rodeo in the cauldron of a new Cuban Missile Crisis. "Amanda, I get your position, but what the hell else can we sanction? Baby powder? We've already sanctioned every bit of their economy. More sanctions will just look like we're not able to do anything else, and it will have no deterrence on their behavior whatsoever. I might as well just get on TV and call them mean words." She said, "I don't feel a preemptive strike at this stage is prudent." Hannister said, "I don't either, but we have to set the conditions in case it becomes prudent."
"Prudent for whom? The military?"
Wolfe saw Hannister's face sour, and knew that wasn't a good choice of words. President Hannister said, "In case you haven't been listening, it's the military that's been urging restraint. It's the military demanding that we prove Iran is behind these killings." She started to reply, and Hannister finally noticed him. He waved Wolfe forward. Wolfe reached him, Palmer right behind. To Amanda Croft, he said, "Ma'am," then turned to the president. Hannister said, "I saw the report out of Bahrain. Anything you want to add? Anything new?" "They were definitely Arabs, and they had a pretty good plan. It looks like they'd turned a panel van into a mobile torture studio. No fixed site to assault, no address for the authorities to track down. It was pretty smart. We think they intended to pull a William Buckley with the Admiral, broadcasting his torture on the net. They had a fairly sophisticated setup in the back." "Why didn't you capture the Bosnian?" "It's a little complicated. They used explosive devices for a diversion in the hotel next door. Pike focused on preventing the killing of the target instead of capture of the man he was tracking. who was up the street. He could have taken him without a problem, but he went for saving of the commander." Hannister nodded, and Wolfe said, "By the way, how'd that work out? Is there any bleed from him about Pike's crew being there?" "No, thank God. He has no idea what happened. He escaped and only saw a bunch of men wearing masks. Nobody knows what happened, only that someone tried to kill the head of the United States Fifth Fleet, and that someone is probably Iran. The investigation from the monarchy is ongoing." Wolfe said, "Might be Iran. And they won't find anything from our end. Pike's already in the air. Tell him I'm happy he was there. He wasn't, and we'd be at war right now." Wolfe just nodded. Hannister continued, "And the Bosnian? How does he fit in? Who's the paymaster for all this shit?" "He's not Bosnian. He's Croatian. We don't know why the message said he was a Bosniak Muslim, but we believe it's because they were lying about being in the pay of Iran. It was a cover story. His passport says he's a Catholic." Hannister rubbed his forehead and said, "What the hell? What is going on here? Who is he?" "We're still running that down. He's not on any of our systems. I doubt he's ever been to the United States. He hasn't pinged, but he will eventually. He also had another identification which is going to be delicate." "What?" "He had a diplomatic passport for a group called the Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of St. John of Jerusalem, of Rhodes, and of Malta. The name inside it was not the same name as his Croatian passport. It was Italian." President Hannister rubbed his chin, looked at Amanda Croft, and said, "Isn't that the Knights of Malta? The ones with observer status at the United Nations? The group we give money to?" She said,
"It is, but they're a Catholic humanitarian organization. They help refugee camps and things like that. They can't have anything to do with this."
Wolfe said, "I'm not going to argue that, but I need additional authority, and this isn't the time for an oversight council meeting. It looks like you have your hands full here." Hannister let slip a rueful smile and said, "Yes, it would appear so. On the plus side, Denmark, the United Kingdom, and Australia are backing us up. Apparently, they don't like their naval commanders being shot at any more than we do." "That's a help?" "No, it's not. It's just more pressure for me to act. We're reaching a point where it won't matter what we want to do. This is taking on a life of its own. If they have one more killing out in the wild, whoever it is, and they're successful in implicating an Iran proxy, we're taking it to Iran." "What's Israel saying?" "The usual crap. The Hawks are screaming at us to neutralize the threat, like a kid brother hiding behind the older one. Behind the scenes, others are asking for calm. They still haven't publicly released the fact that their diplomats were killed the same way as ours, with the same proof of Iranian complicity. Sooner or later, that's going to leak, and that'll be it. Either Israel will be forced to strike, which could lead to a conflagration of epic proportions with every country in the Middle East, or they'll force us to try to cobble together some half-assed coalition to strike. It's coming to a head." Wolfe said, "Sir, this could be for no reason. What if Iran's not doing this?" "I know. What do you want to do?" "The cell phone we found on the Croatian had an app called Zello, which works off data on the cell network, or straight off Wi-Fi. It has a geolocation function, and we have the location of the end station of its last call. It's in Rome, coincidentally the headquarters of the Knights of Malta. It didn't end in Iran, or any other Iranian proxy location, like Lebanon or Syria. I want to go explore that." "How long will that take?" "Not long. Pike's already on the way. He'll be landing within the hour. I just need permission." Hannister laughed and said, "Let me guess, still as an Israeli?" "Well, yeah. 10 days of quarantine as an American wouldn't really help. But once on the ground, we'll need some gates to be broken to get into the Knights of Malta for a few questions. He'll do that as an American consular officer."
Amanda said, "You can't go barging into their headquarters and accuse them of trying to assassinate the head of the Fifth Fleet. That's not going to work."
"We won't. We'll just tell them we found out the Croatian was associated with the organization and wanted to learn more about him. Right now, He was killed outside of the main assault, so we'll play it as just covering all the bases. President Hannister looked at Amanda and said, "You've got whatever permission you need to turn this off. Give me something I can use with the Iranians. They're building up for the fight right now, and I need to turn it off, if it's not them." Wolfe smiled and said, "Give Pike a chance before you set off World War III. You're the commander-in-chief. What's happened has already happened. No need to rush to war. If you didn't rain down the bombs yesterday, no reason to do it tomorrow." Hannister said, "If there's another hit planned that's pinned to the Iranians, and Pike can't find it in time, me being commander-in-chief won't matter. Iran will believe we think it's them. They'll strike first, and it will be against Israel." Wolfe said nothing. Hannister finished the thought in Wolfe's head. "You and I both know what that means."
Chapter 36. Garrett and the 3 remaining turtles watched the BBC News feed out of Bahrain in silence. When it was over, Raphael said, "What happened to Donnie?" Garrett said, "He's dead. Gone." "How do you know?" "Because I saw his body on the news." "That may not have been him. It was a chaotic scene and the news cameras were bouncing around." "It was him. He hasn't contacted me since right before the assault. He's dead, and we must continue on. The attack, even if it failed in its purpose, accomplished its objective. The world thinks Iran put those savages up to the mission, and the world is taking notice. Both Australia and the United Kingdom have condemned the attack. The United States has locked down the naval base and put a carrier strike group to sea. They just conducted airstrikes into Syria against Kataib Hezbollah targets. We are on track. We must not lose our resolve." The 3 remaining turtles said nothing. He continued, "Donatello was a brave, brave man. He did what he had to do. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain." Raphael said, "He had the contact in Beirut. He was the one who was the expert on the Iranian drones, the one who found the cache in Syria. How can we duplicate that now?" He said, "Leonardo was the paymaster. You know how to contact him, right? You met him in Beirut with Donatello, didn't you?" Leonardo looked at the other 2, then said, "Yes, but it was just as Donnie's backup. I didn't do any of the work. I was just a gun." "But you can contact the man, yes?" Donnie wrote an after-action review of the meetings precisely for this contingency. We planned ahead for that, didn't we? He thought a minute, then said, "Yes, for coordinating with the contact to get across the border. But it doesn't help with the drones. Donnie was the one who knew how to operate them, and the sole reason they think we're coming is because we can increase their efficiency and range. It's why they built the relationship. Donnie could talk that stuff. I cannot." Garrett said, "Doesn't matter. You don't need to talk about anything once you're on the ground. Let them take you to the cache and then kill them. You can at least launch the drones, correct?" "Yes, it's easy. Just input the coordinates, turn on the motor, and let it go." "Then we're good, Raphael. I want you to replace Donatello on this mission. It'll take 2 to launch the drones." "But I'm supposed to travel with you to Israel. What about that?" "I can handle that mission alone. The Grandmaster initially balked at 2 security personnel in the first place. I had to convince him. He'll be happy that it's only me now. And Michelangelo is already prepped for the mission in Jerusalem. He's the only one of us that looks remotely Palestinian. He's the only one that can use the ID cards we found in Syria." Raphael said, "Sir, you make this seem easy, but it's not. We're not dealing with farm boys from Kataib Hezbollah out of Ramadi, Iraq. We're dealing with Lebanese Hezbollah, the king of terrorist organizations. Those guys don't fuck around. They've been training and fighting for years. They aren't a militia, and this is not going to be that easy." Garrett said, "I know. But we have the Lord on our side. Trust in the prophecy. I want you to replace Donatello on this mission. It'll take 2 to release the drones." Michelangelo muttered something. Garrett said, "Did you have something to say?" "Yeah.
I'm not sure the Lord is going to protect us from those nutcases under the sway of Allah. That's precisely why we're doing this. After this mission, there won't be any nutcases following Allah. It will cause the final crusade, and this time we'll win, bringing the second coming. They heard a knock, causing them all to snap their eyes at the little basement door. The secretary cracked it open and said, "Garrett, the lieutenant would like to see you, if you have the time." Garrett said, "Of course, I have all the time in the world for him." The lieutenant of the Grand Master of the Knights of Malta was the second in charge of the entire organization. According to the Constitution, as the religious superior and sovereign, he had taken a vow of chastity and set an example of living by Christian principles to all the members of the order. He was vested with supreme authorities. In short, he was a powerful man who was one of the few who knew about Garrett's martial activities in Syria, and had been the deciding man for hiring Garrett's team. And yet, because of his vows, he was never comfortable with the decision. The secretary nodded and left. Garrett said, "Start working the problem. I'll be leaving for Israel soon with the Grand Master. You guys have to figure out the Lebanon piece. We do this, and the Muslims will be eradicated. The third temple will be built, and we live in glory in the kingdom of the Lord." Raphael looked at the other two, then nodded. "For Donnie." Garrett said, "For the entire world," and left the room. He went upstairs and found the secretary at her ornate desk, so unlike what he had been given for office space, even as his job was much more important than hers. She stood and led him into the lieutenant's office, an ostentatious thing full of gilded drapes and ornate carvings. Marco Bianchi stood up, saying, "Garrett, thank you for taking the time." Wearing his full knight's cloak, the Malta cross emblazoned across the front, he looked vaguely like he would be more at home in the Vatican. As soon as he saw him, Garrett knew something wasn't right. He'd met Marco multiple times, and he'd always worn a suit, albeit with knight's memorabilia pinned to his lapel. To have him meet with the regalia of his office was not a good sign. Garrett said, "Of course, sir. How can I help you?" Marco walked around the desk, took Garrett's arm, and led him to a chair, saying, "We have a problem. There was a man killed. He had a passport from the Hospitaller, a diplomatic passport, and he worked for you." Garrett feigned shock, saying, "Who? Who was it, Donatello?" Now Marco showed surprise, saying, "Yes, that's who it was. How did you know?" "He's the only turtle that isn't here. He took a vacation to Croatia. What happened? Was it a car wreck or something like that? I swear, I've told them not to carry that passport when not on official business." Marco returned to his desk, sitting down and saying, "No, it wasn't in Croatia. It was in Bahrain. Have you seen what's happened in Bahrain?" "Yes, some sort of attack. But why does that involve Donatello?" "He was killed in the attack. He's dead." Garrett rubbed his head, like he was trying to assimilate the information. He said, "Why was he in Bahrain? Did you send him there?" Marco's eyes went wide. He said, "Us? No. That's my question. He works for you. Why was he there?" Garrett said, "Sir, I have no idea. He asked for a little time to go home. His mother is not well. I told him he could, but only on his Croatian passport. What's going on?" Marco surveyed him for a minute, then said, "I don't know, but I have a request from the United States of America for information on the man. They want to know why he was present at an assassination attempt on their naval commander, and I don't know what to tell them." "Tell them what I just told you. We don't know. He was supposed to be in Croatia with his mother. Type it up and send it out, expressing shock and sadness. That'll be the end of it." Marco glanced out the window of the magisterial palace and said, "Unfortunately, no, it won't. They don't want a message. I have a contingent flying here right now from the United States State Department." He looked at Garrett, and with mild sarcasm said, "Apparently trying to kill the commander of one of their prestigious naval forces is a big deal. A message won't cut it. I'm meeting them here in 4 hours.
Garrett said, "Surely they don't think he was involved."
No, they're just exploring all avenues. And he was found dead with the passport, Marco said. So you don't know what he was doing at all?
Sir, he was doing what you've hired us for. We believe in the mission. We are the mission. Donatello wasn't doing anything wrong. I don't know why he was there or what to tell you.
Marco sat for a moment, then said, You know, I was on board with hiring you before Syria, and I feel horrible about what happened to you. I feel responsible, which is why the Knights paid for all of your medical treatments. I'm sorry for what happened, but your existence in the Knights cannot become public. Please, tell me this is not part of that.
Garrett heard the words and wanted to explode, ripping the man's throat out. Feel horrible about what happened to you? You mean feel horrible that I was protecting your mission and had my balls cut off by the very savages you were trying to help? Is that it? He contained his fury, the only sign of stress an increase in his respiration rate. He said, Sir, I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I still serve. I'm the lead for the protective detail of the Grand Master for his trip to Syria. I'm still a knight. Marco said, Yes, you are. I'll see what the U.S. knows, and then come back to you. The Grand Master trusts you for his security, and this Israeli invitation is a new one for us. Keep that in mind. Garrett stood and said, Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about Donatello, but it has nothing to do with the Knights, I promise. Marco stood up, shook his hand, and said, I'll be in touch. Garrett went back downstairs, finding the turtles, waiting anxiously on the results of his conversation. He said, It's okay. They know about Donatello, but it's okay. I'm still the primary protective detail. I can still initiate. Raphael said, That won't matter if we don't get to the drones. Donnie was the man for that. Garrett's laptop chirped on the desk. He picked it up, scrolled a bit, then closed the cover, saying, You guys need to figure that out. I have to go. I've got to check on something. Chapter 37. Inspector Leah Viro pulled her car into a spot adjacent to a sprawling green space. Seeing Carabinieri personnel putting up crime scene tape and managing a small crowd, she exited her vehicle and walked to the side door of the apartment complex, flashing her badge at a man there. Agitated, he said, You guys can't start stringing up crime tape all over the place. It's in a single room. You can't make this entire building look like a murder scene. And she realized he was with the apartment complex. She said, Sorry, that's not my job, not my jurisdiction. All I do is solve the crime. She went up the stairs, down the hallway, and saw Jonathan the photographer. She said, Another one. He said, I'm not sure. I'll let Rio tell you about it. She entered and found the same assistant from the other crime scene bent over a body, only now he was on her team. She said, What do you have, Rio? Same thing. He looked up at her from the body and said, Took you a while to get here. She said, Not all of us live near the EUR. Trastevere is a little longer drive. Trastevere? No kidding. You got a secret international student as a boyfriend. She smiled, saying, No boyfriend, just a bad divorce that left me with the flat. My ex-husband rented it out before the separation. He got everything else, I got the flat. He chuckled and said, Leah Viro from Trastevere. Never would have figured that. She said, I went to see the owner of this place first before coming over. It's a VRBO rental, and the man who rented it is an American. You have him? You know who it is? No, the identification is false. It's from an online resource that sells novelty identification, but really sells IDs that duplicate American ones, mainly for college students trying to buy drinks in bars. The owner had no way of telling what was real, and VRBO doesn't do any background checks to see. Rio said, So no help? Maybe, maybe not. Because of the company's liability for providing false identification instead of novelties, they immediately respond to any law enforcement request.
and I'm now waiting on the IP address of the guy who bought this ID. I'll bet it came from here, in Italy. But the killer is American, I promise.
Rio said, "We have the DNA from the kiss. If you can find him through the identification he used, all we need is a swab of his mouth." Surprised, Leah said,
"We got DNA from the kiss on the other body. When did that happen?"
Rio grinned and said, "Yeah, we did. I got the results right before this call. But I don't know if this is the same guy. It feels the same, but it's not."
"Why?"
"For one, this is not the woman's apartment. The killer rented the place instead of using the woman's own place like the other three. For another, he or she came to kill. The victim made it about 5 feet into the place before he wrapped her neck in a cord and squeezed the life out of her."
"So no sexual assault, just a killing. That's like the other ones."
"Yeah, but this one was planned. It was calculated. You said yourself the others were crimes of passion. A lamp to bash someone's head, a knife found at the apartment to slit a throat. This time he brought the killing with him, and he murdered someone outside his usual targets. The woman is an immigrant from Africa, a black woman. All of the others were Caucasian and blonde."
"So a copycat."
Rio stood and said, "I'm not sure, honestly. It's not his M.O., not a streetwalker's house, and he's brought the weapon with him. I agree that the others were because something went wrong, but on this one, he came in solely to kill. Maybe he's changing his M.O. Maybe he's decided that just killing is better than anything else. I don't know." Wearing gloves, he went to the open kitchen window and held up a red cord of about a half-inch in diameter draped across the sill, most of it hanging outside, saying, "This is the killing weapon. And he left it here on the windowsill, like he wanted us to find it." She said,
"It's bright red. What is it?"
Confused, Rio said, "It's a climbing rope. A Carmanto climbing rope, nothing more."
"And he hung it outside the window, why?"
"Who knows? He left it for a reason, though. He placed it." She nodded, then repeated,
"It's red."
"So, what's that mean?" She turned to circle, then said,
"In the Bible, there's a prostitute from Jericho who hid spies from the land of Israel. When the Israelites returned to sack Jericho, she's told to protect herself by hanging a red cord outside of her window. The Israelites saw the cord and spared her life, even though she was a whore. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think it's the same killer, and he used a red cord on purpose. It's something to do with her being a prostitute."
"But this cord didn't spare the woman's life. It's the method by which she died. Doesn't really fit into the biblical story."
"I know, but he placed the cord outside the window. Maybe he thought by killing her he was sparing her."
"That makes no sense." Leah looked around the room and said,
"This guy is crazy. Nothing he does makes sense. Get some DNA off of that rope, and let's match it."
A uniformed police officer came up the stairs and said, "Ma'am, we have a couple of United States officials who want to see you." Rio stood up saying, "What?" The officer said, "I stopped them at the door, but they're pretty insistent. They want to talk to the officer in charge." Leah looked at Rio and said,
"More strangeness. What do you think?"
"Can't hurt to talk to them, but not up here."
"I agree."
She turned to the officer and said,
"Tell them I'll be down shortly."
In the park, Garrett heard the words through his tablet and felt like he'd been struck by the hand of God. She knows why I did it. She knows what this is about. She had recognized the significance of the rope, and it was a sign. Maybe she could end his agony. Maybe she was the one. Maybe she could break through the spell that had held him in pain since Syria. He felt a stirring in his groin, a tingle that he hadn't felt since the torture in Syria, and became convinced it was a sign. She would have to die afterward, as originally planned, but that was already a given. He had no idea how she knew to track his fake identification. He had been sure all of his information was untraceable, but he hadn't considered the IP address when ordering. That would put him in Rome, something that was too close to let go.
If she followed that thread, she might close in on him in a day, before he was to leave. And how did they know he'd kissed the other one's cheek? It didn't really matter how they'd known, but they had his DNA now. They were much closer than he thought. All it would take was them showing up at the Knights of Malta with a swab kit, and he was done. No, she had to go. Tonight. Through the cameras he'd installed, he knew her name was Vairo, and that she lived in Trastevere. That was enough to find her location. He would pay her a visit, but it wouldn't be just to kill her. He wanted to know how she'd figured out the rope. Maybe she deserved more than just a death. Maybe she deserved redemption. She was special. Of that, he was sure. He saw a car enter the parking lot, circling around as if in confusion. It parked, and a man and woman exited. The man was tall, without an ounce of fat on him, with short brown hair like he cut it himself, and a rough visage. He had ice blue eyes and a white slash of a scar that tracked down his cheek into the stubble of his beard. Garrett had met many men such as him in his career, and honestly considered himself to be in that fraternity. It was obvious by the way he carried himself. He was not someone to trifle with. But why was he here? The woman was lithe, like a dancer, with a page boy cut of black hair, but she moved like a leopard, searching the parking lot for threats. He recognized the danger in her immediately, like a dog sensing a threat at the door. Who were they? And did they have anything to do with him? He watched for them to enter his surveillance trap, but instead, his video feed showed the inspector leaving the room. She appeared at the outside landing, but he now couldn't hear what was being said. He pulled out a small monocular, staring at the group, waiting.
Chapter 38. I wound around the neighborhood known as the EUR, Shoshana giving me directions from her GPS for the last known contact from the Zello app in Bahrain. We found it. Seeing it was a damn park. A large green space with kids running around and adults throwing balls for dogs. Which was bullshit. Why would the Croatian call a guy who was sitting in a park in Rome? I said, okay, this is a bust. Let's get out of here and back to the hotel. Maybe Knuckles and Brett will come up with something from the Knights of Malta headquarters. Shoshana said,
Not yet. Keep going. Circle around.
I said, what? Are you looking for someone else to kill? She snapped her head to me, giving me her death penetration stare, and said,
That man was going to harm me. Don't question my motives.
On the flight over to Rome, we'd had a little come-to-Jesus meeting, where I'd laid into her for killing the Croatian when he was clearly no threat. I was incensed by the death. The sole purpose of the mission was to capture his ass, and we'd been superseded by the potential for a catastrophic attack, and so I'd focused on the mission against the target instead of the Croatian. But by the time she'd killed him, we were in control. The bottom line was she'd short-circuited any ability to find out what was going on solely for vengeance of the Ramsad's death, and that wasn't something I could stomach. I understood her loss at a visceral level, having lost my own family in a vicious murder years ago, along with friends killed and wounded in combat. If I could keep the mission in focus, so should she. But she wasn't like other people. She was extremely linear. You hurt me, and I'll exponentially hurt you, no matter the damage to the greater good. That's just the way she lived. I put on the brakes and said, You aren't even going to talk about this? She said,
Your Oversight Council gave us permission to explore here. Maybe you should listen to them.
I said, Shoshana, they gave us permission because they're shitting their pants about going to war in the Middle East. Something we could have stopped if you hadn't snapped that guy's neck. She said nothing, staring out the window. I said, Do you understand where I'm coming from here? This isn't like Lesotho. This isn't Poland. You can't run around killing people all the time. Sometimes we need the answers they have. She turned to me and said,
Why did you invite me to the wedding?
What the hell? Incredulous, I said, What does that have to do with anything? I'm just asking you not to kill everyone you meet.
She turned away and said,
"You didn't want me at the wedding. You invited me because you felt it a debt you owed. Because I saved your life, nothing more."
I ran my hands through my hair, pulling at the roots. I said, "What the hell are you talking about? Where's this coming from?" She looked at me and said,
"I can see it. I feel it. You didn't want me there."
I was really regretting my choice of teams. I'd decided that we should split up the Israelis so we could act American, if that was called for, or Israeli, if that was the better choice, leaving one or the other to do the talking. Aaron and Jennifer were getting our hotel rooms, and since the interview with the Knights of Malta was a pure U.S. State Department affair, Knuckles and Brett were doing that, which left me with Shoshana, the Dark Angel. And this ridiculous discussion in the heart of Rome while I was trying to prevent more deaths. But I understood it. She had always been a stone-cold killer, but in her heart, she was also vulnerable. I sighed and said, "Shoshana, you look at me and call me Nephilim, my given name. Why is that?" She considered for a moment, then said,
"Because it is what you are."
"So, I'm some giant from the Old Testament saving the world?"
"Not a giant, but saving the world, yes. You are pure."
I turned to her and said, "And so are you. You are me. Not having you at the wedding would be the same as not having Jennifer there." She sat still for a moment, then said,
"Do you mean that?"
I chuckled and said, "Look into my eyes. Do that weird thing. Figure it out for yourself." She smiled and said,
"I just don't know who to trust in this world. Aaron is my touchstone, and Jennifer. I'm just not sure about you."
I said, "Yeah, because I'm you in male flesh. You don't trust yourself. Let's get out of here." I circled around the park, entered an apartment complex, and began a three-point turn to get back out. Shoshana said, "Stop." I did, saying, "What now?" She pointed to the end of the building, and I saw a bunch of crime scene tape. I said, "What?"
"Don't you think it's weird that the geolocation ended near here, and there's now crime scene tape?"
I leaned back and said, "Yeah, maybe."
"Let's go see what's going on. It might be something that leads us to the Croatians' contact."
"Shoshana, come on. Why would this crime scene do that?" She said,
"It might be nothing, but then again, it might be something."
She exited the car and said,
"It's time to be Americans. Get that State Department badge out. Let's go see."
I sighed again and exited the vehicle. I thought it was bullshit, but then again, with Shoshana, you never knew. We reached the stairwell, and I showed a half-assed identification, saying I was a consular officer for the United States. Of course, if they did any checking, we were done. The officer wouldn't allow us up, but told us someone was coming down. A woman of about 40 appeared with a fairly attractive face, a mole right above her lip, shoulder-length hair, and an air of being in charge. Immediately, when I saw her, I thought, this should be Knuckles' job, because her hard-ass appearance would melt when she saw him. She said,
"Yes. Can I see some identification?"
I flashed my counterfeit credentials, and she seemed to believe it. She said,
"What do you want here? Do you have some interest in this killing?"
I said, "Killing? No. We're missing a man, and this was his last known location. We walked into this purely by coincidence. When I saw the tape, I thought it prudent to see what was going on, just in case." Shoshana slipped past us and began climbing the stairs. The woman shouted, "Hey, this is a crime scene!" Shoshana began running up the stairs, and I thought, here we go, crazy-ass shit yet again. The inspector sprinted behind her, and I followed, saying, "I'm sorry, she's really worried about her friend. Is it a man who was killed?" The inspector didn't answer, instead shouting, "Stop! Stop going up!" We reached the third landing, and Shoshana exited, going to the door with two cops outside. She managed to get past them, and then was finally stopped in the foyer, two officers holding her in place. She wasn't fighting them. Which was a blessed relief, because if she had, they'd both be dead. We entered behind her. The inspector said, "What the hell is going on? Why are you here?"
Shoshana looked at me and said,
"This is it. He was here. The Ramsad killer was here."
Chapter 39. I was prepared to haul Shoshana's ass out of the building just to prevent a catastrophic compromise of our cover. But when I heard her words, I paused. Shoshana had some ethereal ability to see past the mortal world. She could sense things that others could not. In the past, I had scoffed at it, but deep inside, where the primordial instinct lay, I believed. It wasn't something that could be explained, and I'd be the last person to ever admit it, but I believed it was real. The inspector looked at her, then at me, saying,
"What's she talking about?"
I said, "Nothing. She has a habit of going off the rails. Sorry to bother you." I glared at Shoshana and said, "Time to go." The inspector snatched my arm and said,
"What's she talking about? What's a Ramsad? Is that like a prostitute?"
I said, "No, she's just crazy to find her friend. I'm sorry this happened." Shoshana looked toward an open kitchen window, seeing a rope hanging half in and half out. She said,
"That red cord is the weapon, isn't it?"
Leah heard the words and squinted her eyes at me, wondering what Shoshana had seen. I'll be damned if she wasn't reading me the same way Shoshana did. She understood I didn't want to talk in front of the other uniformed personnel. She said,
"Okay, get the hell out of here right now."
I said, gladly, "Just let my friend go." They did, and we began walking down the stairs. I said, "What was that all about?" Shoshana said,
"The mastermind was here. The killer of the Ramsad. I felt it. I could smell it. I saw it. I could taste it. That body in there was his kill."
I knew she was trying to explain to a mere mortal what she saw, using the senses of an average human. But she hadn't seen or smelled or tasted anything. It was something else, and I wasn't sure if it was just her wanting to believe it true, or if it really was true. We reached the landing, and I heard footsteps above me. Like I thought would happen, the inspector appeared and said,
"I don't know who you are, but I'm going to find out. And it won't be pretty if you have information for our investigation and are holding out."
Her Italian accent was adorable, making me wish yet again Knuckles was here. I glanced at Shoshana and said, "Look, we have no idea what's happened here. But we might have information about it from another investigation. We came here because of that. We had no idea about any killings in Rome. We're looking for a guy who's working against U.S. interests, not a killer of whores. If you tell us what you know, we'll do the same. I think we're looking for the same man, but for different reasons."
"My name is Leah Vairo. I'm in charge of this investigation. I can pull you in by the authority vested in me."
I looked at Shoshana and said, "What do you think?" Shoshana did her weird stare over the woman, then turned to me, saying,
"Yes."
I saw Leah disconcerted with the stare, just like I felt when Shoshana did it to me. That thing wasn't pleasant. Leah said,
"What the hell was that?"
I said, "I know, you can arrest me. I'd prefer it if you didn't. This is much bigger than a murder. I'll help you find the killer, and you'll help me prevent a lot more deaths than these whores here in Rome." She bristled, saying,
"They might be whores to you, but they're humans to me. Maybe I'll haul you in right now."
Shoshana took her arm and bored into her eyes. She said,
"Don't do that. We want to help, but we can't do it in official channels. Please trust us."
Leah pulled her arm away half-heartedly, saying nothing, just staring at Shoshana. Shoshana touched her arm again, this time gently saying,
"Give us a place to meet, outside of official channels."
I honestly thought Shoshana's next words would be, "These are not the droids you are looking for," but that didn't happen. Leah said,
"Why the secrecy? Why should I do that?"
I said, "Because I'm asking, nothing more. You want to solve this crime, and I want to solve mine. But I can't do it officially." She said,
"Are you CIA? Is that what this is? Is the killer some CIA asset you're trying to protect?"
I laughed and said, "No, we aren't CIA. And I have no idea who this killer is. But I think he's about to kill a lot more people than these women in Rome. And I'm sorry I called them whores. I understand they're human. And I meant no disparagement by that. But if you can help us find him, it'll help us both out.
So why the unofficial location?
Let's just say it would be better if the government didn't know we were looking. Both the U.S. government and yours. Her brow furrowed, and I could tell she didn't believe a word I was saying.
So you're not U.S. State Department?
Shoshana produced a passport and said,
Actually, we're Israeli, following a lead. What?
I rolled my eyes, now realizing we were going to jail. I thought about calling Jennifer before they took my cell phone, and Shoshana spoke again.
This guy is killing from the Old Testament, and he's going to keep killing until he reaches Revelation in the New Testament. We want to stop him.
I thought, what the hell is she talking about, Old Testament? Leah said,
So the red cord he used to murder is real?
Shoshana said,
Yes, it was.
Leah nodded, and I was beginning to believe they were both crazy. What the hell does a red cord have to do with any of this? We heard Leah's name shouted from the stairwell. Then, the clumping of feet. Leah glanced back and pulled a card from her pocket, saying,
This is my house. Meet me there tonight at 7. Don't tell anyone about the meeting. And I mean no one.
Shoshana took the card, dialed a number on it, and Leah's phone rang. She said,
That's my phone. Call it if something happens. What's that mean?
Shoshana glanced at me, then said,
The killer doing this will attack anyone he perceives as a threat. You are that threat.
The clomping of feet ended, and a man appeared in the doorway. She said,
Rio, no problems. They were just leaving.
He gave me his hard cop stare, saying, What did they want?
She said, Nothing. Just a mixed-up thing. Let's get back upstairs.
They left, and we walked back to our car. I said, What the hell was that about the Old Testament? I mean, I'm glad it worked out, but what was it? You mentioned it the first time you asked me to join you, then on the flight to Zurich. Why do you keep talking about that? She said,
I'm honestly not sure. I felt from the beginning that the killer of our people and yours wasn't from Islam. It's biblical. The murderer of that woman didn't do it for joy. He has a greater scheme, and I don't know why, but it involves Israel.
Then why is it biblical? Maybe it's earlier than that. You have your own crazies. She saw where I was going and said,
The killer isn't Jewish. Of that I'm sure. There are no Jews in the Knights of Malta, and that woman was murdered using a red cord.
I said, What on earth does a red cord have to do with any of this? She walked to our vehicle, saying,
You need to read your Bible more.
I let that pass because she was probably right. We entered the car, and I said, Okay, I can believe some of your bullshit, but this is a bit much. How am I going to sell that crap to the task force? More importantly, how are you going to sell it to the Mossad? She looked at me with pain and said,
I'm not making this up. I think the killer is trying to bring about the end of days, and we need to stop it.